What's up, girl?
Hey everybody, how are you? I said 5 o'clock. We are here at 5 o'clock. We are live.
Didn't know we was live. I was like, "Hey, girl, what's up?" About to talk crazy. Hi, everyone.
We gonna talk. Oh, we gonna talk a lot of crazy today. Welcome, Juana Chica, to On the Block with Jen.
I can't
Okay.
wait.
Welcome all the block stars. Now, I need a little credit for that thumbnail and that flyer. Can you girl get a little round of applause from the chat, from the audience? Come on, I put some work.
Like that was really good. You know, all my people was like, "That is so creative." Like, who did that? I was like, "Jen did that." She's like, that was her entire concept, and we were like, "Yes." Like right now, let's do this show. This is gonna be a great show.
I was like, you know
I
what? I
can't
was like,
wait.
you know what I'm saying? You know, I'm like, we're like, the crazy, sexy, cool girls. And that's how I came up with it. I'm like, every time we're on a panel, it's like we get the crazy, sexy, cool thing. So I say, you know what? TLC.
You're a
I'm
genius. Like
AG.
you're a genius. Cause I was like even my husband kept asking me, like, let me see that. Like it was super cool. Like it was just super cool concept, you know. And it fit exactly with our personalities. A
Right?
little
I was
bit,
like, oh,
a little bit.
a
We
little
all
bit.
can be a little crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
but
we all
that's
got the
why I
crazy
like, but that's why I
side.
love it because I feel like all three of us are crazy, sexy, cool.
We all are. Yeah.
Right? Whereas I think with TLC that they meant like one thing for what, but it's like, no, we've all been there.
I'm all of them. Mm.
Okay. All three ways, all of us. Speaking of us, we're talking about Annalicia, who's running a little bit late. So we're gonna hold it down for her until she gets here. Welcome, Block Stars. Welcome everybody in the chat. I'm so happy to see you here early. Please hit that like for me. Okay, get the people in here. I'm not gonna hold you up like other channels. We're gonna get right into it. Y'all know y'all gotta hit that like. Okay. Today's topic. Juana, I did some research. I didn't come up here to be a talking head.
I'm
I did.
good.
Okay.
Wait, so what you do the research on? Like which
The
particular?
Manosphere.
Okay.
For those of you that don't know, might have missed that amazing thumbnail. Okay. or the promo on my page. We're doing is the Manosphere Pseudo-Masculinity. Okay, that's the topic for today. Is the Manosphere Pseudo-Masculinity? Okay, as you know, the Manosphere is presented as a very masculine affair, right? It's all about the men and what the men want, and I am the alpha, hear me roar, and this is what it is, right? I think it's pseudo masculinity, and I'm going to prove it here today. And if you guys have a rebut, okay, or an argument for me, you are welcome to cam up after I get through my notes.
Nice.
Yeah, y'all gonna let me make my opening statement first, and then I'll take my earrings off for you, and you could jump up on the panel.
Yeah, depending on what you say, they gonna have some problems. You know,
Okay.
if you ain't praising them, you gonna have some issues now. So we gonna see what you got to say. I can't wait to hear this research.
Okay, Juana, you know how bad it's gonna be today? I'm not even using my not all some sign today.
Oh, good.
I've retired it. I am not using
Me
it
too.
today. Okay,
Yeah.
because we're gonna talk about majority today. We're not gonna talk about I know a guy that's part of the manosphere and he's really sweet. We're not doing none of that. We're talking about the majority. We're gonna talk about the narrative. We're gonna talk about the running theme.
Yeah.
And the running theme is not that nice guy that you know that's part of the manosphere. And I know Philly's in here. I know Philly's in here because he's one of those. I'm part of the manosphere, but I don't do all
I
that.
ain't like that.
I ain't like them over there, but we talking about them over there today.
So why don't people understand that we're talking about the collective when we talk? Like, why do people automatically personalize it? It's interesting. I always question, like, we're talking about the collective. And even when I feel like, okay, you're talking about Black women, I really try to stick to the Black women subject, like, and stay on the Black women and not be like, well, I'm a real good Black woman. Like, I don't like to do that because I mean, whatever, right? Everybody don't relate to me and everybody don't think the same about me. But why is it that every time it's like, well, all Black men not like that? I know all my cousins, we all some good dudes. I'm like, yeah, okay. There's 29 of us. I understand, but
And I hear that
a
a
lot of Black men. Yeah.
hear that a lot, and that's why I wanted to do this show, because I hear that a lot. They do personalize it. I don't know why, because like you, if someone says Latin women or Black women or women in general,
Yeah.
I am addressing the group that they are referring to.
Right.
Even
Exactly.
if it has nothing to do with me or my relationship status or what I consider myself, I address the collective that they are talking about. But I
Yeah.
notice men have been unable to do that. And I've seen it on a couple of streams. I've seen it on your channel. I've seen it on Annalicia's channel. I even saw it on Sheree's channel.
Mm-hmm.
So Sheree from Chicago. So I was like, these men can't separate themselves from what we're talking about. And something really interesting happened, I believe, on your channel,
Yeah.
where Annalicia was getting like in a verbal fisticuffs with the guys, and the guys was like, no, but you're attacking us and you're attacking Black. And she was like, no, I'm not. I'm saying X, Y, and Z about Black men in general, which is her experience.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm big on that. You can't take someone's experiences away from them or their observation.
You can't.
Right? You
And
just you can't do
you
that.
know what I think? I mean, I feel like she had talking points specific to whatever demographic or population or whatever she was speaking to, and she never went below the belt with them, right? But there was several instances of people calling her out of her name and cursing and being irrational with her, and she really never changed her stance. She always stayed, right, remained. And I was like, I learned a lot from Annalicia. And I really, like, even though yesterday I wanted to like blow my shit, I was like, I'm gonna stay cool. You know what I mean? Like, I was just like, well, why are you being hostile? Like, what's your point? You know what I mean? I really made fun of it. Once I saw that you can just make fun and light of it, where it's like, thank you for exposing exactly what we mean by pseudo-masculine. I can't wait until you just truly expose this whole entire thing.
And that's
But
why I
yeah,
think you and I and Annalicia were the best people to get into this, because out of a lot of the women that I've seen online and in our little network, it seems like us three bring out what I call is the pseudo masculinity in men. For some reason, whenever we open our mouths to address the men, okay, it's like, where they turn into little cats, right? So I want to address that. I want to know, what is it about us three, which is why I put us together on that flyer. Crazy, sexy, cool. I can't wait for Annalicia to get here. She'll be
me
here.
too.
She's a little late.
Yeah, she's gonna be here in a minute, right? Like, look, a
Yes.
couple things. Okay, good.
Well, she'll be here soon. What's up, Darrell? I'm gonna throw the link
Hey,
down when I
Darrell.
finish my presentation.
So Darrell, I feel like he was a little heated with me yesterday. He was he was
Darrell, what happened?
he was going in on it. Oh my god. I ain't even say nothing. I was like, I ain't gonna mess with Darrell today. I just let him I'm gonna let him slide today.
Hey Kim, what's up? I hope you're here when I drop the link.
Hey Kim.
So you can come up.
Hey Tristan.
What's up, Misha Mac? What's up, everybody in the room? Tristan, I know you're gonna come up with some thumbnails. I'm gonna drop the link in a minute, y'all.
He said we good. He said we good. Okay, Darrell. You know how I gotta.
That's what I like about Darrell. He can get in his feelings and he knows how to climb out of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know. I think that people want me to be more balanced, like I used to be, right? Because I would be afraid to really speak out about how I felt about the way Black women been treated in this space, and I was never balanced. I really always wanted to say things but I just never wanted to present a certain way or give people the certain energy. And now I kind of changed my stance in the fact that I really don't care what people think.
Mhm.
now. I don't care what people think. I more so care about the message that I put out and the
Mhm.
way I represent myself when I'm on panels. And that's more, that means more to me now than
Right,
me behaving a certain way or presenting a certain way and being
right.
accepted, because I don't want, no, I want people to know like exactly how I feel. And I'm just like, no, 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 no. I can't be, I am balanced, but I
Right,
can't be, I have to be true to who I am. And I have to tell the truth about what I see and what I observe.
right.
And because I'm balanced, you guys should believe that I'm taking all things into account when I speak about things, right? I'm not just speaking from one perspective. I'm trying to understand everybody's side. So
Mhm.
yeah, this is going to be, I love it. I love it.
And your truth includes, is something people forget, that your truth includes your delivery.
That's right.
Like people forget that. I noticed that's I know we get a lot of heat for that, us three. And I noticed that on your stream, which was a great stream, by the way, when everybody was just going in on
Thank you.
Annalicia, like they literally made it about her delivery. And I'm
Her
like,
tone,
I mean, the diversion was ridiculous. Like they literally spent almost an hour talking about
her
Annalicia's
tone, her
delivery.
tone. It was like her tone, her approach.
Her,
Okay,
you should say it this way, and you
what
should
is her talking point that you disagree with? I kept asking. I really wanted to hear. I was like, can you just talk about her talking point? Because she's not going to change her tone because she
right.
doesn't care to change her tone. She wants you to receive it the way you're receiving it. It did what it was supposed to do. Now next, we've already we that's how we wanted you to receive it. And people think that's masculine. No, it's not. It's
Mhm.
not. Actually, feminine women, we mean what we say. And that's what, I mean, that is just what it is. Like
Right.
so it's not, it has absolutely nothing, like she's never stepped into a masculine role. What she did was she just made sure that you all understood exactly how she felt. And that's emotion is a very feminine trait. That's what we do, right? we,
Right.
we have emotion. We tell you exactly how we feel about something, and then we don't care how you take it because that's what we want. We want you to feel the emotion from it. So it was interesting. I enjoyed her, and my women subscribers were like in my inbox, and
Like,
I
great.
I rarely get the women to
Mhm.
talk because the men always come, because I think I've played the side of the, the nice woman who listens to men a lot. And so a lot of the women probably don't want to say anything or they don't
Mhm.
feel comfortable talking to me. But after that show, they were like, we love that girl, bring her back. And,
Yeah.
so I know that I
Yeah,
got a lot of,
I think this goes without saying. We love the men. We love men in
we
general,
do, of
right? We
course.
love the men in our lives. We love the men in our family. But you have to get called out today. And what I think is funny about them saying Annalise, or me, or you are masculine it's very interesting to watch Annalicia bring men into their feminine energy, because it's redundant. I know men and women both have feminine and masculine energy. We have to, right?
Yeah.
It's conducive to survival. Sometimes we have to get in that mode where it's like we have to, you know what I mean? The feathers open up and it's like stay away from,
Stay
whatever.
away.
And then we have to be in our feminine nature, same as men. Like men can't be brutes 100% of the time. They have to be able to relate to their wives and their mothers and their daughters. They need that side, right?
Yes.
But I think that the manosphere, they lean disgustingly and ridiculously into their femininity and stay there. And that's what one of the things I'm going to address today, where it's they try to project what they're doing on women. What you're
Mm,
actually doing, okay, is tapping into your femininity and letting it runneth over.
that's
Right?
right. That's
That's
right.
what you're doing, because what I
Yeah.
saw on your show that day, I was like, wow, interesting. Like these dudes were screaming at the top of their lungs. And I was like, I know I'm not seeing what I think I'm seeing, because masculine men are like, okay, whatever. And we've seen what I would consider, because I'm sure everybody has a different version. We've seen what I would consider masculine energy in dealing with a woman. I don't think a man should ever go into his masculine energy with a woman. We can
Right.
be loud, We can put a little bass in our voice if we try, but I don't think men should ever go feminine in that department. I think men should tap into their femininity or their feminine nature when they're dealing with women in love, right? Their daughters, their wives, their relatives, things like that. But to, go to your feminine nature during an argument and be screaming at the top of your lungs with a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we got to talk about that today.
Good. I'm glad.
Talk about that. What is going on? So, what's up, Sherelle? What's up, Mecca Slay?
Hey, y'all.
What's
I
up?
mean, I hope that it's well received. I do. I hope that it's well
and if
received.
it's not, they got to put on their big boy pants today, right? Because the Manosphere is about talking every which way that they want to about women, and we have to put on our big girl panties, right? So that's what the show is
about. I've sat on panels saying the most disgusting things about women. And I didn't react much, right? And I was like, that's why I was saying, well, like, what the hell was wrong with me? You know what I'm saying? What was I just like that low self of esteem that I felt like I could not speak up and fight for women when I'm on a panel where they are humiliating and talking about women, and I'm not personalizing it, so maybe I'm not seeing the extent of it. So I'm thinking like, well, I'm not fat, so. But I can't rationalize things that way. There was talking points that I really should have said, well, hold on. Like, let's talk about this for real. But so yeah, I'm glad we have this opportunity because this is a needed conversation, right? And then I can't wait for some troll to come on here and act crazy.
Yeah, we're gonna get the trolls today. Yeah, what's up, spicy Afro Latina? Good to see you. AJ, what's up? Salute. I'm so glad you said that. What you just said, that you found yourself on panels, and it's like, why didn't I speak up? And I will say this. When I've joked about there's a whole language I'm not familiar with, right? There's a language, right, that the Manosphere uses that I had to learn, right? I was like, what does that mean? What does it mean when they call somebody masculine?
Yeah. Alpha.
Alpha, beta, cook. Like, I'm like, they have their own language, right? And I was like, today I'm gonna buckle down and I'm really going to investigate and see what the hell these guys are talking about. Because like you, sometimes I can't relate to certain things. Like, people, like when they've told me about Kevin Samuels. Yeah, we use women, and he talks about. I was like, I can't relate. The reason why he doesn't rub me the wrong way is because he's not talking about me. Right. I can't, you're not talking about me. So I understand that you were on panels like, well, okay, well, I'm not a fat girl. So it's like, that's your opinion. Because I have felt the same way about Kevin Samuels, where women are telling me, don't you see what he said? I was like, I see what he's saying, but he's entertainment to me. And I'm not insulted by anything he says. Because one, he's not in my dating pool. I didn't date the guy. I don't think he's attractive. I don't think he's particularly entertaining or intelligent. He's just a guy, on the internet, sitting in a suit, giving his opinion. So it didn't, nothing he said was like, oh, trigger word, or oh, injury. I just couldn't. Exactly. He's a guy on YouTube. He's a YouTuber. You know what I mean? To say the least and the most. So I couldn't, like, he said, what about women? Now, I always say it's the minions that's the problem, not so much Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels is a man with an opinion. That's just like Beyonce with the beehive. It's not so much Beyonce. She dressed the beehive. She's complete radio silence about the beehive.
She never acknowledges us because I'm a part of it. Just FYI, I'm a part of them.
But then it's like, if you say something about, you can say, hey, I think Beyonce's wig, I like it when it was blonder than that. The swarm comes and it's like, I fucking said,
like, Jen, don't you ever.
I just said I like the other wig. What is going on here? And that, if you notice, is what happens with the Kevin Samuels. And I'm just saying him because he's like the poster child for the Manosphere, whether he claims it or not. He's the poster child for the Manosphere. Even though he tries to separate himself for that and say, no, I'm really neutral, right?
Right. Yeah, he does. What I learned was that as much as I want to separate myself from the message, because I identify as a Black woman and because they speak so negatively about Black women, I cannot separate myself, because what I found was that when I'm in these spaces, that I am treated exactly as they talk about other women. And so whether I want to accept it or not, I'm in this circle and I'm going to be treated a certain way. And Black women will see me being treated that way and see me not defending myself and seeing that I have no self-worth, that I'm letting people humiliate me that don't deserve it. And I can't continue to let people see that. It was hurting people who were like close to me. Like, why are you doing, to the point where people were like, my friends like want to do an intervention. Like, what, are you okay? Like, you're letting these men do this. And it really didn't bother me for so long. But what people see is me being complicit in them degrading other Black women. Right. And I'm not. Like,
I see it like that. I'm like, why the hell was Juana over there to begin with? You know me. I'm like, why were you over there? Right?
What was I thinking? What was I thinking? And so when I stopped like to think, like, you're a damn fool. You can't do that. Like, there's no way, and I tried to leave peacefully. Then it was like, well, let's diminish her and let's devalue, let's make people feel like, diminish her opinions, her, make her, of course they use your sexuality against you, so then they call you a hoe, and then they tell everybody else you're a hoe, and then they tell everybody else you're easy, and they try to discredit you in all these ways. And so you're like, okay, how many men is really believing this, and how many men are really gonna try to do things because they heard these things, right? So I've been in stupid situations because of this. Like, I've been, so I gotta learn. Like, I have to learn. Yeah.
When men in groups are mad at a woman, that's the go-to. They attack your vagina.
Yeah, they like,
all of a sudden you have the friendliest vagina they've ever known.
I slept with her. She was gonna sleep with me. Okay, all right. Interesting.
That's another thing that happens. But I will say this in your defense, and a lot, not that you need me defending y'all, but I'm just saying in your defense and a lot of our defense, this is new, right? This environment is new. We've all been in conversations on panels where it's like, I'm just gonna react the way I react, right? And look back on it, and it's like, what was that, right? But it's because we're being thrown kind of into these situations where it's like, first of all, we're talking to people that would never have access to us.
Exactly.
I don't care who gets mad. There are a lot of people in the YouTube verse that I would never spit on if they were on fire. I'd cross the street if I saw them. I wouldn't
know me. They wouldn't know me.
Tried to chat me up, I would be like, dude, you're saying nothing of interest. Just excuse me so I can, cross the street. But what happens here, they're right here, like in your living room, right? They're in your kitchen. They're in your workspace. They are here, right? And a lot of them are here with bitterness, right? And resentment. And that's something that we don't think about when we're on these panels. We're thinking we're talking to a regular guy about a regular subject. Meanwhile, he's seething because he's thinking about all the rejection he's had in his life. And here's a woman that represents that rejection.
That's right.
Right? So we get thrown into these situations. And
I was blindsided. I had no idea that I didn't know that that's what was happening until after I was able to think about it. And I was like, wow, these guys have trauma or some past, like you said, issues with women who rejected them, and they see me as a representation, or they're projecting like that feeling. And listen, I'm from Chicago, Inglewood, like crazy. They know what I was going to do. Like, they knew I was going to come on there. Somebody was going to say something to me. I was going to go Inglewood on they knew exactly what they were doing to me, right? Putting me in situations to get me to do those things. And I was falling for it every time. But I also, like you said, was new to YouTube and not smart about my moves and what I decided to do. So I was just like falling for the little trap every time. Like, every time. I never was like, Tawana, be good this time, right? I was always like, oh no, I'm okay. Now I'm about to go off. And I got known as the feisty one, right? Like the one that's gonna always go off. So then that was kind of people wanted to trigger me every time, or they always felt like they were triggering me.
Mhm.
And I fell for that every time. I was like, oh, they don't know this Tawana that is a cold-hearted bitch that will not give a damn about what they say, who they say, and won't like they don't know this one. Because I really always tried to be like authentic to who I was and like,
Mhm.
oh, I'm just gonna go off and da-da-da-da. No, for what? Like, why am I gonna let anybody in this space do that to me? Now I have a different mindset regarding it.
Right. Like,
You
yeah.
know, like it's just a different mindset now. It's like, oh, yeah,
And
whatever.
I want to say this because there's a huge myth, right? A lot of these guys are married, right? A lot of these guys have girlfriends, and people think that because a man is married or has a girlfriend, he's still not bitter towards women.
Oh,
There,
that's the biggest misconception. I hope you really expose, like, let women see that
yes,
that's an actual lie.
men that are married and men that have girlfriends can still have ginormous bitterness towards women. They just found a woman that's going to tolerate them, right? And she brings them some sort of solace, but he can still feel a ways about something that happened in his past. And a woman, he can hear a woman talking, and that woman will trigger either what his mama did to him, or his
Right.
ex-wife did to him, or his baby mama did to him, because they try to use that as a shield. Well, I got a wife, I got a girlfriend. You're
They
still
do.
a miserable bitch.
Well, what about just self-hate, right? Like they really hate
Oh yeah,
their own skin or they hate themselves. And anybody who reminds them that they are who they are, they don't want they literally are hiding the fact that they hate black women. But I don't even know that they hide it. Some of them, I think that they make it very clear. And women, we don't see it. We're like, no, maybe we really just do need to do this. And maybe we if we do straighten our hair, maybe they will like it. Or if we take the weave out, or if we do these things, then they really will like us and they will think we're beautiful, and they won't because they don't like you. They just
right,
don't.
right.
There's men who do. Don't there is men. There's men that we don't pay attention to that
Mhm.
really do like us for who we are, but those men don't. They just don't.
I
So
don't even do the, I don't even subscribe to the like, when they're like, oh, she's gonna, because they've done it to me, like, oh, she's gonna go off, or oh, she did. I'm like, I don't care. This is who and how I am, right? I don't owe you a certain delivery. I don't owe you a certain response. I don't owe you civility or diplomacy if you're
at
a bitch.
all.
Like, I just don't. I just
I
don't.
don't
Like,
have no respect for them.
right.
Like
Well,
them.
it's like
I don't have a respect
I
for
heard
them.
Annalisa say one time, like, off of here, I'm cool. I have my friends, I have my family, and it's the same for all of us. When we're not on here, like, I have men who
Right.
love me and men that I love, both relative, best friends, lovers. Like, I get along with them famously. We kick ideas to each other back and forth. So it's like they try to peg you as, oh, the way you reacted here is how you are. No, it's just with you, because I find I've been in situations with people that frustrate me. And when I get frustrated, I snap, because I'm like, why am I I wouldn't know you in real life, dude.
Right.
Like,
Like,
I would not know you. And I think that incenses them even more.
yes,
Right? Where
it
it's like,
does.
I finally got the pretty girl I can tell off, and she's right here at my computer. So it's like tornado, volcano, boom. Right?
That's a certain mentality. That's a psychology that we need to break down. Like I know it's narcissistic, but I can't think of like it's a certain psychology for you to think like that and think that like, ooh, I'm next to the pretty girl. Let me try to attach myself somehow.
Right.
That's really weird. It's weird. It's weird. That's why I don't have respect for them. I respect men who show me respect, and you can see
Right.
that anytime. Even when I was on Kevin Samuel's show, people expected me to go off on him, but he was such a nice person, and he actually presented very balanced to me, and I had no issue. He didn't say anything offensive. Like if he would have tried to rake me or
Mhm.
say something weird to me, like I would have let him know right then, like I don't need you. I don't care about your opinion, right? I don't
Right.
respect you. But he was really cool. So I was like, okay. I mean, I'm not gonna go off on somebody that ain't going off on me. Now you meet me with some energy, and then I'm gonna meet you right back. Cause like I think that a lot of the men are feminine, really, like really
Yes,
feminine.
yes. And it's funny because, they say like, well, you should never, you should always be that. I'm like, no, I speak three languages: Spanish, English, and reciprocation,
Yeah.
period. Point blank, right?
And
There are men that
that's why we're great. That's why we're
like,
great. Because all
no,
three of us,
for
we go,
decades who I've never raised my voice at. Ever. They will tell you. I can invite them on and be like, I don't know that Jen that was on that particular show with that particular dude, because she don't talk to me like that. You will
right.
hear that. So, but they try to peg you this way or try to use it against you. And I'm like, no. So Dr. Highlander, he's in the Highlander. He's in the chat and he keeps insisting that I don't know these are isolated incidents or just our experiences. You know, okay. So he was like, that's what we're talking about,
No.
experiences. And I think once you've had, you know, I mean, a couple dozen experiences, or you've just been an observer of certain
That's what I was
experiences,
gonna say. I've observed.
right? We can say
I've observed as
it
well.
happens a lot. It happens often. But I knew that I was gonna get I knew going into this stream, I knew I was gonna get the not all, some, not me. Right? We get the not all, some, not me. If it doesn't apply, let it fly, like Annalicia loves to say. But today we're talking about where it applies, because it does apply and it is a problem. Okay. And it's a dangerous problem. And I'm going to get into that. So I'm going to go over a couple things that I researched for the manosphere, specifically researching the word manosphere and what came up in the studies of manosphere, because now this is being studied. So it's beyond more than just, oh, men have a place now to talk about their grievances where they haven't before, which I think is total BS. Because I mean, we have cigar bars, we have sports, we have the locker room, we have men clubs, we have fraternities, we have the barbershop. Men had no lack of places where they gathered to talk shit about each other, themselves, and women. Okay. They were never silenced, had no duct tape over their mouth. All right. Ever. So that's another thing I find strange about, well, now men have a place to talk about their grievances. They've had those places their entire lives. And I actually start out very young. I remember my father taking my brother, to the all men's whatever, or the barbershop, or the gym, or the junkyard, or the mechanics. Or men have always.
First of all, my dad used to let me listen in on the men talk, right? Because he's like, you need to learn what we talk about. And they would say the most horrible things. And I was like, oh my God, is this how men think? You know what I mean? So it's like you said, they've been having these conversations. And so they kind of present it as if like it's something new. Like, I don't understand why they think that is something new. The new stuff is what they do. This is what we haven't been exposing, the things that they do that we haven't been talking about, because Black people believe in keeping skeletons in the closet and not talking about important issues. But I am breaking all Black code today. So take my Black card. Take it on. Take it on. I don't want that Black card no more, because if it means to stay silent and not talk about issues that's been plaguing us for years, I don't want that card.
So look, FYI, I have a running joke in my family with the younger generations called PRS. I call it the Puerto Rican secrets, because we have the same thing in our family. Like, we'll be 35, 40 years old and we'll just find out who molested who. Why I never knew that. Nobody told me that. You know what I mean? Like, why didn't anybody talk about the wait, so that's not her father? Wait a minute. So that's her uncle. And so we have those things too that we find out way, way, way down the road, because don't take your business outside.
Don't take
right?
it outside.
That's what they tell us growing up. Don't talk about family business on the outside. But this is why these things happen, because we don't talk. We're stoic to a fault, really.
Right.
So Tristan Draper said, police.
Yes, Tristan. Call them. We gonna need them.
Dr. Highlander said, I don't think Queef even considers themselves a part of the manosphere, do they? Well, it doesn't matter if you don't consider yourself part of something, if you do the behavior, right? And today we're going to talk about, if it quacks like a duck and walks like a duck and looks like a duck, it is a duck. It's not that hard. It's simple math. It is simple math. I can tell you all day long that I'm not a crazy Puerto Rican but you may tune into some streams and be like, that's a crazy Puerto Rican. So how dumb would I look sitting up here like, I ain't a crazy Puerto Rican. I am so diplomatic all the time. You'd be like, Jen, we've seen you. We've seen you.
Right. Like,
so
come on now.
Men.
I'm not a feisty Black girl. Like, I'm not at all. I'm just so poised and kind. Like, seriously.
Never raise my voice ever.
Never.
But, let's go over these things while we wait for Annalicia.
Okay, good.
Annalicia, darling, to show up. So there's some of the stuff when I was investigating. What's up, Jabari? Thank you. He said that's a crazy Puerto Rican. There you go. That's what I'm saying. And hey, you know, but if I was like one of the guys in the Manosphere, I'd be like, no, I'm not. That's not me.
How are you going to say that about Black people?
Say that about me.
Yeah.
So here's some of the things that I found that were interesting. They said that there, in my studies, there are 4 main parts of the Manosphere. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is going to disturb some of the guys that are like, oh, that's not me. But in studying the Manosphere, these 4, okay, topics are main components of the Manosphere. So maybe you're calling yourself Manosphere, okay, without you being Manosphere. That's what I'm thinking. All you nice guys that are saying, I'm part of the Manosphere, but the Manosphere means this. It does not. I'm going to present what the Manosphere is known to be, what it is shown to be, what it presents to be. Okay, so you may even need to consider thinking about calling yourself Manosphere, because the Manosphere is what I am about to talk to right now. So there are 4 parts of the Manosphere, right? And you guys can rebut if you like. Okay, so first we have the MRAs. The MRAs are men's rights activists. What does that mean? Did you even know there was men who were fighting for rights, like the feminist movement?
I did. Mm-hmm.
So the MRAs are they're fighting for advocate political changes that will benefit men. However, much of their activism consists of harassment and abuse towards feminists and other female public figures. So they are actually activists who are not so much fighting for their rights, but they think advocating for men is attacking feminists, which is not the same thing as fighting for your rights if you're just here to attack feminists, right? So if you guys didn't know, that is one huge component of the Manosphere, the MRAs. Now, some of you Manosphere claiming guys may not have even heard this phrase before, but I'm going to teach you about
Can I say this too, Jen? Because this is why I do have a low level of respect for people who identify as Manosphere, because they don't know the research and history behind it. And I'm so happy that you're breaking out the like subdivisions of it, because there's several, but it's also just kind of rooted in like Eurocentric ideologies and views. It was created by like an entire, and so a lot of people, they don't even know the guy who created it and what his premise was and what his purpose was. And so I'm like, you following this whole, because I looked up the man, because I'm like, should I be a part of the Manosphere? I mean, like, I support Black men. Let me look at it, right? Like, I really wanted to do the research. I started researching and like, this is like, why would you want, this is like really fuckboy ideology. Like, why are y'all really, this is like men who have no father figure in their lives who need this. Like, you cannot possibly have a male figure that's positive in your life and still need to connect to this. That's what I'm saying. So I think that, thank you for at least telling them the history of this, so that people can make their decision based on that, at least, if they do.
So that MRAs are, like you said, a subdivision. There are 4. There's 3 more to go, and they get more and more colorful as you go. And if you listen to these divisions and listen to the definition, you'll understand why the behavior of the Manosphere, the majority of the behavior of the Manosphere is what it is. Okay. Because right now, a lot of people are probably watching these guys carry on online and scream at the top of their lungs. And they're probably like, where is this coming from? Why are these men acting like this? Right. Because I said I was a little taken aback by YouTube watching men act a certain way. I come from a background with a very stoic, strong, silent daddy who didn't speak unless he had to. And when he spoke, he spoke. And everybody froze. Okay. So I come from a household where dad's in the living room. You know what I mean? That type of situation. So I was a little taken aback when I saw men acting like a bunch of irrational women. I'm just going to put it out there. Okay? So as I go through these little subdivisions, I think it's going to explain why these men are behaving the way they're behaving, because it is far from, oh, men have a place where they can talk about their grievances now. It is not that. It's way, way deeper, and it's even deadly. And we're going to get into why. Okay.
It's like mind control for
Yes.
them. It is. Yeah.
Very, very cult-like.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of our favorites. I've been hearing this one forever.
Those men going their own way.
And we're not talking the Ariel MGT. That's going to go over a lot of you heads, but the word MGT is also an acronym in Ariel, Ariel division. You're going to have to look that up yourself. I ain't here to
Did you
teach.
see what Jabari said about the MRAs, that it came from men who was initially fighting for custody rights?
Well, it isn't that now. Okay.
It definitely ain't.
That's another thing I want to talk about, where a lot of these things, right? And I've heard guys that claim the Manosphere say this as well. They're like, hey, I don't know what's going on with the Manosphere now, but when it started back then and I was a part of it, it was X, Y, and Z. And I love that. I love that guys were, genuinely trying to better themselves and find another group of men that was trying to better themselves, and they connected. That's a beautiful thing. But it's not that now, right? It's just like hip hop. A lot of us talk about hip hop in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s. And man, it was, but it's not that now, right? And we can say things like, yeah, but the underground artists are better. Yeah, but we don't have access to the underground artists. We really, really have to seek them out, right? That's not what's being shoved down our throats and down our kids' throats, right? We got Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion and Future and Migos being shoved down our throats. They get the most marketing. They get the most attention. They get the most clout, okay? They get the most visibility. I can turn on the TV and Cardi B is holding a can of Pepsi. So it doesn't matter how good Rhapsody is. It really does not matter how good Rhapsody is in the big picture, right? So the same thing with the Manosphere. It doesn't matter how great it started. It doesn't matter how great the MRA started. It is not that today. And what we have to deal with is what's going on today and why it's dangerous today. And here's another reason why. Because the nice guys, or the guys that were just fighting for custody, they get mixed up with the guys of now. And the guys that are fighting for custody, and we're just fighting for custody, are not going to check, correct, or influence the mob now, the MRA mob now. And that is the issue. All them underground artists we have, all that good rap that we had in the 70s and 80s cannot influence or take over or infiltrate what's going on now. So the problem is what's going on now, not how it started, not how cool it was back in the day, but what's happening now, because it's posing a danger to women. It is posing a danger to your mothers, your sisters, and your daughters. It is posing a danger, right? So the MGTOWs, right? If you didn't know, even though this has been said every which way, this one I've heard of before, men going their own way. Argue that women are so toxic, men should avoid them altogether. Some MGTOW will date women but avoid commitment, while others won't even be friends with women. They won't even be friends. So again, I don't know about you, but that sounds pretty toxic to me.
Yeah, they basically just feel like there is no real positive relationship that they can even form with women. Therefore, they are adamantly against men doing anything but using women for sexual pleasure.
Correct.
And this is it. They don't appreciate anything about women besides that one thing.
Right. Yeah, Jabari, I got you. He said it's not right. You can look up the history of it. Does the history doesn't matter because we're here.
Yeah, we understand what the history is. We're saying what it's evolved into, right? Because you guys
Right.
can't even control the mission and what it means, right? They've already conditioned most of the people in the manosphere to believe whatever they believe. And
Right.
so you guys never know the larger purpose, right? Like me, I research. I'm not going to join a sorority that I don't know the history about. Like I'm not going to join a group that I don't know what's going on with them. And so that's what you guys did. You joined a group because the men were talking great and you thought the conversations was great, but you don't really ultimately know the purpose. And a lot of their purposes is not to mate with women anymore and not to deal with women or to teach you to have unhealthy feelings about women.
Okay.
And
Oh,
it's yeah.
Jabari said he wasn't talking to us. He was talking.
No, but I ain't even talking to Jabari. I'm saying it like to the manosphere because I know Jabari's like I know he knows what I mean, he knows about
Right.
that stuff, right? Jabari's like he's well informed. I'm pretty sure he knows all these
Okay.
components of it.
And the MGTOWs, right? It's interesting because it's like a lot of this behavior. And shout out to my LGBTQIA. I love y'all. I love y'all. I'm full support of y'all. Okay, all the time. But I will say that a lot of this behavior is sort of in a way connected to homosexuality in the way. And I know people are like, what do you mean? This is what I mean. Men who don't like women are homosexuals, right? What they do is men that don't like women tend to be homosexual because they like other men, right? There's a thing there where it's like me being attracted to a woman just does not compute, right? Men who are homosexual, like me being attracted to a woman does not compute. I like men. So, what is the next step for the MGTOWs, for the MRAs, for the Manosphere? If you have such a loathing for women, there's only one gender left. Sorry. There aren't 4 or 5 genders. There's only one gender left. So I also wonder, is this acting out because you're suppressing your sexuality? That's another thing that we have to think about, because I used to joke back in the day, like, just go ahead and be gay already and leave women alone because it's too much. Like, we don't want to hear you bash women. Just go and be gay and get out of this. Free yourself. And I used to say that jokingly.
Right.
Now,
Yeah, but it's rooted in some truth, right? And I'll tell you this, Jen, because I saw an entire video with a trans woman, and like you said, I support LGBTQ. I have no issues, but I do want to talk about the correlation, because I did watch a trans woman, and I hope I can find this video and send it to you, because her entire video was about how trans women are better than real women. Okay. And she used a lot of the Manosphere's talking points.
Ooh.
She was like,
are you talking about the Asian girl?
No, she's black, actually. She was beautiful.
Oh, okay. There was a whole controversy, but
she's black, she's beautiful, but you can tell she's had like surgeries and like she looks like a real woman, right? She has the hair, she looks like a real woman, everything. Long story short, she was just like, look, I'm just like a real woman, except you know how y'all don't want to have kids. That can't happen. Like y'all ain't never got to have no kids. You ain't got to never worry about that. She basically was like, we used to be a man, so we know what it's like to please a man.
Wow.
We don't gain weight from having children because like we always stay fit and we can always stay in shape. That we're very easygoing. You're never gonna have to argue with us. You're not gonna have to worry about no emotions. You're not gonna have to worry about this. Like all of these talking points that they had against women and why they don't want to be with women, the trans woman was saying, look, we don't, you know what I mean? And so you can be with a trans woman instead, because we can do these things for you because we know what men want. And that was literally her talking point. And she had over 150K views and likes.
So let me go deeper with the correlation, right? Let me go a little deeper with the correlation, and but staying on the subject. if you notice, like the LGBTQIA, the ones that are living in their truth, are they not happy, pleasant people to be around? Right? They are the most some of my
They love it.
closest friends are from that community. They are living in their truth. Okay, they don't care what anyone thinks. They're happy people. I always say, I don't care where you come from, what race, ethnicity, sexual identity. Just be a happy person around me.
That's right.
I don't care who you are, what you want to do. You want to sew a penis to your forehead. Just be happy when you come see me. Just be happy when you can see me, because I want to be around happy people, right? So that's another thing. I feel like a lot of these men are suppressing, right, their tendencies, because in society they have to be viewed as men. Because I'm like, there's no way you can be that miserable and that bitter if you were living in your truth.
Yeah,
it's just not possible for you to be that bitter and that miserable if you were living in your truth. So even though I used to use it as a joke, like go ahead and be gay already, now I literally mean it. Like maybe you should try, because maybe that's what the real issue is. And because you're not, diving into that or venturing into that, you're resenting women and taking it out on women.
Yeah. Let me say this. If I was thinking like, oh, I just hate the way men hands look. They're so stupid. And I wish they would just cut their stupid hair off. They look dumb and their noses are so like big. I wish they would do this. And, I just don't like the way men walk. I wish they would walk a little bit more feminine. And like, I would probably start second guessing my sexuality a little bit. Like if I hated that much about men, because like I love men. When I see them, I'm like naturally like attracted to men, right? I know that about myself. But if I naturally hated a lot of things about the way they were just biologically, right? You can hate things about them like they're violent or they're this, that, of course, right? But just the way they look and they complain about stuff that's, with women, it's like, but that's what we do. We wear makeup. Like this is the things that women do. And it's like, I don't know. They kind of have a lot of grievances about that. So I think that's an interesting point. When I saw that trans video, it really opened my eyes. And I want to play it one day because I want them to see her really go through the points of why you should date a trans woman and not a real woman. It's very similar to the Manosphere talking points. We've been listening.
Right. We have to set that up one day. And in this, I joke a lot, I play a lot, but right now I am dead serious. I think you Manosphere guys really should dig deep and ask yourself, do I even like women at all? Am I sexually attracted to women? And who knows, I may be with this, what I'm saying, freeing you, right? Go try it out. You
can literally be open now. I mean, like
get off the internet,
gender fluid.
Right, get off the internet, get away from those men, and dig deep, do some soul searching. And it's like, I may be attracted to men, and that is okay.
Yeah, it is. It's fine.
That is okay. You don't have to hate women or bash women because you're attracted to men. I say, free yourself. Life is short.
It really is.
And when you live in your truth, you free yourself and you're very, very happy. Be happy, be gay, right? So
I think it's good.
Kim said we stepping on toes in here. I'm sure. Thank you for the super chat, Tristan. He said, ladies, please keep pushing the Manosphere for them to be in romantic relationships with other men. That means more women for this simp, okay?
Tristan, it don't sound like you need no more women. The teachers, the students be coming after you and they mamas, and you got enough women, okay? I think you good.
Tristan is beating them off with a stick.
He beating them off. The mamas is asking the kids to ask him, to get the number.
Your doctrine said trans women have the highest deli rate ever, more than slaves. Their depression rate is unearthly. That is not a happy community. I don't know, Ildasha. I mean, I don't doubt you, but the trans women I know are very happy. I don't know, they're happy around me, but I get it because there's a lot going on with them emotionally. But I'm just saying, at least you have, at least in my opinion, you stand half a chance, because if you're gonna be a miserable man who really wants to be with men, you might as well go on and try.
Right.
Because that may make you happy. That may be the cure. You never
Yeah.
know. You're never going to know if you stay on the internet bashing women, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, just try it out, see if you like. So here's the thing though. I think a lot of what happens is they get disowned by their families, and that does contribute to depression. I have read that that they're often, ostracized from the family, and that does you want to be you want to be accepted. You don't want to just come out. You want people to be happy about it and everything, and I don't think that it's always well received, especially in certain communities that where we really
I think
we're
that's
homophobic. I don't want to say that, but we are in certain
right.
communities,
Very
right?
much so. And I
Yeah.
don't think that, and this is a shout out. I'm telling you, to you Manosphere guys that really should venture in to see if you like other men. Shout out to you guys, because I think a couple of you should free yourselves. I think that is the issue for a lot of you. Um, you know, you make a great point where it's not, I don't think it's transitioning that's the problem mentally and emotionally, is like you said, being accepted, because now they are transitioned, like they wanted to do that, but now it's like now you have to deal with society, you know what I mean, is ostracizing you, and your family is turning their back. So that would make a straight person depressed.
Yeah, that would.
Right? If I went out looking the way I look and the whole world was looking at me and whispering and giggling, and and then my mother didn't accept me for living in my truth as is the way I look, I'd be hella depressed too if my mother said get out, right? So that's a big factor too. So I don't think it's the transition itself. I think it's dealing with society after your transition. I'm still an advocate for go ahead and try, guys.
Maybe
Because that
just maybe just homosexuality, and then just go into the, because when you
right.
do that, you just maybe just go into the homosexuality first, and then say, okay, I want to go full throttle now. I want to change up.
I mean,
Yeah,
try being a bottom. You may like it.
I think they will like it.
I think you may like it. Jabari said, all the MGTOW guys I have encountered were dumped by a woman and have just never recovered. That, or they have latent homosexual desires. Some, not all. Jen, some, not all. I agree. I agree, Jabari. And I'm gonna let you use the some, not all, even though I said I retired that for this stream. I'm not gonna do the some, not all. If the rock hits you, it hits you.
It hits you.
Okay. I want to go on to the next thing. You guys are lighting up the comments, but I'm gonna be truthful. If they're not attached to a super chat, I'm not gonna catch them all. Tiffany Daniels. Hey, Tiffany. She says, you're right, Jen. It seems like men find fault in everything women do. Yeah, it's just not normal. And I understand gripes, because we have gripes about men. Like, girl, do you know blah, blah, blah. And, I understand a man saying like, she crazy. I don't know what's wrong with her. Like, I asked her what's wrong, and she don't tell me, like I'm supposed to guess. I'm not a mind reader. Healthy differences.
Yes.
Venus and Mars, we've always had healthy gender differences.
Like, girl, let me tell you what he did today. He always leave this open. Like, that's what we did. But then at the core, we still love y'all, and we still really want to be with you. We don't genuinely hate you or have just like a burning desire to destroy you. I think that's unnatural. If you really feel that, you got to explore that a little bit more, because it's deeper than just like, okay, sometimes women, I don't understand what they do, like some things about them. It's deeper than that. It's got to be some trauma that you haven't dealt with, some things you need to heal from. You shouldn't be dating nobody.
Like, there's no Boogatao, right? There's no women going their own way. there's no
we always loyal. We don't want to go nowhere. We want to stay with them, but we need to choose better, like, for real. So we
don't like the, what's up, El Nixon? We don't like the term who hurt you, but that is the truth, right?
Yeah.
We think it's insulting, but if there's something in you, men or women, that's unresolved, it's because you were hurt. and you're not dealing with it. So instead of looking at it as an insult, think for a minute. Pause. Who hurt me? Right? Big boy pants. Put the big boy pants on. Okay? Drop the gray sweatpants and put the big boy pants on. What's up, Mickey Rag? Good to see you. So I want to go on to the next subdivision. Okay. The next one in my Manosphere research that I discovered was,
is it the pickup artist? I knew it. I knew it.
Oh, you better play the lotto or something.
That's the ones that that's the ones that I've studied the most, because these are the most problematic for me. That's why.
Really?
Yeah.
So let's read it, and please lead the convo, since you already, and you guessed it. That's amazing.
Yeah, because I know that it's 4 of them, and I knew that this was the one. I was like, either she gonna do this one or the other one. Yeah, but
so
the pickup artist, yeah,
the PUAs,
yeah,
other pickup artists, which is, if you're just getting here, welcome into the room. Hit that like, subscribe. Okay, we're talking about the 4 divisions of the Manosphere, not the Manosphere that's in denial, not the Manosphere that claims they're not this. We are talking about the very, very, very loud and wrong Manosphere and their 4 divisions. This exists. This is real, whether they are in denial or not, whether they are saying the Manosphere is just a support group for men. BS. We're going over what it is. Okay, so we went over the MRAs, the MGTs. Now we're up to the PUAs, which is pickup artists. They teach men seduction strategies so they can be more successful attracting women. Many of these techniques involve negging women and disregarding consent. And negging, for those of you who don't know, is basically backhand compliments or telling them you'd look better if you lost 15 pounds. You're okay, but you'd look better if you lost 15 pounds. So that's basically negging. And Juana, you said this is one of the ones that sticks out for you. Please elaborate.
You know, because when I was doing research on the Manosphere, I realized that the entire ideology and concept was based on this pickup artistry. The guy who created this whole entire thing studied pickup artists. He studied them. And he used that as a way to manipulate and draw in women and teach men how to do that. And a lot of those men were successful in actually getting women to mate with them, getting women who wouldn't traditionally be interested in them to like all of a sudden find them interested. But what they found was, as the relationship aged, the women started to notice that they had been like deceived, right? Like they had been fooled. And so they kind of followed some of these relationships and realized that the women eventually leave these men, right? Because they realize that they've been duped or manipulated, or like the men have done something to kind of make them think certain ways. But it's interesting to me because a lot of men in this space do this very thing to us. They humiliate us, but they really just want to keep our self-esteem low so that we don't really realize how valuable we truly are to the world or to whoever, and that we don't like raise our standards, right? They want us to stay at a certain level, and they do this pickup artistry on women all the time. And I'm like, y'all are not really understanding that these men, they understand women's psychology to the point where they use these techniques to deceive us. And the women they completely fall for it in all of these environments. And I know that the Black Manosphere men do this specifically. Like, they have studied pickup artistry. They studied women's psychology. They know exactly how to get the women to, that's what Kevin Samuels do a lot of his videos, right? Like, he beats you down to kind of make you feel like you need his validation. You need him to kind of reinforce these values in you. He needs to build you up, and that you really need the Black man, or you really need their validation in order to feel worthy. And they do this technique. So it was really interesting. And I actually presented it because I talked about how like the alpha mentality, or that alpha word came from like a primatologist who really coined the term after studying primates.
Right.
He studied monkeys, right? They hate when I say that, but that's what he studied. He studied monkeys and their behavior, and he said that the way that the Manosphere is using the word alpha male was not his intention of it, right? So they've completely misused and misdefined the word and just like redefined it. And he's like totally against it because that's not what he observed when he watched how they interacted with each other. But again, these are animals. We are humans, and he said we are more complex, and we should not be comparing ourselves to animals. But they do anyway because they're animals. I guess they want to be animals. But yeah, I think that it's just very interesting that women don't know that these pickup artist techniques are used to kind of make them. It's like hypnotizing in a way. It's really like you have to be super careful who you let in your circle, who y'all listen to, who because you can't support these channels because you just don't know what they're using to draw you in and make you believe that you need their information in order to see yourself valuable and worthy. So yeah, I've been knowing this for a while, which is why I unsubscribed to like all of those Manosphere channels because I didn't want to hear that stuff no more. You know what I mean?
Well, I lost, speaking of animals, I lost track of how many men I met who compared themselves. I mean, I've met more lions and tigers and bears and silverbacks than I lost count of how many silverbacks I met and how many lions and Leo. And I was just like, yeah, it's a whole animal kingdom out here. What's up, Sherelle and Lucky? I want y'all to come up if y'all want to come up and talk about what you witnessed on the Manosphere. Sherelle, you'd be good for this because I know you are on a lot of pages and you're super neutral about it. Sherelle's good. She's so even keel. Like she can deal with it.
She's been in and out too. I wanna hear what she gotta say.
El Nixon, thank you for the super chat. He said, Jen and wanted everything wrong in my life, and it's all your fault. Welcome, Manosphere.
Thank you, El Nixon. I love to take credit for that. Everything that's happened bad.
Okay, I love to take credit for that. Okay, so we got Anna backstage. We're bringing up Annalicia.
Annalicia.
Late but ready.
I'm so look what the cat drag did. I'm so sorry, you guys. You guys look beautiful. Hello.
Hi.
You look beautiful as well. It's okay. Late but on time. It is all good.
I know they say you're running on Black people time, but it's true. It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. What did I miss? Bring me up to speed.
Okay, so I'm gonna bring you up to speed along with the new people that just got in here. If you just got in here, please hit that like and subscribe. Welcome, Annalicia. Here's the other, our 1/3 of AJT.
I'm sorry. Do I have to be crazy? Can I not? I don't want to be.
We're all crazy, sexy, cool.
I said we're all crazy, sexy, cool.
Oh, okay, that's fair. Because
I feel like I'm all three. I was like, I think I'm all three.
Yeah,
for sure.
I'm definitely all three.
That's why specifically I use that because we're all three. You guys have seen me cool as a fan sometimes, and then you've seen me chopping heads off, and then you've seen me do. So we're all crazy, sexy, cool. It's not one or the other. That's why I picked that. Honestly,
that's a balanced woman, in my opinion.
I think so. So. Absolutely. Jabari said silverbacks are actually the critical element of the studies of alpha behaviors.
They are. They were.
Okay. So let me catch you up to speed, Annalicia, and everybody in the room. Welcome, Block Stars. So Annalicia, we basically, I said I wanted to do this stream, but I didn't want to be a talking head. I wanted to actually study the Manosphere. So I did some research and I found the 4 divisions of the Manosphere. And we're talking about the Manosphere as it's presented, as it exists. Not the guys that say, well, I'm part of the Manosphere and I'm a nice guy. We're not talking to you, sir, 2 or 3 guys out of 5,000. We are talking in general, which is something men hate to hear. But like Annalicia loves to say, if it doesn't apply, let it fly, because we're going to be talking about you today. Okay? Really quickly, super chat break. Thank you, Il Doctrine, for the super chat. He says, Ladies, please turn the heat up. Too many dudes in here, not enough ladies. Sherelle is bomb. Platinum back simp. Not even silver. He's a platinum back simp. That's what I'm talking about.
We need more simps. We need
First
the
of all,
simps.
The simps are where it's at.
Thank you.
They are the guys that you should be dating. I don't understand why people say simps, especially if a Manosphere man calls him a simp. Get his number. Call him. Like them are the ones, because they are the ones that's like the real good dudes, right? Like
the thing about the Manosphere. So what I've also noticed, because I did a little bit of homework. Well, not really, but it's some studies that I've referenced. I had to look them up in the past. But what I find sort of is happening pervasively in the Manosphere is you have, and I'm going to say black men. Oh, you don't like it? I'm going to say black men. Okay. So
I like that.
what I find is, yeah, but like, come on, like just stop crying. It is what it is. But black men, what I find, there was a study done, and it was basically about men who score with very high characteristics and very high traits on the narcissism continuum, because like especially heterosexual narcissistic men, they tend to have they become enraged when they feel like women are withholding something from them, right? Like if they want something and they can't have it, you become the target, right? So what I find in the Manosphere is these are frustrated incels, or even if they are getting some, they're not getting it at the degree that they feel they should be getting it, because there's that sense of entitlement, that element there, right? And you see that with really narcissistic men. So I read a study, and I'm going to put it in the back chat. I want to quote it because I don't want to paraphrase. I don't want people to think that like this is, so it said, hetero narcissistic men become enraged at people who deny them gratification, whether it is social status, having a trophy partner, or sexual gratification, obviously. So yeah, that if that doesn't describe the black Manosphere, I don't know what does. These are an entitled group of men.
That's right.
Who are organizing and congregating to whine, cry, and complain about Black women and how they don't have access to Black women, and how Black women aren't doing what they want and submitting and being docile or going 50-50. Like it never ends.
That's
so
right.
I'm going to put that study in it's crazy over here. I'm going to put that study in the back chat because it's a real study. Sorry, it's a real study. And I found it interesting because I drew so many parallels and correlations between the behavior of Black men in the Manosphere and men who score high on the narcissistic, the continuum, right? Because it's a continuum, it's a spectrum. So there could be men who are high on the spectrum, and there could be men who are sort of mid-level, and then kind of low. So not really, you wouldn't really have any adverse. Do you guys hear that honking?
A little bit. A little bit, yeah.
The problem.
It's not
but
overwhelming.
I think it's interesting because I think of the Manosphere, and I really do think that they're entitled. They are hypersensitive, which narcissistic men and people are. They're like chronically insecure people. Like at the core of them, they're very, very insecure. They don't have a very strong sense of self or identity. So these men are sort of usurping, or they're sort of superimposing themselves or their identities through the Manosphere, right? It's like they don't have a real place. They don't know what to do. They don't know who they are. They don't know how to get what they want. So they're a part of this group, which happens to be, it's asinine, but now they feel like they belong, right? They can complain. People are going to listen. And some of them really feel like a booty goon, Kevin Samuels, is going to come and save their life and get them a wife or give them access to beautiful women. Like, listen, most of the men in the Manosphere are unattractive. That's why you're not getting women. You're unattractive. You're insecure. And guess what? Even if you're not unattractive, insecurity is unattractive. So then it's going to get you there. Like, it's enough.
Yep. So like I said, Annalisa was late, but she's always on time. She just covered number 4, the 4th division of the Manosphere, which is the incel. And the incel is an involuntary celibate. They believe they are entitled to relationships with women, but are incapable of finding one. Multiple acts of violence and even murder have been attributed to this group. And I know we've all heard stories. It probably stuck with us the most, ladies, but I've heard stories of women rejecting men and having been killed because they rejected them.
Yeah.
So this is why I said earlier in the stream that this is becoming dangerous for women, even more so, because it's already dangerous out here for women, right?
Yeah.
But it's becoming more dangerous because these people are cultivating an entire culture. They're now talking to young boys who are repeating the manosphere lingo, like red pill, blue pill, alpha, male, beta male, cuck, femoid, gynocentrism. So now the youth is now they're saying these words and uttering this language. So just to catch you up to speed, and Alicia, I know she dips in and out sometimes.
Yeah, she'll come right back. That's what happens last time. It's really rage bait. It's damaging to young men, right?
Absolutely.
It's a rage bait thing where they try to get all these young boys, or people who share their beliefs to kind of incite them and create this whole sensationalized view of women, and and then they incite the audience, and that's what they do. They know that the men who listen don't understand the bigger picture like they do, right? Like most times the person who's leading the pack, they understand exactly what they're doing. But the men who are listening, they have no idea. They think that, oh, I just connect with these men and I'm really hearing information that I can take. Well, I don't even know if they really think that. They kind of find some shared belief, right? I don't know if they truly believe that this is really real information or if they just want to connect on some level, right? I don't know.
I think
the really quickly, the 4 divisions where the MRAs, men rights activists, the MGTOWs, men going their own way, the PUAs, the pickup artists, and then you came in on the incels. So guys who are just coming into the room, that's what we're talking about today is the manosphere, pseudo-masculinity. I say it is, and I said I would prove it today with Annalicia and Juana. You guys can rebut if you like. I will drop the link eventually after we present our case of why we think it's pseudo-masculinity, because masculinity means, I love me a definition. Qualities or attributes regarded as characteristics of men. Okay? Not effeminate men, not angry men, not bitter men, just men. That's what masculinity means. So the manosphere is some whole other thing where they present as male because they have penises, but they are far from masculine. And it's because of these 4 divisions, the MRAs, the MGTOWs, the PUAs, and the incels. Okay. So I told you I'd be breaking this down today. All right. So I wanted to talk a little bit because there was somebody harping in the comments about, oh, that's your experience and that's not all the manosphere, blah, blah. Maybe you ladies can talk about when you felt like you got caught up in the whirlwind of a manosphere on one of the panels on YouTube and what your experience was, since yes, we're talking about our experiences and the experiences of many other women who have the same exact experiences.
So can I go?
Yes.
Yeah, go.
Okay, is this popcorn style or is it going to be, we could do it in order because it's Jen and then Juana and then myself.
Well, I've been talking, so you go ahead. And,
you got here, so please add.
Okay, they're not going to like it, but so first of all, my introduction to the manosphere, more specifically the Black manosphere, was Saint and Sinner. That was my first. I had no idea what it was prior to being on YouTube, prior to starting my channel. And initially my channel was created for mental health purposes, right? To connect with people who may be struggling, who don't understand trauma, who don't understand mental health and so on and so forth. So I don't know why my algorithm, I don't know why it popped up, but something came into my feed and I saw a short, tiny little man, a very tiny man, a man child physically. You guys could laugh. He's tiny. This is a tiny man. But I saw him and I saw the finger up like this and I saw the preaching. So I'm like, okay, let me see what this black man is doing. So I clicked on his thing and I was listening, and I saw black men in the chat, right? Like, yeah, these women, these gold diggers, these simps, and da 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 da. And I'm like, what's happening right now? So I didn't comment, but he was like, this is what you do if you want your woman to submit to you. I can make any woman submit to me. I don't have to do, like, he was going on and on and on. And I'm like, what planet am I on? What universe am I on? Right? Like, so I think I reached out, or I was messaging him and I was like, yo, what are you talking about? Are you guys out of your mind? Like, this is not the way the real world works. This is like, it was like that movie, Woody Allen's movie. I don't know. Was it Manhattan? And where it's like, I'm due on planet Earth now. It was like one of those moments. Like, what's happening? What are you talking about? And very insecure men feel the need to have to position themselves in that way, right? In the, you will submit to me, right? Like that sort of threatening, predatory disposition. Like, slap yourself. You're tiny. You're not, like, relax. Take it easy. So he and I connected on the back end, and he's like, oh, okay, let's do an interview. So I'm like, okay, don't know what an interview is. I thought we were just going to be talking about the nonsense he was talking about, but it turned out, okay, it's an interview. So as the interview is going on, it's becoming a little bit more insidious. It's becoming a little bit more contrived. I'm starting to realize that, okay, maybe I put myself in a bad position here, because I didn't know what the Manosphere was. I didn't know what a red pill was. I didn't know that this was truly a man's belief system. Like, it blew my mind. So as the interview went on, I sort of became contemptuous and defensive because black men in the chat were attacking me. It became very divisive. And at one point he came with the Jim Jones, like, I will make you submit. And it was just like this cult-like response where these black men in the chat were like, oh yeah, you will submit to saint and sinner. I was like, yo, what's happening right now? Like, what's happening? So I'm like, okay, now I understand. It's insecure. We know what happened to Jim Jones. We know what his problem was, right? So I sort of realized, I became defensive. Then he started taking calls. I think the minute that he realized, because he was asking me about my personal life, and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm married, and you know, since the pandemic, obviously things have been happening, but I have a family and yada, yada, yada. At one point he goes, okay, well, what if I said to you that I will take care of you and your children, but you will be my wife, or you'll live with me like in a concubine, and you will submit to me. If I asked you that, what would you say to me? So I'm like, are we having a conversation? Like, are you really, what is this?
Did he just propose?
Is this some sort of a degenerate reprobate dating show? Like, well, what is this? So I'm like, what do you mean? Like, what are you saying? No, you're not it. No, stop, cut it out. Focus, stick to the topic at hand. He's like, well, this is why, black man in the chat, you see, I am a high value black man, and she is saying no, she doesn't want her children to be taken care of. So look at this black woman, black man. Yo, I just was like, okay. So really, that was my introduction to the Manosphere. Wow. That was my introduction to absolute degeneracy at the highest level. And at the root of it was insecurity. And he still tries to page me and be like, hey, because it went viral. It went viral. That's what happens. And people say, like, you're not that sick. He's really not that sick of a YouTuber. But he went viral because I helped him go viral. I made him go. It was me. I was the catalyst. I don't want to toot my own horn, but let's be honest. So he's paging me now on the back end. He's like, hey, let's do a part 2. I'll give you some money this time. And I'm like, listen, that introduction and that interaction with that tiny man, I was shook. So ever since then, my worldview has changed. And it's not because, oh, one bad apple spoils the bunch. It's because I've since encountered 1,000 other
Right.
Black men who have the same worldviews, who have the same talking points, who are just as narcissistic, in my estimation, just as psychopathic. And I'm like, okay, this is a problem. It's pervasive. It's definitely a phenomenon. It's more than just a cultural thing. This is how these men really think. This is how they operate and move in the world. This is how they interact with women in the world. This is a problem. This is a problem. And so here I am, and it's going to get worse from here.
Right. I want to do sidebar real quick. I love you, Daryl. You know I do. But he said there, and I knew this was going to come up too. And I'm going to attack all the points today, guys. Sorry.
Yeah.
Today. He said there are men of all races in the manosphere. There are videos of men of all races complaining about women. We don't care. I don't date white men. I date Black men. I married a Black man. I had a child with a Black man. My whole world is black. Blackity black. If I wet my hair, an afro pops out. So it doesn't matter to me if the white guys do it, if the Asians do it, if the Latins do it. We are in a Black world. And this is where we have to exist. And this is where we have to date. And this is where we have to marry. And this is where we have to raise children. So great diversion, but I don't care what other races are doing. And I know that's always the retort. I don't care. I don't care what the Asian men are doing.
Right. But here's another issue with that. So like always, because Black men, you're just not original, you know? So the white man came out with the Manosphere first, and then you jumped on the bandwagon, like always, like right always.
Here, the comment.
So, but there are differences between Black Manosphere and the white Manosphere, based on my own experiences, what I've observed.
There are.
White men are not saying, these white women, Karen, white. No, their view of the world is women in general. And I'm not saying it's not problematic. There's a problem, most definitely, but it's not relegated to their women specifically. It's all women. They feel that all women have an edge to them, or a gold digging sort of a predisposition, whatever it is. Black men are the ones, see, you copy white men, but you don't get it right. That's the problem, right? Black men are the only one that came up here talking about blackity Black women, Keisha, weave, baby mamas, even though we're creating the baby mamas. So it's like Black men don't even understand. To the outside world, the Black Manosphere is a joke. That's why it'll never go mainstream. That's why Booty Goon, Kitten Heels, unless he's gonna run down the catwalk, he's not gonna go viral either. Because the world looks at the Black Manosphere and they think, okay, something's wrong with these people. Something's wrong. You're not gonna go mainstream. It's not gonna blow up. It's relegated to Black YouTube, aka Blackistan, aka degeneracy. So, like, you have to understand the way, have some introspection, right? The way that the world looks at you and your opinion, your perspective, is bad. It's bad. Even white men in the Manosphere will look at Black men in the Blackosphere and be like, "Yo, like, well, what's wrong with you? Like, why denigrate your own women? Your mother is Black. You came from the Black womb. Your daughter is Black. Your baby mother is Black, or your wife, your sister. Like, why not? You know, why is it exclusive to Black women? Like, how much do you hate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 is my question, right? It's like 11. Okay, fine, but come out and say that. Don't blame everything on your mom. Like, you're a man. At some point, stand on your two, hold your nuts, and grow up.
Yeah. Have you seen any man in the white manosphere or any of the non-Black manospheres blame the women for their failed patriarchies? Have you seen that? Because, like, I have not ever seen one white man say, these single white women are because of you are the reason why we can't have a patriarchy. Like, never have I ever seen any man that's the one major difference that I've noticed, is that they do not blame women for their lack of patriarchy. In fact, they still have a patriarchy that they can reference and or talk about holes in the patriarchy and things that they want to reclaim, but they still acknowledge that they do have a patriarchy, right? And they do have a level of dominance over their women that Black men do not. And they even acknowledge that Black men have been in a subjugated role to white men and Black women, right? And a lot of times when they say things about some of the things that they say, like blame us for like being single mothers and everything, like they criticize the men who say those things. Like they think that's not they actually make fun of them and think that's like not manly. They don't understand. They don't even understand it.
Too.
Yeah.
Other groups of men look at Black men like it's a joke. It's a plaything. Like it's a joke. Like they and really affluent Asian and white men that I know or that I work with, they'll and it's not and for me it's uncomfortable because it's embarrassing. I'm not sitting around like, oh, the poor Black man. No, like, yo, it's true. It's true. I'm not going to cop a plea for you. I'm not your defense attorney. It's true. Other groups of men look at Black men and they're like, what's wrong with you? Like we're not concerned with what our women are doing. So much so that we gave them feminism. We said, here you go. Here, feminism could not have happened unless white men gave it the green light.
Why didn't it take?
You go.
But why didn't it take anybody else's? Why didn't it take anybody else's patriarchal society? Why is Black men the only men who their patriarchal was affected heavily by feminism? I just don't get that. Like every other man has maintained control and power and still dominance over their women as far as the income gap, everything else is still in place. Yeah, they have, some things but overall, they've maintained dominance over their women.
They're going to say feminism. Why
is it that feminism?
No, Juana. They're going to say slavery. You and I both know slavery. They're going to bring you to the plantation. You're going to go sit down and pick cotton until you get to the bottom of their failure.
I forgot about that. We've been out for 402 years.
Black women weren't slaves. Black men. So Black women transcended that plight, right? Slavery. Black men came off the plantation. They were done. It was a wrap like this. And Whitey sat back and said, well, that was easy. Right. Well, that was easy. But the thing is, other groups of men have been subjugated as well. Like, and that's another problem I have with Black men. It's the low IQ for me. And I'm not saying all Black men, but in these spaces, these are not high vibrational, high functioning Black men, point blank period. In the Black manosphere, you're not going to find anybody that's going to split the atom. They're not that smart. Let's be honest. So what I find is they don't truly know they don't know history. Right? Everything is Black history. But what happened in Asia? What happened in Europe? Right? How were these nations built? How did a nation go from being a third nation to a first? Like, do your homework and you will
study the patriarchies of men because you love their women. So you might as well.
I love what Annalisa said because it's an issue I have too, where it's like I feel like they covet you know what I mean? Oppression. It's like, it's mine. I'm like, you don't know any Puerto Rican activists who you think hung the Puerto Rican flag on the Statue of Liberty, who you think ran into the Capitol before, Whitey did it. We ran in there. Have you heard of Lolita Lebron? Have you heard about Bisu Campos? Have you heard of Felicitas Gomez?
Nice.
Have you heard of any of these people who died and were arrested and got murdered because they were fighting in the history? Have you heard, besides Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, do you know anything about oppression in this country beyond that? And I want to address Shay Treadwell. He said, man, this is some weird stuff, LOL, although I doubt he was really laughing out loud. If a man MGTOWs and leaves women alone, he's still a problem. What the fuck are we in North Korea? So let me address that really quickly and go back to the definition of the MGTOWs here. So the MGTOWs, men going their own way, argue that women are so toxic, men should avoid them altogether. Some MGTOW will date women but avoid commitment, while others won't even be friends with them. That, sir, is toxic. Also, there's nothing wrong with a man leaving women alone if he leaves them alone all the way and doesn't bash them. He can leave him alone. I even said I think he should venture into seeing if he's a homosexual. I think that's healthy if he ventures into seeing if a homosexual, because maybe he wants to leave women alone all the way and doesn't know how. So I am an advocate. If you hate women, you may like men, and I'm not trying to be funny or insulting. I seriously mean you may be interested in men and you haven't come to terms with it. So there's nothing wrong with you leaving women alone, but leaving women alone also means leaving them be. Okay, so going back to our first experiences and our introductions to the Manosphere, I'll say mine, and then one of you can say yours. Mine was on that attorney show. I got into a verbal fisticuffs with this guy named Donovan Sharp. I didn't know about the red pill, the Manosphere, anything like that. He just was debating me in a very feminine nature, and I was just telling him respectfully, my name is Jen, and he kept calling me boo-boo and sweetheart and sweetie. I think that's very feminine behavior. I don't know any heterosexual man, and I said this on the panel, who will call me boo-boo, sweetie, honey pie, sweet cupcakes. And I'm telling him, just call me by my name. You can just address me as Jen. I will never address you as anything other than your name. Just address me as Jen. And he kept on and on and on. And I called him a bitch ass nigga. And then they try to make it like, oh, look, she's a racist. I'm the racist, but you're the one sweating on a white woman every night, sir. So then that's when I got attacked by the Manosphere. That was my introduction to the Manosphere. I was like, oh, so you guys are like a crew, like a beehive. But prior to that, I didn't know about the Manosphere and all these guys get together. And it's like, yeah, get her, get her. I had no idea. But of course, they try to turn it into something else, and they threw racism in there. And I was like, I've never cracked my leg to a white guy. You sweat on one every night. So you can't come to me, you know what I mean, about racism and what have you, right? So that was my introduction. And then that was a big stink. And they were making reaction videos of me and what have you. You already know how this, you know, this Black verse works on YouTube.
Oh, definitely.
Content is the beef, not really the content. So that's what happened. That's how I was introduced to it. And I was like, what's this red pill stuff? And then I was like, oh, and then I started asking about it. And guys were like, red pill is this and blue pill is that. And, you know, incels are this. And I was like, okay, all right, cool, whatever. It's really stupid. I would hope that these men would have better things to do, but I did it. I'm gone. So that was my introduction. Juana, what was yours? If you have something to add, Anna, to what I just said.
Yeah, I wanted to ask if you could put up Eternal Reign's comments about, it said something about Black men are not allowed or something like that. I wanted to read it out. I thought it was interesting because it's funny. Like, that's what I'm saying. The world looks at men and it's a joke. It's an idiot thing. Like, it's just a joke.
Yeah, I forgot what I saw what he said. He said something.
What's his name?
Eternal Reign, I think.
Yeah, Eternal Reign.
Yeah,
Eternal Reign.
But I also want to go into MGTOW as a philosophy. I talked about it on my channel. I think if someone really truly desires to not be with women, and I don't care what people think. I think that,
this one.
No. It's above that one.
Yeah,
it's kind of a long one, and it says Black men are not allowed. Of course not.
Who's stopping you? I don't.
Oh, this one. Okay. Black men are not allowed to claim MGTOW because their behavior has been exactly what MGTOW is against: promoting degeneracy and destroying female futures in the name of cheap bangs and ego stroking. Are you sure, sir? Are you sure?
That's what I'm saying. Black men can't do anything right. They're like, you copy whitey, and they give you a chance. They try to ingratiate you, and you get it wrong. It's like you can't even be the right kind of MGTOW. You can't even go your own way properly. Like, you have 2 left feet trying to go your own way. It's sad. It's just sad. But
they should have just created their own something. Don't even call it.
And even the whole red pill, wasn't that a Black woman's conception? Like, wasn't that didn't a Black woman come up with it? So not only can you not come up with your own degenerate way of living your life, you have to usurp a Black woman's idea and then run with it to the extent that it's a lifestyle. It's a choice. You're selling t-shirts. You're like, what? Like,
Not
yo,
the
it's
t-shirt.
sad. You can't do, you can't even, like, white men will give you the blueprint like this. And you guys are, what? Like it's hieroglyphics. Like, it's sad. Black women, like,
See,
get
I've
your
seen the
own
no
thing.
skimping t-shirts. I've seen
They
the no
love-
Get
skimping.
your own thing. Do your own thing. And then the thing with the MGTOW is, psychologically speaking, if you don't, and I do agree with Jen, if you don't like women, be with men. Be with, if you don't like men or women, try dogs. Go to Scotland on a farm or something and do what you need to do. But at the end of the day, our brains are designed to connect and be with other people, especially an interpersonal romantic relationship. That is the way every wiring in your brain is literally, it's there so that you can connect. The point of our being is to connect with one another. And the further away you get from connecting, the more inhumane you become. Right? Because that's what makes you human, right? It's a sense of consciousness. It's a sense of connecting. You have to connect with other people so you could see yourself in others. If you don't see yourself in other people, psychopath, that's where the lack of empathy comes in, right? Because if you don't see yourself in others and you don't see people as being whole individuals who are an extension of yourself to some extent, you're liable to do anything to them and have no remorse. And that's what you see with psychopaths. They don't connect with other people. They exploit, they are predators. And that to me, and anyone who's drawn to a MGTOW movement, that to me speaks of a more problematic pathology. You don't want to be with women and men? You want to be on your own. You want to be on an island. That's a problem. That's a problem.
Super chat break. Thank you, Tristan, with the darkness picture. I'm gonna beat you up. Don't start with me today. Said, would most men in the manosphere get women if they wash their ass? A lot of those motherfuckers stink.
He's stupid. He is so stupid.
I also want to piggyback off of something that you said, Annalicia, and address this guy's comment. The eternal, what's his name? There's so many freaking comments, but I really want to.
I want to address one of the comments too, because I just saw something. I was like, yeah, go ahead.
Hold on, where is this guy?
Eternal Rain.
Yeah, he's gone.
Did he delete it?
Because they're very
yeah.
Tristan Jason. Yes, we don't need the police. Super chat break. Necessary evil. Thousands of men. Trauma bonding won't ever evolve. Here's a smoothie, Jen. Thank you so much. Necessary. She always dropping by to hit me with a smoothie. So this, sir, Eternal Rain. I don't know if you got here late. He says you should not suggest other people's sexuality that clearly indicates a deep rift in your psyche, a desire to shame men by emasculating them. You are a liar. So here's the thing, sir. Yo no tengo pelo en la lengua, right? That means that we don't bite our tongue, right? If I want to emasculate a man, I will say something like bitch ass nigga. I will say something, you're acting like a little bitch. I will say you're a girl, you're feminine. That's how I emasculate men. I don't beat around the bush. So maybe you got here late. Earlier, I was saying, piggybacking off of what you said, Annalicia, that men should, the MGTOWs, the MRAs, the Manosphere, the red pills, should explore if they are attracted to men because they do not like women. That is not shaming. That is logic, sir. Okay? So I am not a liar. If I am a woman and I am constantly talking about how much I hate men, the way they walk, the way they talk, the way they smell, the way they react, I may prefer to be with women. Okay, so I'm not shaming anyone. I am an advocate for the LGBTQIA, and I am suggesting that if you want to go your own way, like Annalicia said, you don't want women and you don't want men, there's something wrong there. So either you are on the verge of being psychopathic or you are homosexual. And I am simply suggesting, as a friend, that you explore that. Okay, I hope that helps clear it up.
And also, like this what I'm saying. You guys these men are not smart. So Mr. Rucker said something, and he said, I can't remember what he said. He said something to the effect of, what did he say?
He said, do we really think they care about?
If men are truly going MGTOW, do you really
think
they care about anything but themselves?
Yeah.
If someone doesn't care about anything but themselves, something's wrong with them. Do you understand? And I'm not saying self-preservation is obviously our number one. That comes first. Preserve the self, take care of the self, keep the self safe, no problem. But if someone is inherently and pathologically selfish to the point where they will exploit and destroy anything and anyone in their path, which if you're a selfish person, if you guys know any really chronically selfish people, who wants to hang out with them? Put your hand up. You don't want to be around people who only care about themselves. So if that is their pathology, yeah, they should be gone. Something is wrong. We are here to care for one another. We're here to connect and build with one another. That is the way that the organ works, sir. It doesn't work to be selfish pathologically and chronically. And this is what I'm saying. These men come up here and they tell on themselves, oh, don't shame that. So she's shaming you because you haven't realized it yourself yet. Stop telling on yourself. Don't tell on yourself. Talk to your therapist. Write it in your diary. Don't come on YouTube and tell on yourself. No one said anything about shame. She didn't say anything was wrong with if you like dogs. We didn't even shame that. We said go your own way on the farm. We said that. But you're coming up here and you're projecting your pathology. Stop telling on yourself. Write it in a book, sir. Stop coming on YouTube and lying and telling on yourself. We don't shame people who like men, listen, whatever works for you. We're also pointing out that there may be issues with a pathology that subscribes to and that is drawn to a movement like go your own way. That's a problem.
Yeah, like you're not going to be able to gaslight this situation and try to don't do that. We're going to call you out because we know narcissistic behavior. We know that you guys are going to gaslight. We know what you're saying. We did not call men gay, okay? We did not call men gay. We said that if you inherently do not like women, that maybe you should explore your sexuality. And we told you that the trans women have very similar arguments regarding the manosphere. Like they have very similar arguments to the manosphere. So that may be some here.
Yeah. I really need some of my trans friends read.
Like he is really projecting right now. And
stop telling on yourself. This is YouTube, sir. This is YouTube.
Tell us exactly when we called all men gay. Like tell us
rewind
exactly
the tape. This is live.
Exactly when did we say that? Because this is what you guys do. But you do it to less intelligent people so they don't catch on, but we have caught on. We're not going to let you do that. We're going to call you out and we're going to say something about you lying.
If you like men, you like men, and there's nothing wrong with that.
That's fine.
Whatever makes your boat float.
We didn't say you couldn't be gay.
How dare you shame men, and how dare something is wrong. You something is wrong. If I see someone walking and their shoelaces are untied, I'm gonna notice. I'm gonna say, hey, something's wrong. You could trip, tie your leg. Something's wrong with people who subscribe to go your own way. Something is wrong with people who have the level of hate and vitriol towards women. Something is wrong.
Something is wrong.
Something is wrong. If you are highly narcissistic, something's wrong. If you're a psychopath, something's wrong. At the biological level, at the physiological level, something's wrong. That's it.
It's just not a natural reaction. It's not a natural reaction to women. It's not a natural reaction. It's just
Jabari and whoever else. I just dropped the link. I know Jabari, you've been wanting to come up here. Super chat. Wow, people are feeling it backstage. We bring in all the smoke. We bring in Jen.
So
I wanted to, Mr. Rucker, even when you have a picture like this, cut it out, beat it with that. But Mr. Rucker is trying to justify his chronic and pathological selfishness. Sir, did anybody say, and this I'm saying, it's the low IQ for me, because it's the comprehension. The comprehension, it's what goes from the mouth to your ear. Something in between happens. Something.
Yes, we were talking about self-reliance. And
I actually said that our number one goal as humans, obviously outside of connecting, the brain says protect yourself, preserve oneself. So I actually prefaced my comment with that. That's what I'm saying. The comprehension is low. The ego is big. The money is also low. The looks are not great.
He's the prenup person.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, get a prenup for what? For your muscle protein shakes? Like, relax, sir.
If you're poor, you don't need a prenup. That just doesn't make
your steroids.
sense.
She's not going to take your steroids when it's all said and done. Like, calm down.
We don't get
like that's all you have.
Yeah, we just
prenup. Okay, super chat break before we bring up the gentlemen because they are backstage.
Super
chat break. Ill Doctrine, thank you for the super chat. Says, ladies, I'm biracial and therefore not black. Stares at Juana. So I'm in the clear, right? I don't have to date men, right? My counts. That's an insider.
We did not say black men had to date men, so don't even L Doctrine put that out there.
I know, right?
My men do not date men.
Next thing you know, Latina tells black men to date black men.
Right. We did not say that. Let's make that very clear. We did not say that.
If that's what you want, though, that's also what we want. That's what we want. Because we know that the HIV rates in the black community are high, and it's because you're running around. You're getting
just
down
do
to
it.
the ground,
We're okay with it.
And you're not telling anybody.
Yeah.
You haven't told yourself, but then you're transmitting this HIV all over the place. You're a problem. It's a problem. No matter how you cut the degenerate cake, everyone gets a slice. It's the same slice. Period.
L. Nixon said, he said he going his own way after this.
until the
next time. He going. Wait, I didn't tell my story, my introduction.
Eternal Rain said he's been MGTOW since 14. The age of 14, you went your own way.
I believe
you have
him.
Parents?
I believe
Do you have
him.
a therapist?
No, he said 24. Happened? He said 24.
No, he 24. Said 14.
Oh,
sir.
He said he's white. He said he's white, but he'd have to cam up to prove that.
Yeah, I would love to see it.
I don't care if he's green. What happened at 14, Patha, in your mind, where you said, you know what, been there, done that. It's not for me. At the ripe age of 14, you went your own way. Where's your mom? Where's your dad? Where's your therapist? What happened? You guys are saying who hurt you.
That's so
that
weird.
Sounds like a hurt person who is so afraid that they went their own way. They said, you know what? This is too much. I'm going my own way. At
14 years old.
That's young.
That's actually
scary.
Very sad.
That's really scary to me.
Well, let's just be happy that he's the age he is now. He didn't run up into high school because we all know what happens when white guys go their own way at 14. And
that's right.
I'll leave it there. Thank you, L. Nixon, for the super chat. Gentlemen, I'm gonna bring you up, but I want give Juana some grace to give her story about her introduction to the Manosphere.
Yeah, maybe they can write down their notes while they're waiting.
Yes, it's very important that we get out how we were introduced to this hell that the Manosphere has turned into. Even though there are a couple of nice guys that are in the Manosphere, right, Philly?
No, y'all all the same. Okay, so here's the thing.
Dave, Bryant, Russ, and Philly are in the building. But guys, I want Juana to give her a story. Please, Juana, how were you introduced?
Well, most people know that I was introduced through Lapeef, and I was literally in the Facebook group. And they were on there talking about red pill, blue pill, crazy stuff, and how women need to submit and how women are too fat and they don't deserve men and all this crazy stuff. And I'm in the chats and I'm going crazy. And then similar to Annalicia, I was invited onto the show after that because I was like in the chat, going back and forth. And then after that, unlike you, I decided, I'm going to keep going and I'm going to be a regular part of the show instead of stepping away right after that horrible experience. So I was like, this is great. I'll be on this show. And so I literally was on the show and I just I didn't know exactly what the Manosphere was. Like you said, I just was hearing all these concepts and like understanding I didn't even know how deep it was until I started to do research, went on Kevin Samuel's show and I did all of that stuff and I got real deep in it. But I was telling them that I was really in a male validation mindset for a long time. And once I woke up, like I don't need these. Like, I don't care what they think. I absolutely have no give no fucks about how they feel about me. So once I realized that I was dealing with insecure men who was just so happy to be around me and in my presence and attach their name to me and use my femininity or use my masculinity, so they call it, to exploit me and make me look bad and humiliate me. Once I started catching on to that, I was like, oh no, I'm not going to participate in this no more. For what? Why am I going to let somebody use me? So that's how I got kind of introduced to this whole thing. And yeah, I've been learning ever since, and now I found my lane now. So
now, how long?
We love you.
I am ready. What'd you say?
How long were you there, Juana?
I didn't hear you for some reason. I don't know what happened.
I said, how long were you there? How long?
Oh, I was on that show for over a year, a long time. Like, I was on the show for a very long time. And
you got therapy after.
We literally started where we had like 8 people on Facebook, right? We weren't even going live on YouTube and stuff. And then it just took off. And similar, I went on Kevin Samuel's show, and then like overnight we got like 10,000 subscribers. Just like right after that. And it just went crazy. It went super viral, and it went like YouTube crazy, men who was like stalking me and acting crazy after that. Then that's when I really realized like the Manosphere is some weird folks. You know what I mean? That's when I really realized that.
Hold on, Juana, we had the same experience, except for you actually joined the cult.
Yes, I joined.
You joined the cult.
I joined, and you didn't. And so I
didn't join the cult. I went on the tirade, but I didn't join the cult. And so, so D. Darrell, no, look at your face. You had the hubris to put your real face as your avatar. And you think that we're gonna recognize you as someone that we would want, like that to me, you the hubris that these black men come on YouTube and they think that they're Idris Elba. Like, sir, shut your channel down, sir.
But what does he mean by
that? Avatar picture, sir.
He's like that. Kevin Samuels don't even recognize us.
Who? Okay. I don't know if he meant us or the Manosphere. I'm not sure.
Oh, I thought he was saying us. I was like, so I don't care if he recognizes.
No, nobody wants a closeted homosexual man to recognize us. He doesn't even recognize. He doesn't recognize his own sexuality. Who cares? We don't care. Like, stop.
Like, for real.
And I wanted to ask you, Juana. I wanted to ask if you found that throughout the course of that year.
Did I what?
Did you recognize? Oh, the Manosphere. Well, you know, I wish I could say that I'm sorry, but I mean,
Darrell, I don't know. You said you posted the data. You sure it'll be ignored? I don't know what you posted. There's a lot of comments. If you want to come up, you can come up.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, welcome.
Okay.
Welcome.
Oh, hold on.
She had a question.
I just wanted to ask Jen a question about her experience.
Yes.
And also, listen, to address Eternal Rain, because he really had the nerve to come up here and say, I'm a very cold person, as if going your own way at 14 is not the biggest indicator of how cold and empty you must be. But you know what? Whatever makes your boat float, women and men, because I do think that there is something there, stay away from individuals like Eternal Rain. But just stay away. But I wanted to know, Juana, from you, did you find that throughout your tenure or throughout your experience with the degenerates, did you find that, were you very open as a human being, right? Did you find that you were open to talk about your experiences, your vulnerabilities? And did you find that they would turn around and weaponize it against you?
I was so completely naive to the situation. I thought that they were like family for some reason. I was like, okay, they hurt me in the public, but private they were cool, and they thought that I was like a sister, and I really believed that for a long time. And I would tell them things, you know, and I would share things about my personal life, about me being married, because I wasn't married at the time, but I was like dating and, you know, falling in love and everything. And I would talk about it. And then it turned into like, yo, man, a simp. And then it turned into like, oh, and then you a hoe, and you know, you wanted all of us. And then like trying to hoe shame me, slut shame me, discredit me any way they could. Talk about my family, talk about everything, my kids, everybody, nothing was off limits. It was just a real, like, oh, I was a drunk too, that missed all these shows and all this crazy stuff that was said about me that was all like false and stuff. So yeah, it really, I think they tried to discredit me, but a lot of people saw straight through it.
And this is what I'm saying. Like, this is, there's the predatory edge, and it's so bad. It's so dangerous with these Black men, and they're all the same way. They're all the same way. I remember when I was being interviewed, because I sort of got the sense at some point that, oh, you're really gonna sit here and you're trying to drag single mothers.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's what you're trying to do. No, not today. Not today, Jim Jones. Pas aujourd'hui, pas maintenant. So I thought about it and I became triggered immediately. I was like, yo, wait a minute.
Let me just say, we have 63 people in the room lurking and watching. I'm about to shut off my comments, and you're not going to be able to lurk us, okay? This is a dope show. We are breaking it down today. There's a lot of heat and spice, and I only got 46 likes. Okay, hit the
everybody like.
Just pretend she's telling you what you want to hear.
Or you can dislike it. You still get impressions from dislikes, Jen.
They can dislike it too.
They can dislike it, and it still gives her impressions, but dislike or like it.
But what I wanted to say, Juana, is despite, because I remember it was all about it was all about single mothers. It sort of turned into that sort of, and so then I became triggered, and that's when the dichotomy began, right? Yes, and I'm like, wait a minute. What do you say? I'm a single mother. That's but right. and when I said it, it was because I'm actually legally, like, I'm married. So it doesn't really hold up. Right. But I became triggered because I knew that he was raised by a single mother. I was raised by a single mother.
Me too.
Most people in the Black community were raised by single mothers. That's right. So I'm like, listen, you're not going to hold these women's feet to the fire. Like, where was your father? Right? Like, where was your dad? Do you know what I mean? Like, so I became very agitated, and that's when it switched. When I realized that this was about single mothers, and that absenteeism didn't play a part. It was not the caveat. Was not the catalyst. Had nothing to do with it. I'm like, okay. Then everybody came out and they said, okay, so I'm married, so you can't call me a single mother. Not legally, anyways. Not technically. So they call me a lonely mother, sir. I could have 8 kids by 8 men. You still wouldn't have a chance. You like, can we be honest? Can we be honest? Like, you got, and you're so, it makes you guys so angry when things are just out of your dry, dusty reach. Like, you become so upset and so angry. Like, I just have to suggest therapy. Go to therapy, but also, men who are narcissistic, you're done. Psychopaths, you're done. But yeah, my experience, Juana, is almost parallel to yours, except for it happened one day on that channel. But Black men, they see a vulnerability and they pounce. They exploit. They revel in it. They love it. Like, you could see the Black men in the chat. The more you punch down on Black women, these guys they're coming.
Yeah,
they're in the chat like, oh yeah, baby. They're elated. They're elated. I've never seen a group of males more happy to see women being pejoratively attacked and denigrated. Women that look like their mothers, right? That's like, yeah, something's wrong. And that's why other groups of men look at you and they're like, have you evolved? What's going on? Something's wrong. You can't compete. Your women are like, it's a problem. But yeah, sorry. I don't know what the Black men are up here and what they're going to say, but it should be funny.
Okay, guys. So welcome. I know you've heard a lot for the past 2 hours. Who would like to go first? We do have a Manosphere participant in here, right? Philly, are you part of the Manosphere?
Kind of.
Okay, Jabari, Rush, what's up? Who would like to go first? Or I'll just pick somebody.
I do.
You guys don't want me to go first. I'll let somebody else go first.
Well,
okay, you go first.
All right, go ahead, Reese.
All right. I'm in here with 3 fire-breathing gynocrat dragons, and I'm not scared. I'm ready.
All right, let's go.
All right, all jokes aside, y'all. I actually came with gifts. No bullshit. I didn't come with beef. So, hello, Annalicia. Yeah. You breathe a lot of fire, and I can't help but wonder what a half hour in the dark with you would be like. I really mean that. But this feminine energy that y'all speak of, right? When I came in, Annalicia was talking about a tiny man or something, and then she went into the feminine energy, and she was lining it up with the whole bravado thing that men put out here, right? So I'm going to tell you something today, what I believe is the source of that, right? And this is going to be something that you've never heard before, which in fact, every time I come on here, you're going to hear something that you never heard before. I promise. So when you look at these men that are so-called gorillas, lions, wolves, or whatever they call themselves, right? Especially the guys with the tattoos and always got the face twisted up and trying to look hard all the time. And this and all this bullshit. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I don't have to do the description, right? I'm going to give you my theory as to where the source of this behavior comes from. Now, we all have heard people talk. Millions of people talk about men in the closet, right? We all know what that means, right? Men in the closet.
Yeah, down low.
Apparently, people think that there's millions of these men, right? So nothing in the universe can be concealed. It's going to come out and reveal itself one way or the other. You just have to be sharp enough to catch it. You see what I'm saying? So most of these tough guys that you see anywhere in the world, right? I'm talking about black men, the overly alphas, and the guys that go out their way to show you how much of a bad motherfucker they are and all this. These type of dudes. Most of these men have been molested somewhere down the line or have had a gay experience and aren't sharing it with you. Some of them know about it and some of them don't. It happened to some of them when they were too young to remember, but the psychological effects stay there. I'm not going to get all mystical on that. But I truly do believe that in most of these men, I think they act that way for many different reasons, but I think for most of them, this energy comes from somewhere their colon was violated somewhere down the line, or something gay happened, or some type of molestation happened. Because you got to wonder, where does this ferocity come from? What would make someone, any human, this angry and this motivated to show the rest of the world how big and bad and vicious and dangerous and tough they are? What would make someone, you ever heard the term hurt people hurt? Like, I hate sayings and slogans and bullshit, but they say hurt people, right? Well, it might be something to that, man. What would cause someone to behave that way? It's not everyday stress that niggas go through. Men go through stress with women. I've been hurt by women. I've been through all kinds of stress in life. I've lived in a homeless shelter before. I did 10 years in prison. You see, I was in the cocaine circle for 11 years. You know what I'm saying? So we all have trauma. It's how we react to it is determine who you are later on down the line. You see what I'm saying? And so if someone goes above and beyond, and then they're going to blame it on their trauma, they are lying to you. They're not being honest with you. We've all been through trauma. All of us on this panel. And y'all seem like a pretty together group. You know what I'm saying? So nobody's not going out of their way to be super feminine or you know what I'm saying? I would even say that maybe some of you YouTubers should start hooking up, because the people you talk about are not each other, obviously. You know what I mean? Reach out to some of them guys and try to hook them up. But I just wanted to give y'all that one gift right there. Some of this toxic masculinity, what y'all call it. I hate those goddamn terms that y'all use. But
why?
Toxic masculinity, whatever y'all want to call it, and then bravado, and then the feminine energy when they go into these frenzies, when you say something that they don't like. I might make some people angry about that, but I really do believe that is the source of that. You can
listen. I'm not gonna sit here and I'm not gonna be obtuse about some of the reasons that these men come up here and play the ass on YouTube. And I understand that. What I don't understand, and everyone is affected by trauma differently. And I'm not going to exploit someone's trauma. That's just not what I'm going to do. I'll talk that talk.
I don't give a fuck.
I'll unload the clip on you. But if you and I have a conversation and I know that you've experienced some, acute trauma in your life, I will never exploit it. The difference is these hurt men go on to exploit women and truly hurt them physically, mentally, emotionally, and psychologically, sometimes fatally. That's where I have to say, okay, well, there's no excuse. And not that this is an excuse now, but there's no justification. There's no excuse, and you don't have a leg to stand on, right? If you've gone through things in your life, have a conversation about it. The problem is in the Black community, mental health is not discussed nearly enough. Trauma is not discussed. People are not informed with respect to trauma. And even when they are, they don't tap into the resources and they don't utilize the resources that they need in order to get help. So that it's a multifaceted intersectional issue that we're having. So there's a lot that goes into it. So I'm not going to sit here and say you're wrong. I'm not going to sit here and say maybe you don't like toxic masculinity. Call it closeted homosexuality. You call it what you want, whatever you want to call it. There's something wrong. There's something wrong.
You know what, sis? The behavior you observe, right? It has different sources. You know what I mean? It's not no one-dimensional thing. That was just my theory as to because there's a reason why I think that way. You know what I'm saying? And I had an experience in prison where I got real close to a prison psychologist, right? When I went to jail, I made it my business that I was going to get a woman while I was in here, no matter what. So I met a woman, got a job where we hit it off, became friends over the years. She wasn't a whore that was trying to meet men in prison to fuck. We became friends and talked for years before, And so what she opened up to me and told me that by law, she has to conceal whatever an inmate tells her, even if he tells her that he hid a body somewhere and he admits to his crime or something, it couldn't be used in court. And by law, she can't tell that to anybody, not her bosses, the warden, court system, president, nobody. She's protected by law. So these people actually have the confidential information in the world, the prison psychologist. So, and every inmate knows that because you're briefed when you go into jail. So 1,000 people in the jail walking around know this. He told me that. And the fact that she was drop dead beautiful, that made guys open up to her and really be honest. Because in prison, your vulnerability is on 1,000 when you're a man. You see what I'm saying? So they opened up to her, and she told me that most of these big bad bravados walking around on the compound have actually admitted to being molested. You see what I'm saying? By men and women, or have admitted to a gay experience. Because she was a genius. She was real mentally sharp and like a lyrical tactician, kind of like Annalicia. I admired, man, I swear. Yo, she was just like you, man.
Okay, so I want to address AJ's comment.
I want to say something too, because I wanted to say something about that.
Address it, right? Because it's interesting, and I love AJ. He's my atheist bro. He said, bet ya some of y'all ignore us that support y'all. You give the men you have vitriol for all the attention. Would you not agree? Here's why I'm going to disagree, right? Because the men and women who support me, I reciprocate. And if we're talking about YouTube, I'll go to your show. They come to my show. I hit a like, even if I can't stay on the show. I'll talk to other people about their show. So if you support me, I'm going to reciprocate. I don't care what it is. You give me a cup of water, I'm giving you a cup of water if you're thirsty. But I want to understand what you mean by we ignore the men that support us. What would you like? What do you think you're entitled to for your support? And that's why I wanted to address that.
Can I speak to him?
Can he come up?
I'll speak about AJ too, because he was one of the ones when they did have a bashing show about me. They did like 4 or 5 different shows where they just continued to bash me on those shows because they needed me in order to make their show relevant right after I left. So he was one of the people who came onto the show and like went against Anton and like challenged him and like stood up for me and everything. Mm-hmm. And he really did support me and have my back. but I hope he sees that I support him and have his back. Like I always, you know, AJ, you know, treat him with respect and let him know how much I appreciate him. So I do believe that he's right in the sense that we do give more attention maybe sometimes to what's going on in the collective, but the collective is what we need to mention and dissect and like get to the root of, right? We give everyone else the attention well deserved, and I think the respect that they deserve. I think that it's just hard for sometimes for you guys to disconnect what we're saying about the collective to you personally or you as an individual. Sometimes it's like we're talking about what we experience in the collective group of Black men, not just like one-on-one interactions with you or with, you know, with other men who have treated us fairly or nicely or who haven't been a part of this whole bashing session.
Because I know I'm
Yeah.
the opposite. I'm actually the opposite of that. When I've been attacked online by a man, use the term loosely, but when I've been attacked online by a man, I respond just the one video, and you will never hear me talk about them again. If I'm lying, I'm fine. If you look at my channel, I've responded one time, one video. I don't talk about that man past that. So I don't give them the attention. Now, all my friends that I have online, we're always kicking it. We're always supporting each other. So I'm definitely not one to give the negativity more attention, right, than I do the positivity. I'm definitely not that person. I don't do that. I don't like it. I don't have time for it. If you don't rock with me, I'm not going to rock with you. I'm really simple. Rock with me, I rock with you. You don't rock with me, I don't rock with you.
In fact, I didn't even speak about this issue for a long time, and people really was like, it must be true. You ain't speaking, and she must have did that. And like, it was crazy. I was being harassed on a regular. So I really respond and talk about it when I'm asked, because I'm not afraid to talk about it. I just don't want to give it a lot of light or attention or even spread rumors that nobody else has heard. I don't want to repeat it. I don't want to keep putting it out there. It's over. It's done. I'm done with that. I moved on. But I do speak on it, but I don't try to harp on it. But I also want to respond to what Reese said about, you know, sexual molestation that's happened. You know, that is very prevalent in our community. And what happened is we really have been taught to not talk about it, to really deal with it in private. And we don't really deal with it. What we do is just ignore that it ever happened and or attempt to protect the person moving forward, but still allow the person who abused you in the circle, in the family, around. It's been happening for a long time. And I was talking to Jim before the show kind of started about how we have these skeletons in the closet and somehow we expose them, and that is what is pissing off a lot of the men, because they don't like that we're bringing to light issues that are actually happening in our community, and they really get offended by me saying something. It's like, you should be keeping this quiet. No, I don't have to hide your secret. I don't have to do that anymore. So
let me ask you a question.
Let me say to Dr. Highlander, I definitely don't, he said focus on, he just wants clarity. Women focused on the negative, men focused on the negative. You're probably not familiar with my channel. Maybe you should subscribe. Hit that like if you're in the room. I interview gay people. I interview actors. I'm about to interview a stripper I dated. I'm going to interview a woman who has herpes and wants to normalize it. My channel is all over the place. I'm not one of those channels where I'm harping about men that don't like me every other show. That is not my channel. I'm not interested. I'm not going to be free promo for these clowns. So that's stuff. I don't harp on the negativity or whatever. You're obviously not familiar with my channel. But before you respond, Philly, we have 4 gentlemen on the panel, and I would love to hear from them because they have been waiting. So, gentlemen, unless one of you raises your hand, I will pick somebody.
I don't see any hands.
is Jay Bryant, is he gonna talk, or he left already?
No, I gotta go quick. I apologize. I have a normally I can work and listen to the show and comment. Tonight was not one of those nights. So because it is distracting. I will say this. I think that you guys have a very limited understanding of the manosphere. Definitely what it was. I think the aspects that you see, you're shaking your head. You're not even letting me finish. The aspects that you see are kind of the tip of the iceberg because it is vast. I think, Anna, I'm not sure what trauma you to use your words. Wait, to use your exact words.
No, don't do that. Once again.
Oh, no.
Don't try to
because
exploit.
You spoke for hours. No, go ahead. I'll let you
have a
ramble on more. Go, please.
About things that I've been through, and don't make the assumption.
She does this on
but
every.
If you want to have that conversation, have the conversation. Don't try to do it for shock value. Stop.
You just covered trauma. You just covered trauma.
I don't do.
Yeah, well, that's what you're doing right now, and I'm telling you, move on.
What you've done for the last several shows has been for shock value. When you associate everything with one race, when everything goes back to one race, that is either a sign of racism, which I would never accuse you of because I don't know you.
Stop crying, sir.
Or
Stop crying.
I'll let you talk.
Stop crying. I hate when you come up here and you cry like children. Stop. We're talking about the Black community. What am I doing talking about Asian men, white men, Hispanic men? We're talking about the Black community. Stop crying.
May I finish?
It is what it is. This is the Black Manosphere. Own the degeneracy. If you're going to own the good, own the bad too.
Once again, if you never listen, which appears to be the case, you'll never get to solutions. You'll never get to solutions. The fact is
this I'm sorry, what did I miss? Is this a solutions-based conversation, or are we talking that talk?
All conversations were solution-based conversations.
Have a resolve. Not all conversations have a solution. Sometimes we're having conversations to shed light.
Okay, Jen, enlighten me, please. If this is just to shed light, it's a bitching session, and I don't need to be a part of that.
If you don't like it,
Time out. Can I interject really quickly? Just really quickly. When you said we have a limited experience or knowledge of the manosphere, this is personal experience of being on several dozen platforms. That's one. So it's not limited.
That's what I'm saying. This guy
Two, I've researched the manosphere because I didn't want to come up here today and be a talking head, right? And just talk about, hey, this is what happened to me. I researched the divisions, okay? I've read articles. I've experienced. There are countless streams online of men claiming manosphere and red pill. That is not limited knowledge of something. I have limited knowledge of space shuttles. I can only tell you they go up in the air and they come back down. Okay?
We have direct knowledge.
You can disagree with what we think of it after experiencing and research it. You can disagree, but it's not honest for you to come up here and say we have a limited experience, a point of view, like we're deaf, dumb, and blind,
and then get upset because I move my.
I'm not upset.
And then I'll throw it back. I'll throw it back to you, Jabari. But I just want to ask this: like, when you come up here and say, "Well, you only talk about black men," I address that.
I'm not talking about you.
No, I mean,
yes,
about that. Like
we're talking about no. There is a difference, Jen, Juana. There is an absolute difference between the way you guys, the way the conversation flows, and the every conversation goes back to. But we're talking about the manosphere. That was the original conversation. Even if we are speaking about the manosphere, to not recognize the vitriol and to say a lot of the comments that she made were, for lack of a better term, ignorant. Because I know about the manosphere. I know about it early on. I know about its beginnings, why it was started, the actual reasons why it was started. I saw the evolution of the manosphere. I left the manosphere years ago when the evolution began. So when I say you have a limited understanding and a limited perspective, it is limited. I didn't say you don't have any perspective. I didn't say that you were ignorant, but your perspective is limited. Your perspective, and you've admitted, wait a second, you admitted that you deal with now. You only deal with the now. You said that at the beginning, and I respect that you deal with the now. But to make some of the comments that are being made tonight, which is why I came up to address. Some of the comments that were made tonight were ignorant, for lack of a better term.
Can
and
you go
I'm
down
being
the list?
specific.
Can you
Wait a
start with the
second. I'm being
comments?
very specific to you,
Let's
Anna.
dissect it.
Very
Which comments?
specific to you. When
Yeah,
you say,
of course,
when you make comments
you're always
about,
crying with me, sir. You're always
you
crying.
keep saying
But
crying.
let's go down the list.
I'm
What
not
did I say
emotional
that
at
was
all. The
what
only
did any of us
person
say
calling
that was
people
ignorant?
names, the only person who's calling people names, only person who's called anyone names on this panel up to this point is you.
Okay, that's
so no
fine.
one else
What did
has
I
been
say that was
emotional
ignorant?
except you.
What did I say that was limited and ignorant? Go down the list. You said everything I said, so this should be easy.
I never said everything.
Down on my imaginary notepad.
I said the only one. And you have made several ignorant comments. Let's start from.
So let's go. Go ahead.
Let me finish a comment before you interject. The first one, you talked about Black men being rejects of the manosphere. You talked about Black men being the only ones who feel the need to target their women. That shows total ignorance of the manosphere, because every race of men is in the manosphere and they all dog their women. They all dog their women. They say white women.
So Hispanic men say Hispanic women.
The white men,
yes,
worse.
Absolutely, 100%.
But you also have to understand that we're answering questions that are being asked from the host. She's asking us what our experiences are. So that's what we're talking about. So if you're saying your experiences, you went down the dusty rabbit manosphere hole and you've seen it all, you know it all, you're some sort of manosphere Nostradamus. Okay, that's your experience. We're talking about our experience. Juan is talking about hers. Jen is talking about hers. And I'm sure the other guy's talking about his.
Once again, no comment is without insults. Your position seemed really immature when you can't make a point.
Crying. Oh, the tears. You're like a white woman.
That's immaturity.
You're like Karen. Karen's always crying. Karen's
your position is your entire position is based on immaturity and interrupting people that you disagree with. I'm sorry, especially when you can't respond.
No, logically. I responded to you. Now we can move on. What's the next one? I'm writing in my notepad. What's the next one?
You're writing in your notepad.
That's right. It's so because what you say is so important to me. I'm writing it all down. Go ahead. What's next?
Well, clearly you have an issue with Black men. To use your perspective on it.
But I don't care what your perception of me is. This is
not
the Dr. Phil show.
This isn't my perception. You say
I'm telling you
you've been on here.
That's ignorant. So we go down the list. That's what I said.
You've been on here, and no matter where we go, your response always is a negative approach to Black men.
Oh my God, Karen, stop crying, Karen.
It's negative. Karen, you can call it whatever you want.
Is negative.
What you lack is self-awareness.
What's happening is not good. Stop crying.
And I don't want this
to go nowhere.
Can I say this? Because Annalicia has great points. Jamari, you have great points. But what y'all are doing now is attacking each other. And I want to continue talking about the manosphere. I'm sorry, Jamari. I am stuck.
I came up here to cry. Stop.
The word limited is bothering me, and here's why. Because you said you consider it being a limited point of view because we don't want to address and hold on to what happened in the beginning of time. And I addressed that. I said it's the same thing as hip hop. I can talk about how bad hip hop is today, but I acknowledge how dope it was in the 70s and 80s, how Rhapsody is better than Cardi B, but Rhapsody doesn't matter because Cardi B is getting all the press and Cardi B has the most influence. So when I'm talking about the manosphere, I spoke about how in the beginning, it was this place for men to gather and talk about their grievances. Philly said he's part of the manosphere. He's a nice guy. I acknowledge that. So I know what it was in the beginning, but I want to talk about when, how, and why it is problematic. And because I think you see us talking about what it is now, you're saying that we're limited because
you're crying now.
Talking about the good manosphere. I'm not talking about what happened in the 70s and 80s with hip hop. I'm talking about now. I'm talking about Migos, Cardi B. Okay, that's what I'm talking about now because what the Furious Five, but KRS-One, they don't
irrelevant.
And that's the reality. Okay, to the East, East, Vainglorious. None of that matters. In 2022. So I'm saying you can't just say that it's a limited point of view. No, it's the point of view of what's actually tangibly happening today. You just want to talk about how nice it was. We want to talk about the reality today. That manosphere is dead and gone.
Can I also ask?
I want you.
Black men love to harp on the time of old. They love to harp on.
Then we go back to black men love. Black men don't.
I don't want you guys to attack each other. And again, Annalicia has her way of speaking. I have my way of speaking. Juana has her way of speaking. It doesn't mean somebody's immature or somebody hurt them. We all have our different ways of speaking. Can we just talk about the points?
That's what I was wondering.
They can't. But it's not going to change. Let's just talk about
I have a question. Yeah, I just have a question for him.
We couldn't get them to focus on the points,
just the point. Just the point.
You don't get the chance to. Go ahead.
Because it's always about her tone or how she.
It's not about her tone.
How immature she is or how she overtalks. It's like what point? What point?
Black Wall Street was so good. The Black
conversation. Wait, for the sake of this,
I just have like a question.
Okay, Juana. For the sake of this conversation, can we just remove the trigger that she's talking about black men? Just remove the trigger. Let's just talk about the manosphere. Just for the sake of this conversation, entertain me, humor me. Forget that she's talking about black men. Let's talk about the manosphere and how toxic it has become. That's what I want to address. And at least
not even bring up,
but not even bring up her old stuff. It's like what she said today on Jen's show. Because I think what happens is you guys hold kind of grudges or something she said on a previous show, and then you come over here and you're like, "Ooh, I can finally get her." You know,
I love to go next.
But I do.
The issue is that she is no different from the manosphere. Just from a female perspective, she is no different.
I understand. Because here's the thing. Can you give me one white male manosphere channel where they publicly bash and shame their women for being fat, ugly, wearing I want to hear.
Give me 10 seconds.
Roll up to my
one at a time.
Just because, wait a second.
I can't hear you. I want to go on and watch it.
I thought you were asking me the question, but
yeah, everybody start talking.
They can't wait.
The fact is, the manosphere, we talk about, let's throw everything else out because that's what I wanted to do initially. If you talk about the manosphere, the issues in the manosphere are a result of the evolution. You have the guys who came in who were what we call the incels that you guys were insulting, the guys that can't get any for whatever reason.
They're ugly and broke. There's a reason.
I'm sorry?
I said they're unattractive and they don't have enough. There are reasons and they're mad about it. Let's be honest.
It's not about. Oh my God. That's why we can't have dialogue. And I don't mean you and I mean, this is why they're in that atmosphere of toxicity, because there's the concept that you can't get a girl because you're unattractive. You may be shy. You may have personality issues. There are a lot of people who suffer from very real personality issues.
Yeah, narcissism. And psychopathy.
Once again,
that's not narcissism.
It's impossible.
That's not what narcissism
to have
means.
A conversation.
Yeah, narcissism is a personality disorder.
I'm a mental health professional. That is not narcissism.
As am I. And if you have a personality disorder,
no, it's not.
Clearly,
you're self-assessing.
And no one in the manosphere.
So you're self-assessing without meeting someone.
Do
you know that's unethical? Are you self-assessing without even meeting someone face to face? Is that what you're doing? Are you trained? Are you trained in the assessments and appraisals to measure personality?
You know what I'm doing?
Or are you not? Do you have a psychology degree? Do you have a master's degree in counseling? Like I do. So how you going to tell me? How you going to tell me what is and what's not? I have over 20 years experience. Until you get that experience, you need to be quiet. It's not. You're wrong. That is not what narcissism means. That is not what narcissism means. Just because someone may have traits of it's a difference between having traits of an illness as far as having full-fledged classic narcissism. That is not narcissism.
Hold on.
You don't know what you're talking about. Be quiet. You don't know what you're talking about. You're miseducating people. You don't know what narcissistic personality means. So be quiet. You don't know. You just say you don't know what it means. You don't, because no one that really knows what narcissism means would say that. That is not what narcissism means.
Okay,
there's over 12 to 15 traits that classify that, and then you also have to have those traits. You have to have at least 8 of the 12 running conjunction with each other. You're only talking about a few things based on a subjective attitude towards people that you don't know and never met before. You cannot self-assess.
Oh my God.
Sorry, listen. Wait, I had to mute him. And Alicia, you know I'm not going to mute you, but please, everybody, can we talk in order? Because people are watching and everybody's just yelling and nobody's getting their point across. He left. That's fine. I can't have people arguing back and forth. I wanted to respond to
effeminate men.
Jen, in all fairness,
I wanted to respond to what Jabari said when he was talking about there are different reasons why someone probably can't get a woman. I agree. There are reasons that you can't. You may be shy. You may be overweight. You may have low self-esteem. There's nothing wrong with any of those things, but we're talking about when it gets vitriolic, when those when those men get bitter because they can't get women. That's what we're talking about. It's okay to have.
Can I get to the point?
Things like that. Yes.
I can't even get to that point though.
Oh my God! Hurry up, man! You took us around the block up the hill.
No, I was making a point. Already. You interrupted and you were incorrect, and someone called you on that.
No,
you're rather than to just acknowledge, and rather than to just acknowledge that, you had to argue. Just what's his name? Sometimes it's okay to just fall back.
It is a continuum, and they're on the other end of it. That's what I said.
The gaslighting is ridiculous.
That is what I said. Don't tell me what I said.
It's gaslighting, Jabari. It's really ridiculous.
How do you know when I can't even finish a
point? It's so like, why can't you just say what you don't like about what she said and why it's untrue about Black men? How come you cannot defend the Black man against whatever lies she's supposedly said?
Defending the Black man against
that. No, because it's not lies.
Because we moved on from that topic. I thought we just said we're going to focus on the manosphere. Isn't that what you just said, Jen?
They cry and they
take the whole Black man aspect out of it and focus on the manosphere.
Yes.
Is that not what you just said?
And Elisa, you have to let them finish. I am begging you. You have to let them finish. I don't care how much it irritates your soul. Trust me. A couple of weeks, fuck with my last Puerto Rican nerve. And you know that's bad. But you have to let them finish. I don't care if you have to grit your teeth, bite your tongue. I've done it. Okay. I thought about me on vacation, so I don't respond. Just let them get it out. Literally take notes. I take notes so I can get back to what they were saying, but let them finish so people can hear what they're saying. And then you can go ham when it's your turn. Darrell is back. Darrell, I didn't want to mute you, but I can't have you on the panel telling people to be quiet because we're all here to talk. So it's a little asinine for you to come on the panel and tell somebody be quiet. Okay, you can disagree, but I don't want you guys talking over each other because this is important. All right? Por Dios. So Darrell is back.
Yes. Can I respond? I just like to say something. I take it very personal when people miseducate people about mental health. That's one of the biggest issues in our community is a lack of psychoeducation as it relates to mental health. Before I came on here, you all were talking about trauma. You were talking about all different type of things that are mental health related and also are specialties of mine that I've been treating for almost 20 years. So when somebody says something about mental health that is incorrect, it is my, as a professional, it is my duty to correct them. And she was grossly incorrect. And not only have I said that, I've also said that to guys in the manosphere. I am not a friend of the manosphere. And when I said a statement, the statement was referencing that KS doesn't acknowledge them. One particular person took it upon herself to, I guess she attempt to roast me or say negative things that was not warranted. And she did not even know whether or not I was talking about you on the panel or the guys, and I meant them, but she automatically said something. And that respect to me was grossly immature for a woman her age. And my thing is that I have been in debates. My content that I've been in the manosphere for almost 6 years. I am friends with some of the people in the manosphere because not everybody in the manosphere agrees with red pill ideology. When the brother said about, I wouldn't have said that you all have limited knowledge of the manosphere, because I think a lot of what you said, I say about 90-95% is correct. Not everybody in the manosphere lives the lifestyle that they claim they do. I know this for a fact because I know a great deal of them outside of, they do not act like this in real life. A lot of these guys are on here to make a bag. There are some of these guys that do live like this and they're all lonely. Some of these guys are lonely. Some of these guys never had dates. There is a level of pathology that is involved with a lot of these guys. Some of these guys are still crying about stuff that happened in high school. One of the biggest things that I've had issues with the Manosphere is about red pill rage. And I've been on various panels in which these guys think that it is appropriate for someone to go into red pill rage to induce some level of awareness of true female, true female nature per se. And that's a lot of the jargon of what you would hear about red pill making someone be predisposed to what females think, how they are, and to always expect the negative, to protect yourself physically, financially, and so forth. So I understand the frustration. I understand the things that certain people were doing, but at the same time, you just can't go barking at people and saying things and not allow someone to clarify who they are, what they stand for, in their platform. To me, that only creates an atmosphere of adversarial interaction, which she has encountered and been on a variety of different shows in which she does the same thing over and over and over again. My position with her is that she is no different, because just like the Manosphere says extremist statements and rhetoric, she also has said extremist things also. She has been on several things that she has said things that were grossly equivalent to what the Manosphere has stated. So I'm not here to point fingers and say anything to anybody, but what I can say is this: when we're speaking of the Manosphere and the evolution of the Manosphere, to me, in a debate that I had, I told them that a lot of the principles came from what I would say white supremacist talking points that in some way kind of transition into dating, into all different dynamics of relationships. A lot of these guys from the Manosphere in its inception came from MGTOW and other groups like that. They were kicked out. A lot of the progenitors of the Manosphere came in the early stages, came from MGTOW. They came, and then they created a brother named, I'm not going to name drop, but he came up with Iltmore and all of these groups talking about going their own way and different things like this. I pointed those things out. I've been on debates countless times telling them that this attitude towards in some way going through red pill rage and so forth. There are lots of guys that have talked about beating women, hitting women. There's a lot of people that have a very relaxed attitude towards adolescents having sex with adults. All of these things that I have vigorously argued with them about and told them how unhealthy this was, and so forth. And you know what, the attitude is kind of similar here. That a person now talking about I'm throwing my credentials around. That was the same response that I encountered in this space. When I start saying things and telling them, because I treat people, the victim or perpetrator of sexual abuse. And also there's a lot of people in this space that have said a lot of things to me that would give warning signs of domestic violence or tendencies to do domestic violence. When I hear people talking about I would beat a woman ass or the police were called on me 5 times, but I didn't do nothing. If you would go into a domestic violence group, because I have an accredited domestic violence program, you will see men that say similar rhetoric as some of these guys in the space. There's a lot of sickness. There's a lot of pathology. I'm not going to sit here and say everybody has it, but there are certain people.
How can you?
And so forth, and certain things that certain people consistently said and have said for years would lead me to think that. So I just wanted to kind of make that point, being that we are talking about things such as in a mental health perspective.
We get in here?
We are talking about because there is a high level of mental health instability. There's a lot of people that have issues and anger that is unpent, that is not being treated. There's a lot of issues as far as with people who
are we gonna ever be able to ask you?
Who are mad about child support and things of that sort.
Can you?
So I just wanted to point that out.
Okay, sir.
We're never gonna be able to ask a question.
Okay, sir. I don't think you can hear.
I can hear you.
Okay, so me characterizing personality traits and pathologies, that's what you just did, right?
No, I did not. No, I did not do that.
Wait
no,
a minute,
I did not.
Minute.
You specifically spoke of narcissism, which is a cluster B personality disorder. That's not what you did. That's not what I did.
You just said that there is a pathology. You said you cannot attribute it to
but pathology is a broader term. You specifically spoke of a mental health disorder. That's not the same thing. Pathology speaks of a sickness overall. That's not the same thing.
He has to stop.
He just
I'm gonna tell you the same thing. Wait, Juana, I'm gonna tell you the same thing I told Annalicia. She was patient and you spoke for a couple minutes. Because even people in the chat were like, he's talking for a long time. So even if it incenses you, let her finish her point, please, so we can communicate.
So this is what I said when I initially came in. I talked about the study with respect to narcissism and the traits attributed to narcissism. And I drew a correlation and a parallel between being on that spectrum, because narcissism is a personality disorder, sorry. And it's a spectrum disorder, right? Like all personality disorders. And I said that a large percentage, a lot of the Black men in the Manosphere are on the high end of that spectrum. Not that they have the disorder. You can be narcissistic and not have the personality disorder. And this is what I was taught. This is what I'm saying. You have rage directed to women,
Isaiah,
because they are denying access of what you want.
And tell Taya.
You wanna.
It's okay, Juana. You're good.
That was the blackest moment ever.
I talked about a study that was done. I talked about narcissism being a spectrum disorder, and I talked about a lot of the characteristics and a lot of the personality traits that we see. You can see people's personality.
Can I respond?
No,
can I
respond, I'm not
please?
done.
Respectfully.
Quiet. Oh my God. The same.
You've been speaking the whole time.
No,
no.
Just let her finish, Deron, and you can rebut, please.
I have one thing.
The same exact thing that you just did, I did that coming in. I didn't say personality disorder. I said that they have high narcissistic traits. You can have many narcissistic traits, but not necessarily qualify for the clinical diagnosis of NPD. That is what I said. I didn't come in here and diagnose the homeboy who's in the Manosphere with narcissistic personality disorder. Did I? What's his name again? Reese. Who I actually do have reverence for. I like Reese. Whether he's in the Manosphere, and that's actually not an issue for me. But Reese, did I diagnose you? Did I pathologize you? Did I say that you have NPD? Okay, I said that they are high on the narcissistic trait spectrum or continuum. That is what I said.
That's the wrong term. There's no continuum on spectrum when it comes to narcissism.
I know what I said.
That terminology does not apply for that disorder. Quit. You're miseducating. Please just stop. Just stop.
What terminology doesn't apply?
It does not. When you
terminology,
speak
sir?
Okay, but can I answer the question?
No, yeah. What terminology does not apply to
when you speak of spectrum? A spectrum consists of a. Can I answer? Can I please educate you? Or you want me to? Do you want to argue with me, or you want me to educate you? Tell me what you want me to do.
Sir.
You want me to argue with you, or you want me to educate you? You read one article, and I got over 20 years experience. And you want to sit here and try to argue with me with 20 years experience, and you read one article? Are you serious?
No.
Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you seriously going to do that? See, this is exemplary of how this is the same type of interaction I have with people in the Manosphere. When I speak facts, and truth to power with education, credentials, and the experience, this is the response I get back.
Start muting again.
He's not answering the question.
You didn't allow me to because you was interrupting me.
He doesn't need to educate.
Can you allow me to speak?
I did this in school.
Okay, listen, I'm going to be quiet and just let you talk for an hour.
See what? Answer the question. Answer it.
I just told you. There is no content.
What doesn't apply? What does not apply?
Can I speak now? I'm going to ask the host. Host, can I speak now?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, as I just stated, when you use terminology such as continuum and spectrum, it does not apply to a cluster B disorder such as narcissism. When
all cluster Bs are on the spectrum.
Okay, I can't say anything. I can't say anything because she doesn't want to listen.
Wait.
She's not want to listen.
Because we're getting stuck on that point.
On all spectrum
disorders. Wait a minute.
They're all spectrum disorders.
Okay, we're getting stuck on
She does not know what she's talking about.
This is a fraud. Listen to me. We're getting stuck on that point, and our resident researcher, Kim, the up-level approach said, Google says narcissism exists on a continuum.
Thank you.
It does.
A continuum, but see, listen to me. That is guys. Listen. I'm gonna tell you this.
You don't need to
they use that as a description of a description of it in itself. But when you look at within the DSM, within what is, I'm not talking about Google research. I'm talking about practical in the field. We don't use that. I don't care what Google told you. In the field itself, we don't use that. When we're talking about continuum, you're talking like, say something like Asperger's autism spectrum. That's when you use that. Or when you say something in regards to borderline personality disorder has a spectrum that consists of other different things, but not narcissism. It's not used meaning that there's a high level or low level. Of course, it's about functionality, not about level.
Right.
I'm sorry, but you don't know what you're talking about. You don't. I'm sorry. You don't know what you're talking about, and then you won't even allow me to speak.
Are you listening to what he's saying, Juana? Oh my God, this. Oh God.
If
these are the mental health
I'm arguing with someone with zero experience.
I can fix this. Let me fix this. Let me fix this. We all agree, whether we have 20 years in psychology.
What? 20 years?
Listen, just an opinion. I've read some narcissism books. I know the difference between the disorder and the insult. We all have some sort of knowledge, right? Can we all just agree, okay? Because this isn't a test. Can we all just agree that a lot of people in the manosphere have unresolved issues? Some of them are mental.
Yes.
We don't. Yes. That's all we have to do.
But we also got to understand that narcissism is rare. Narcissism is not a prevalent disorder. Less than 5% of this population has narcissism. It's a rare disorder. So it's no way I'm going to believe that a large percentage of a small space, these guys have narcissism.
Wait a minute, sir. Could you spot a narcissist if you see one?
They don't qualify.
The reason
I'm speaking in clinical terms.
A rare disorder,
I'm not speaking in subjective terms.
They've been able to escape.
Sir, can I interject? Can I ask a question?
Wait a minute. I want to say something because this is a misnomer. The reason that it's perceived to be rare is because people with the disorder don't think anything's wrong with them. They're not going to seek help. If you have
and how can you determine what qualifies you to determine that, ma'am? You have no experience. You've never diagnosed someone with narcissism personality. How could you say that? You don't know. You don't know, ma'am. Just say you don't know, ma'am. You don't.
It's high functioning.
I had to be, and Alicia, wait a minute. Wait.
Something's low. That is a spectrum.
Wait.
He's not a professional. He's a fraud.
Wait a minute.
Ma'am, you don't know what you're talking about.
He is a fraud.
Wait a minute. Okay. Just because you're saying that most narcissistic people don't think they're narcissistic. So we can't use that 5%.
Of course, nobody's self-assessed.
Self-assessment is not what we're talking about. Is because they're going to jail.
Explain why.
I'm going to
explain why. Stop. And Alicia, wait a minute. I'm going to explain why. It is obvious. If you are narcissistic, you don't go running to the clinic so someone can say that you are narcissistic. So we can't use that statistic that only 5% of people on this planet are narcissistic or in this country, because most narcissists do not think they are narcissists.
Ma'am, that's not what I stated. That's not what I stated. That is not what I stated. Can I clarify?
No, you're saying that we are diagnosing. We are not diagnosing.
She basically diagnosed. She's trying to self-diagnose. Okay, guys, let me say this. Let me ask you a question. To the host. Can I speak to the host? Can I speak to the host? Please. Can I speak to the host? Can I speak to the host?
What did I actually do?
You've been speaking the whole time. I just got one statement.
Okay, what I'm trying to say, ma'am, with all due respect, of course, there are people there is when we're looking at that data, I meant less than 5%. But what I'm stating is that just like with any illness, there are more people that have depression than actually somebody that actually goes out and get the help. That's across the board with any illness.
Oh my God!
But to sit here and say in a small space that all of these people, quote unquote, have a certain that is one of the most overused terms on YouTube.
Right.
And my thing, and I'm not saying this. I am not saying this to try to make anybody. I'm here strictly to educate. I'm not here to say anything to make anybody seem wrong. I'm here only educating what I know occurs in the field. This person has no credentials, none of this stuff, and we're sitting here listening to that. I'm sorry, it's wrong. And this is not the first. I do this at least once or twice a week when I hear people talk about mental illness and they give bad information. I take it upon myself, part of my platform, to correct them and to let them accurately understand. But because I'm doing this, she's rejecting everything I say. Everything that I'm saying, she can't be wrong. She cannot be wrong.
Oh no,
she can't be wrong. She can't be wrong at all. But I'm the person that's wrong. But I do this on the day. I'm the person that owns clinics. I'm the person that has been doing this for over 20 years. But I'm the person that got to explain and argue with somebody that's never done this. Does that make any sense?
Okay, what
are you going to tell a lawyer that's a criminal lawyer how to conduct himself in the?
I'm sorry, I had to mute him.
Yeah, honestly, I was trying to change the entire subject and talk about something else.
No, respectfully, I want to mute him because now we're having a cockfight of who's more educated into illness, and I'm not going to do it. That's not why we're here. I'm a fan of narcissism studies. I have the books. I'm doing a documentary on it, but I'm not about to throw my weight around and say what I know and what I don't know. It is a fact. A lot of people are mentally ill and they are not seeking help, specifically narcissists. That is a fact. That is not my opinion. That is not something I out of my past.
What I'm telling you,
fact that a lot of people,
do you know that?
I'm going to keep muting you, sir. I'm trying to have respect for you, but you will not talk over me. Enough.
Okay. I'm not trying to. Okay? I just want to say this.
Listen to.
You've been saying a lot.
You can't say anything else. I appreciate your input. I would like to hear what you have to say, but that's not what the topic is about. The truth is there are people who are mentally ill on social media in abundance. We don't have to talk about continuums and what the disorder is called and X, Y, and Z. There are a lot of people who are mentally ill online and use these platforms as therapy. That is a fact. That's not a rumor. We don't have to measure. We don't have to bring out the Petri dish, right? We know that for a fact. But I want to move on because we have some gentlemen on the panel who haven't said a peep, not one word. So respectfully, I'm asking, can someone else speak and add to the conversation? That is what I'm asking.
I love to speak.
Can I just say this one thing though? Because they threw out all of these like white men channels that was supposedly bashing white women, and they did exactly what Annalicia said they would do. They talked about women in general, and on 4 of these channels that you guys so happen to name, they talk about black men, i.e., ASAP Rocky and the narcissistic or crazy person. I'm sorry, I'm not going to diagnose him. Nick Cannon. They talk about the black men on their channels.
You can't even be Manosphere properly.
These are the white
at you.
This is Sandman, Better. What is it? Better Bachelor. That these are the white men that you all told me to go to their channel, that they're going to bash white women on their channel and talk about them in the way that y'all talk about black women. And I go on their channels and see that they are bashing black men on their channels. And not only did they bash black men, but they talked about women in general. Exactly what she said. Women, not white women, like y'all so happen to do. Black women, y'all criticize your own women. Yes, you do. They talk about the psychology of women.
But hold on, Juana. They can't get it's hierarchical. They look at the blueprint and they
get it wrong.
They get it wrong.
Like wrong.
Mikey said, this 100%. Is what we're doing. It's lucrative. And we're talking about women. And they say, black women. It's only
and what
black
I find
women.
even more disturbing
it's only black women.
But is that he said that he was like in communication with a man who was talking about being with an underage girl? Like, I thought that was really, like, that would be when I would log out and never go into the Manosphere
right.
ever
I
again.
would have kicked him
the
off
moment that I meet a
done.
pedophile telling me that they want to do something disgusting to a child, and I want to engage in a conversation with them, you're not like, they did not hire you in that moment. You do not have to participate in a space where you know that they are unhealthy and talking about women in that type of way. What would make you want to continue to support that?
Birds of a feather. That's why.
That's weird.
Can I answer that question?
That those white men
wait, okay, so I want to, like I said, I want to let the other men speak. I know we have Rush, Tristan, and Haran. They haven't said a peep. I'd like to hear from one of them because they've been sitting up here. So which one of you gentlemen wants to go first? Tristan, Rush, or Haran?
Oh, I'm just here for a front row seat.
I'd like to say something.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So first of all, can everyone hear me?
Yes, hear you fine.
All right. So
I'll interject real quick.
Okay, we can't hear you.
Did someone just say they'll interject? I'm speaking at the moment.
No. Haran said he was going to go first already. Rush, can you give him a minute? Go ahead,
Is he on delay?
Maybe.
All right. So
he may be.
All right. So first of all, I'll just say this: as a computer scientist, I'm just a friend of pragmatism. I'm not here to take anyone's side. You know, I frankly really don't give a shit. You know, I'm not really into policing tones. I'm not into, people's. I'm just not into the ape mud shit slinging. I'm about results. I'm about sitting down and having conversations that lead to results. Okay, now with that being said, we have to understand that at the core of this, the Manosphere, this was about white men's response to feminism. This was not about including Black men, Asian men, green men, mutants, whatever the fuck you want to bring into the situation. This was about white men going after white women. And frankly, feminism itself was about white women going after white men. So this has really been about their little clash of the titans for like a few hundred years. Now, with that being said, I'm not a big fan of accepting any ideologies of low-performing white males, because that's what it is at the end of the day. And we have to understand that these are low-performing white males. Keep in perspective that under the best conditions in America, with every single opportunity open to them, they were still failures. Why would anyone want to speak to a group or listen to a group of people such as that? Now, from a mathematical perspective, they have the privilege to be failures because there's so much of them. They can have a large group of just people who are, failures in a corner, and they still have enough people who can rise to the cream of the crop and run the rest of the world. Black people do not have that. We do not have that privilege. We do not have that. We just don't have that space. We can't afford to be average. We can't afford to sit in our feelings. We can't afford to underperform. I believe I had this brief conversation maybe a week or two ago with Annalicia. And one of the things that I told her is that I'm a big proponent of working with higher performing sects of our community and with the children. I'm not for conversing, policing, or trying to convince grown men who have to be convinced to do better. I would honestly prefer nature and time to come get you and wipe you out of the bloodline. Now, by doing that, what we can actually do is that if the women work with the higher performing men and we work with the children, we can raise the idea of the average Black person in our community. who mathematically speaking, based on probability, will perform a lot better than the current, low performing black men. Now, this is not a bash. This is not anything to such. What I will say is that at the end of the day, I just don't have the patience to convince any grown man to really get his shit together. I got my own problems. I have my own. Yes, go ahead.
Ask you something? Why do you think a group of men will listen to a bunch of rejected men from their own male group that is telling them how to treat their own women? Why do you think a group of men would gravitate toward an entire movement who is dominated by men rejected from their own male group just to reject their own women? Like, what is the root of it? Why are they listening?
Very simple. It's lack of identity.
Okay, because I would say that they praise whiteness to the point where they don't care who it is that they're listening to. That
can also contribute to a lack of identity, because if you have a lack of identity, you'll praise anything that doesn't look like you, that doesn't move like you, that doesn't speak like you, because you don't believe that what you look in the mirror is enough. It's sufficient enough for you to move forward.
Absolutely.
So it all boils down to self.
You hate yourself that much that you listen to the rejects.
It's a lack of self-worth, a shaky sense of self, and an abysmal identity, or a non-existent identity, really. And honestly, I'm going to be honest, all of those things, personality disorders are characterized by all of those things. So professionals,
I think we also, when we discuss personality disorders, I think a lot of people, need to take into, consideration that they really have to really school themselves. Now, this is coming from a person who's the son of a psychiatrist. We have to understand what narcissism is. We have to understand what sociopathy is, and we have to understand what psychopathy is. Like, one of the things that people don't understand is that, psychopathy, you're born as a psychopath.
Right.
As a sociopath, you're raised, be forged. Right. Yes, you can be forged and such. And it could be due to a number of various conditions. It could be your environment. It could be, situations that you throw into. A lot of soldiers, when they leave, their homes, they're fine. They come back, they're fucked up because, what they might have experienced might have rewired their brains, and your brain immediately, without your consent, will rewire itself to ensure that you survive moving forward.
That's trauma.
There's just exactly that is literally the definition of trauma.
That's trauma. That's exactly
a rewired brain and so on and so forth. So again, see the gentlemen that I deal with, we're very much about worrying about the children. Speaking with higher performing men. Not just black men, but we also reach across the board. To actually compete. Make sure that we compete just as effectively and efficiently with white males, Asians, and so on and so forth. Because we have to, and the overall core of what I'm saying right now, before I get too long-winded, for me personally, and for the men that I deal with, we concentrate on results. No one, absolutely no one, is going to argue with high-earning, high-end results. If you did the work, you put the work in, you have the proof, no one's going to sit there and behave, unless you're complete idiots, is going to sit there and behave as if you haven't put in the work. Now, if you haven't put in the work, then, hey, you're going to get backlash. You're going to get people who are unruly, and you're going to get people who talk to you crazy, because guess what? At the end of the day, those people, their survival might depend on your performance. And that is what a lot of black women are saying.
Can I ask him a question?
Yeah,
Heron,
sure.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
So, because I agree, I think that I think ultimately doing the work, whether it's through academia, whatever it is, but what do you think, especially with men, and in this case, black men, how important do you feel the emotional work is? because I hear a lot of men say, hey, do the work, go to school, build yourself up, no excuses, no complaints, no crying. And there, to a degree, to a point, I do have to agree, because men, you don't have that privilege. You have many privileges as men, but sort of opining or you know, existing in a chronic state of victimhood is not one of, it's not your, like, you can't be Karen, right? Karen can be Karen because she has a white man to protect her and insulate her and, you know, keep her entitled. But as Black men, how important do you think it is, especially if we're talking about the manosphere? Because emotionally, I would say a lot of men that subscribe to the manosphere are defective. And this is not a diagnosis, this is an observation. But how important do you think it is to build up that emotional piece, that component as an individual, so that when you do get to a stage in your life where you're ready for more meaningful interpersonal relationships, you're able to meet that person where they are and you're able to perform emotionally as well?
I believe that it's absolutely crucial that every man, every person needs to do the work. I know a lot of times, you know, instead of bringing the, you know, focusing on the points, a lot of times in these discussions, people like to personally attack people and so on and so forth. So before anyone even, you know, I mean, goes down that road with me, I'll be glad to really share where I've been and what's going on with me, so you know what the kind of work that I've put in. I'm currently a recovering alcoholic. I'm about 2 years sober. I was drinking. I was a high functioning alcoholic. Like you would never know. Like I would go to work. You know what I mean? Work on, you know, code bases, so on and so forth. Work on, you know what I mean, programs and computer programs, and I would literally be drunk out of my fucking mind, and nobody would know this. I was like, my diet was like, I was knocking down like maybe a fifth a night for 2 years, like a fifth a night for like 2 years. And it was due to a certain situation, me not dealing with a particular situation that I had promised myself would not go south. And it did. And I blamed myself. And my reckoning came one night when I thought I was having a heart attack. And I had to come to terms with what was happening within that moment. And I said to myself, I'm not drinking again. And I never had another drop of liquor after that day. Now, I will also say how I got into the software field. I started out. I was in college back in 04, whatever. And 9/11 happened, so on and so forth, when I got out of college. And, you know, if anyone remembers the internet back then, it wasn't that big of a deal. It wasn't really that big of a deal. And the degree that I currently had, there was a hiring freeze and so on and so forth. So essentially shit went left for me. I was a security guard. I was making about $7 an hour. And I was a security guard. And I was maybe a security guard for like close to a year, maybe. And within that moment, you know, I mean, I realized to myself, like, okay, I didn't go to school, and nor do I have the brain for this kind of shit. So I am more than this. I deserve more than this. And whatever needs to happen, I'm going to make sure it happens. Now, during that time, I assessed my skill set, and I assessed some of the things that I was pretty good at. And I knew that I was pretty good at computers. One of the things that I did was that, keep in mind that I have no fucking money. I was like sleeping in a room for like $100 an hour. I was sleeping on the floor, you know, and I figured out the best thing for me to do is that I bought a book on HTML, and I didn't have a computer at the time. So I taught myself to code on paper. You know what I mean? I literally taught myself how to create, you know what I mean, codes and web pages on paper. You know what I mean? I figured after I get that under my belt, what I did was that I saved up some money, and I basically bought parts of a computer, and I learned how to put a computer together myself. And that was my first computer. I put my first computer together, and I practiced my skills, so on and so forth. Still couldn't get a job at the time because I was still fairly learning. But then I got transferred to Trump Place when I was around a whole bunch of people who had money. And that's when the idea clicked off into my head that, you know, somebody in here has got to be an entrepreneur. There's a whole lot of money in this area. What if these people need websites? What if they need this, blah, blah, blah. And it worked out for me. I started my own little business. I got a couple of pieces done, a couple of things done, got the practice that I needed, got my portfolio together, and it was online. And one day a recruiter reached out to me. And my very first job in corporate, I was making about $55,000 a year. And then I progressed and doubled my earnings and tripled my earnings from that point on. So I just took control of my life. You know what I mean? Because, you know, look, man, at the end of the day, nobody gives a shit.
Good for you.
You know what I mean? I'm from New York. No one cares, man. You know what I mean? No one cares about, you know what I mean, what you've done, what you've been through, and so on and so forth. You know, you have to be your own hero.
Are you married?
You know, no, I am not. And this is
How old are you?
I am 41.
Okay. Do you want to get married? Okay.
I have a child though. Do I want to get married?
So you're a baby daddy. I'm just playing, but because you know they call us single mamas. Like I call you a baby daddy. You a baby daddy. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a baby daddy. How your kids doing though? They did them dishes.
They doing good. My kids are doing good. You know, they not bastard children. I was married. Just
that was great. That's awesome. I did want to marry my child's mother at one point in time. I did, but we were just too young at the time, and we both going through, you know.
Well, I'm just wondering if you want to get married, and if you do,
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I've been thinking about that lately. Like, is it for me? Do I want that? Because technically speaking, I've done my duty as a human being, and I have a child, a little brilliant little girl, and I just don't see what else is in the cards for me after that. But anyway, yeah.
You should put all that wealth back into the community and go ahead and marry a black woman. So that's all I'm saying. Just marry a black woman, put the wealth back in the community, and then
you try to put the bug in my head, Wanda.
Not me, because I'm married. And
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
But I do have I have women who are single. And
you know, we talk about that some other time. You know, pretty girls hang around.
I gotta make sure you're done with your life and your license. But I'll be.
Oh no,
I have to vet you properly.
My run is over. My run is over.
Okay. Good.
My run is all over.
I'm done. Thank you so much, Haran. That was actually great. I say it all the time. Some men just know how to communicate with women, no matter how irritated the woman is. That's just life. I've experienced it. So as far as being triggered, women get triggered and men obviously get triggered as well. And even the ones that try to come up and act like they're educated, and there's no shade to anybody, but just in general, even the ones that try to come up and act educated and well-spoken, you push them hard enough and they turn hysterical, and then they'll get off the panel, and then they'll start throwing the insults in the chat. So you let them talk long enough and they'll reveal who they really are. And then some men really are that way. I think it's easy for men and women to communicate no matter what their delivery is, but some people just have the knack for it and some don't. No knock to the people that don't have a knack for it, but that is a fact of life. Some men can just communicate with women no matter what level they're on. Super chat break, Ill Doctrine, thank you for the super chat. Says, was waiting to hear Anna say black men do something at the highest clip before going my own way. Stamp.
Before I forget, Tristan, get in contact with me. So we can exchange info.
Yeah, you left so fast last time. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. I'm so sorry.
Throw it up in the private chat. In Rush, I know you've been waiting a long time.
Sorry. Yes.
My apologies. What would you like to add to this very eventful talk here?
Yo, salute to all the panel. Definitely learning a lot from everyone that's speaking on the panel. I want to first of all, I want to disclose I do not roll with the Manosphere. A lot of the stuff that they promote, I don't agree with, but I do understand the red pill community, and I understand where they're coming from. A lot of the information that they disperse to the public, well, to young men, is, you know, they're informing them on how to deal with female nature, because a lot of these young men are being taken advantage by women. You know what I mean? And the young females that's in the game, that has the pick of the litter, they know that they have the upper hand when it comes to the dating scene. A lot of them have their personal rotations, and they use certain dudes for like free dinners, dates, flying out to vacation, and etc. I mean, not that I'm knocking it, but you know, if you're able to retract any kind of resources from a male and he's a sucker, then you know you treat him accordingly. Now, with the information that the red pill community have for these young men, they give them information to watch out for certain snares when they interact with these women. You know what I mean? Like, you know, everything from, like, you know, child support, alimony, you know, false accusations on rape, etc. You know, and I understand where you know, the frustration could come from the female side, because you know, a female is not going to have a full understanding of what the male got to go through when they dealing with these kind of adversities and snares, when they dealing with, you know, with the female in that kind of lane. I mean,
what's the female nature?
Yeah, can I?
What is the female nature, sir? Can you do you know what it is? Could you enlighten me, please?
In modern day time is you know,
changed?
hypergamy on steroids. You know what I mean?
So is
hypergamy on steroids?
Is it hypergamy on steroids because of inflation, or is it hypergamy on steroids because what do you think is happening?
Well, one, the mass media, it do promote a lot of females to be promiscuous. You know what I mean? You know, you got the, you know, the Megan Thee Stallions, the Cardi B's.
Hold on.
You know, they have a large fan base, and they're able.
Hold on, sir.
Okay.
You said the media. Is it? Let's differentiate. Let's name names. But is it men that's pushing promiscuity? Like, who benefits when women are promiscuous?
Us, me.
Men, right? So who? So if why? You have to take a guess, who do you think is pushing the narrative, whether it be media?
I mean, culture? Obviously the female does. You know what I mean? Nah, the female, she benefits off being promiscuous.
Females benefit from being promiscuous. Females are devalued. Health, in terms of your health.
I told you, you know, the Cardi B's and the Megan Thee Stallion. This is what.
No.
This is what's in the new wave right now.
Megan Thee Stallion doesn't represent Black women as a whole, so we're gonna just leave that alone. And in even female Black rappers, for them to have the notoriety that they have today, they never had before. It's really, rap has always been male centered. It's always been a male centered industry. I just want to know, who do you think is pushing that narrative or that culture?
She has influence.
From who?
She has a large fan base.
I know the answer. I know the answer to that. And you're not gonna like it. Well, so when you look at people,
he doesn't want to answer, but he knows as well.
Listen,
so right.
When you look at these women that behave this way on television and in media, reality shows, Nicki Minaj and people like that, right? You can be angry with them. You have a right to, because they are willingly participating in that shit and spreading it. But at the top of the pyramid, it is being financed allowed and pushed by white men.
No.
Yes, it is. They are the ones that are allowing it. The women are just participants.
So what are black men doing?
Black men are the ones, you know, spreading it around and, you know, reciprocating it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has a role.
Wait a minute. So you're saying that white men, you're basically saying that black men have no autonomy. No, I'm not saying that. No, but you're saying that at the top of the cultural pyramid, or you're saying it's white men that are determining.
That's not what he's saying. He's basically, hold on, let me say this real quick. He's basically saying a lot of these labels are owned by white Jewish men.
Right? Why? So you're telling me that that's the only way? That's the only way it could be done, or are black men more complacent and comfortable being owned by a label or a white man? Because you see that in athletics as well. There are other areas of life where we see black men dominate. They dominate the industry, but they don't have any ownership. That's a choice. That's a choice that one has to make. One has to either want to be an owner, a proprietor, or they want to be owned. Those are choices that you make.
You're right about that. And you have to be angry with the willing participants that sign up for that, especially the ones that are doing it like in these days, because they've already witnessed it for decades. And if you're still doing that, then you're really a
right.
piece of
but
shit.
Reese, my point is, I don't like this whole the white man. If you're allowing men to do because now black men need to pick a lane, right? Black men say feminism, and black women are the reason for the degradation. Black women don't listen. Black women are not cooperating. But then they'll also say, but the white man, you have to pick a lane, right? It can't be. If you're being dominated by women, that's a different kind of problem. But if it's white men and you're complicit, you're perpetuating it, you're not doing anything about it, you don't really have a leg to stand on. That's
everybody
the problem.
has a role
So
in the madness.
If you are complaining about promiscuous women, stop promoting promiscuous women as desirable women, right?
They're the biggest consumers.
Don't hire. It's everything. The way that life works, supply and demand. You create you set the market, just like you set the culture. So it's decisions that need to be made. Period. But I understand what he's saying. I just want to know what the nature of women. It sounds like the nature of women is to be exploitative.
It's not one-dimensional though. Like you could talk about the nature of women.
No, I just want to know what the nature of women is. I've never heard this in my life. So that ostentatious youth that came up that tried to educate me, I don't need that. But I've never heard of the female nature. This education, this is solicited. I'm asking for it. I want to know what the nature of black women is, specifically black women. I don't really care about other women.
If you ask 100 men what the nature of black women is, you're going to get 100 different answers.
I just asked him because he's the only one that brought it up. So I was really only asking him. But
there is no definitive answer to that. You know, it's that's one of those perception things.
But he's saying that these channels are predicated on giving out this information based on what a black woman's nature is.
They're just claiming.
Even just give me parameters, or just give me a baseline. So just give me something to work with. What is a black woman's nature? I've never heard this. I need to be educated at this point.
They're just claiming what black nature is according to A, B, and C, but they don't list D, E, F, and G. You see what I'm saying? So they stay inside of that small window and don't come out of it.
Right, they're not smart. They're not smart. I understand what you're saying, Reese.
Here's the thing, though, Reese. What we're saying is that the Manosphere cannot teach you female nature. Why are you guys listening? They can't teach. They cannot teach you guys female nature, and what they're doing is desensitizing you. What they're doing is like reject kind of teaching you to reject women, right? To not like women. They're really brainwashing you into believing that women are not good for you, when really that is just, so you have to look at it for what it is. Why would you want to date a woman, okay, and be desensitized and really be on, like, you're kind of like operating in fear that she's going to take advantage of you? Yes.
Hold on.
Because you said that they taught you that women are hyper. Can I finish? Because I let you speak and I heard what you had to say. You basically said that they teach you that women are hypergamous and using you, and so they put you on game and they let you know how women think. That's what you told.
Female nature. The female
nature.
If you figure out the female
nature.
You
say some men, some masculine alpha men in the manosphere teaching you about female nature. Did you hear what you said? This is what you just, I mean, I'm just saying, listen to what you're saying. How can they teach you that? I don't understand.
It seems like they're the perfect woman.
Right, like
if you're the perfect woman, come out and say that.
Right, like why would they be able to tell you about female nature? They don't know.
Like if you're the perfect woman, if you have the feminine nature to a T, to a science, get you a high value man and be okay with it.
Teach them how to teach us how to get a high value man, because they so good at telling y'all about female nature. I don't understand how
somebody tell me what it is?
Can do that.
What is the female nature that Black men need to be educated about? Because when I think of the nature of human beings in general, like you could take a course in college for that, right? Like a lot of it is psychology, it's sociology, right? The way that you're socialized, the like culture. Well, what are you talking about? The nature? Because if you're going to say the nature of a woman is to be exploitative, that's the nature of all human beings. There's an element in all human beings. There's an element of exploitative behavior, but the difference between people who are going to be exploitative pathologically and people who are going to do it for their benefit, but not to someone else's detriment, right? You don't add that predatory element to it. There's a difference. Everyone has exploitative traits. All that's a human trait. That is a human nature. So what is the female nature? Once again, I need
because it definitely ain't hypergamy. Okay, that's weird. We got a lot of other like natural abilities, and hypergamy is not one of it.
We can't be hypergamy. You can't be You're a Black woman, and you think you can be hypergamous?
Like what?
I don't think so.
Where and what
I don't
planet?
Think so.
How do we even have the opportunity to be hypergamous?
Not if you are a Black woman, you cannot be hypergamous. How dare you think you can be Black woman and hypergamous? That's for Karen. That is for Karen and Ming Ming and Maria only. You, ma'am, no, ma'am. You are gonna stay with Pookie. I don't care if you have your education. I don't care if you have your education, ma'am. We don't value education.
So D Durrell is back. I didn't invite you back, sir. What I said was you're welcome to the panel at any time, because you're in the comments barking like you're disgruntled about what happened up here. I didn't tell you to go. I didn't kick you out the studio. All I said was don't bicker, and you're welcome to be on the panel at any time to make your point. That's what was said.
It's the comprehension. It goes from the mouth, and then before it gets to the ear, there's like an impediment. There's like I don't know. It must be the female nature. I don't know what it is.
It's the female.
I don't know what
so Jen, who was I bickering with, Jen?
She said a female.
I wasn't bickering with anybody.
You bickered with everybody.
You and Anna were bickering back and forth.
No, I was simply educating, and I was interrupting. I was simply educating. I'm not here to bicker. I was just
now. You see what you're doing right now?
No, ma'am. No, I was expressing a thought.
Okay,
I can't express a thought.
Listen, you have to. How it works is you have to wait till someone makes a point, and then you can jump in there with yours.
But I thought you were talking to me.
I'm not.
Jen, you're too nice.
I know what it is. I know what it is.
Try again. I'm gonna try again. Let me see if I can finish my sentence. Okay. I said after I finish my thought, you are more than welcome to say what you have to say. Go on.
I can talk now?
Absolutely.
Okay, so what I was saying was that what I was stating from my perception was that I was not bickering with anybody. I was simply trying to educate, and I was interrupted. Now we can agree to disagree with that. But what I want to talk about as it relates to the guy talking about or failure to talk about female nature and so forth. So what I would like to do.
Anna, let him finish, please.
Sorry.
Okay, so in the manosphere, when you hear guys talk about female nature, and in my years of listening to a lot of these guys talk about this, and even incels that I've treated, when they're speaking of the female nature, that they're typically speaking from a negative, conflictual, antagonizing perspective that is characterized at some situation in which a female is naturally trying to take advantage of you, manipulate you, is predatory in nature, and that she really doesn't mean you any well. So what you're going to have to do is create defense mechanisms to combat that by saying certain things and doing certain things so that you can, don't allow someone to take advantage of you. Within the manosphere, when they speak of relationships, they speak of it particularly in a very, very finite manner that is not necessarily typical of what you think of a relationship between a man and a female in real life. And again, you have to look at the background of these guys when they come into this space, because in many situations, and as I've argued in debates, if red pill ideology was good and so forth, why is it that everybody comes into this particular understanding dealing with failure and some type of distress and so forth? Why does something bad have to happen? Why can't something good happen to you as it relates to being with females that lead you to this? I would have to question any ideology that foundation is from some type of trauma or some type of negativity that occurred within the realm of a relationship.
Right.
So that's pretty much my perspective in listening to the guys and the things that they say. That's kind of summary of what I think many of them mean.
Okay, can I ask you again? The pathology that you just mentioned that they kind of reinforce about women, doesn't that sound similar to a man who does not like women? Did you hear what you said? The pathology of for a woman was like, do you really? I don't know. Do men in the manosphere not see that those men are teaching you to hate women? Their true, true nature.
But
the
if you
true
remember,
nature of women. I never heard it.
Like they don't want you to embrace the fact that we have children and our body changes and like the things that are naturally what happens to women after you have children, after you go through life, you age, they naturally talk against those things that happen and try to make men hate us. I don't like you just
what I'm saying about when I first came.
And that's also a response to trauma. That can also be a response to trauma. Having a sort of a sexual fluidity or ambiguity, that could also be a response to trauma.
Can I speak?
Go ahead.
Okay, so what in regards to the late, what's your name in the middle, ma'am?
Oh, I'm Juana.
Okay, for Juana. In regards to that, yes, I've talked about this. I've talked to them about it. Basically, trains and conditions, particularly young men, because it's the young men in the sector that have been more susceptible to trying to practice this and it to hate other women. But dig a little deeper than just that. We have to look at what happened over a period of time for young men to formulate this type of perspective. And within the Black community, was in regards to, we look at the development of young Black boys to teenagers and to young men. And as on my channel, I talk about this a lot. I talk about one of the reasons why I talk about the strained relationship between Black men, young Black boys, and their mothers, because when you listen to a lot of these guys, a lot of them, and I know this for a fact for those that I've spoken to offline and some that have emailed me asking about mental health stuff, a lot of these guys have strained relationships with their mother. Some of these guys have been physically and sexually abused by a woman. Many of these guys have been abused or in some way humiliated or manipulated. And that has a lot of guys that those deep-rooted, untreated mental health issues. I also know that guys
Yeah, I guess I just want to know, why do y'all? I understand those things.
Yeah, it's a lot of
we talked about those
quantification.
Like, yeah, we kind of talked about those talking points earlier, and we understand that they have a lot of trauma and, you know, the molestation. Reese from Philly, actually, that was his first point. I think what we're asking is, why do men continue to participate in this space if they claim they do love women and they want to partner with us? What we're saying is, we don't see that that's what the Manosphere represents. It seems like it's a clear war against women, right?
Okay,
like,
let me answer. Okay,
yeah, but I want to finish my statement before you jump in. It seems like it's a clear war against women, and that there is no room for men who actually like women in that group. It just doesn't seem like, it seems like a woman who naturally is a woman cannot win in a manosphere space and will never. So I know a lot of people think I'm concentrating on the manosphere, but really I just want Black women to see what this space is like and stop supporting it, and stop letting them exploit you, and like stop letting them continue to use you for benefit and gain, because that's what they do. Like, that's really what I want them to see.
And Juana, also,
I was waiting to respond and answer, but okay.
Hold on, I just want to add something, because you like, when Black men come into the space and they have reverence for Black women specifically, right? It's okay to love other groups of women. I noticed in the Black manosphere, you can anoint and exalt white women because they're more feminine, maybe, right? They're more agreeable. Hispanic women, Asian women are the most submissive, right? Like, there are groups of women that are anointed. But with Black women, if Black men come in and they have reverence, they have love, respect, or hey, even if you compliment them, you're a simp. So there is a line of gradation where it's like, okay, what are you truly seeking? And do they have a uterus? What do you really want? Like, it's a problematic pathology. It's problematic. It's detrimental to themselves and to women. I say stay away from them all.
Hey, I want a chance to answer both of y'all.
Really quickly, I have a lot more people in the room than I have likes. If you guys are watching, lurking, hit that like or unlike or whatever it is, but we need to know you're here with a like or subscribe. Thank you.
Like and subscribe and hit the notification bell. What are you doing?
So can I answer the question, or is that AJ speaking?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
AJ,
okay. So first of all, I'm gonna say this for the 50th time. I said my position in the manosphere is a person debating opposition of what they're saying. So I don't know why I'm getting questions as if I am saying I must in some way. Why am I supporting a channel or supporting a space that says these such negative, harmful things to women? I agree with that, but that's not my position in the manosphere. I'm from a position that presents arguments of the things that they're saying and a misuse of, and also other information, particularly mental health and so on, behavioral. They are being disingenuous and lying. So I don't know why
he's cutting out. Is it me? Am I cutting?
No, he's cutting out.
He's cutting out.
Yeah, you're cutting in and out, Daryl. I'm catching. We catching like every other word.
Yeah, no.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, so what I was saying was that my position in the manosphere is one that debates the flawed statements and things that they say is not in agreements and so forth. So that's my position in there. When I'm in the manosphere, I'm debating and producing accurate arguments against the things that they're saying and telling them some of the very things that you're stating right now. So I don't.
Yeah, I'm not thinking about I'm not thinking about it like you are.
Can you hear me?
I
don't think she's saying, why are you supporting them?
I'm more so wondering, like, do you understand
why? Yes, I do. I was trying to finish the answer. Like, I mean, I didn't say anything.
Daryl, I understand what you're saying.
Okay, so can I finish?
You've spoken several times, and you.
No, I did not. I didn't say anything.
You have every time.
Juana, can I say something?
Wait a minute. I listened to a loaded question and I can't even answer.
Wait a minute.
You don't support the manosphere. Is that what it is when you're there? You're constantly debating them. That's what you're saying.
We've heard that part already. But what we had Haran come up here and we had a great dialogue, and everybody waited. It was popcorn style. We asked questions and he answered.
But I listened to you speak, and I listened to a loaded question. I just wanted to finish my answer.
So shout out
I
to
just
Haran.
asked to not be interrupted. I didn't interrupt anybody.
Thank you, guys.
It's not called interrupting.
Did I interrupt
it's called
anybody?
a conversation.
I know, but let him
I'm trying to have a conversation, but soon I listened to 3 people ask a question.
Okay.
And then when I was within the third sentence, I got interrupted. So I'm asking you all, let me finish speaking. I'm not here to argue with anybody. And I've stated for several times, I don't agree with none of the stuff that they say. I'm a person that does not agree with the things, and you're arguing with me as if I'm a Manosphere supporter.
I'm not arguing with you. It's a question.
You asked me. Okay. Go ahead. I'm gonna just listen to you speak, and I'm not gonna say anything. Go ahead.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like
because every time I speak, I'm interrupted.
No, there's a threshold with people like him. There's a threshold. There's a ceiling.
There's a threshold for you to not talk when everybody's speaking.
No, I had a great conversation.
You want to control the mic. I wasn't even speaking to you. I was speaking to the lady in the middle, but you find it upon yourself to say something.
So can we wait?
I wasn't even speaking to you.
We don't have to all talk at the same time. Anna, did you have another question that he could answer without being interrupted? No. Juana, no?
I want to answer Juana's question.
Okay.
You want answers. You want answers as to what you see in the manosphere, right? And what you have in there is some Johnny-come-lately dudes that have infiltrated, and a lot of them are really immature. And this is where these slogans like female nature come along. There's no such thing. Females are different. And when you say things like female nature, you're not only bottling black women into one circle, you're bottling all women into one circle. And it's just unfair. You know, women come in so many different flavors. There's a Baskin Robbins of women on the planet. You see what I'm saying? So that's just one example of the immaturity that you see with some of the younger guys and the newcomers in the game. It started off as a place where men could voice their opinions on the things that they disagree with, the behavior of women that they observe in their communities or whatever, because men never had a voice before. I'm old, so I mean, like most of my life, I just remember people bashing men. I never remembered any shows or any platforms where anybody talked about black women in the world. So that was their excuse for starting the Black Manosphere. Whether I agree with that or not, I'm not really sure. I don't want to go down that road, but that's how it started, and that was the premise in the beginning. And then it morphed into this bullshit where it became, like an attack on women. So they took what they observed and then bloomed it and made it more than what it was. You know what I'm saying? Everybody completely forgot about all the good black people, and the focus was on these women that are out here doing these things that they talk about, and then they want to generalize it and say like it's all women. And that's why women call into these shows saying like, why do you say this about black women? That's because in your delivery, that is how they perceive it. You see, your delivery is immature. There's ways to talk about the things that you're upset about without disrespecting people and being vicious and attacking them and using the B word. I've been guilty of that once or twice. It is what it is. But
Reese, here's the thing. At the core, here's the thing. This is what I say, and this is what I was trying to say to Darrell. At the core, I actually love men, right? Like I am naturally attracted to men. I naturally want to partner with them. I see that there are good men and there are bad men, and I can differentiate, and I can really just like I can really hone in on the men that I prefer and that I think are meet my standard expectation, right? But for some reason it just seems like women in those spaces are just looked at as like one collective, and you can't really distinguish. You guys try to like get the pathology of women and just like, I don't know, it just seems like we're dehumanized a little bit.
A lot.
It's very misogynist.
No, hold on,
Reese. Hold on, Reese. Yeah. Let me say something, because I think it's interesting that I want to know where this comes from, but I think it's interesting that men can really say, men can really say with credibility that they don't have a voice. I want you to understand how countries were built and who built them. I want you to understand who writes the law and legislation. That's a voice. That's the biggest voice, right? That's power, and power is a voice. And really, not only is it a voice, but it also takes away other people's voice. So men have always had a voice. Even black men, the loudest voice.
Listen. I want to go in for a minute.
This has to be substantially weak. When I say weak, because for you to really sit up here and say, for the longest time, men haven't had a voice. Wait, this is real. This is real in a country and nation that men
it is true.
And
laws system, a man don't have a voice.
I gotta get out of here.
To specifically benefit men, politically, socially, legally, financially, you're gonna sit here and tell me you don't have a voice and you're writing the laws? Like, wait a minute. Even black men in the community have a voice. March for them, and Black Lives Matter. You got everybody to fall into
Black Lives Matter.
Like, wait a minute, man. You don't have a voice. You're too loud.
Let me go in for 1 minute. Let me go in for 1 minute because I'm about to leave.
Now. It's too much. You're carrying.
Listen, I'm about to leave, y'all. I'm about to leave, so I want to go in for 1 minute.
You're gonna leave. Don't talk and then stay talking the next 10-15 minutes, Reese.
Hold up. I'm about to leave, so I want to go in for 1 minute. I can't even disagree with what you said. Well, all I'm saying is when they came in, when it jumped into the world of YouTube, that was the premise coming in. That's what they were saying. I'm not even here to say whether I disagree with them or you. I'm just letting you know that that's what everybody was saying when this bullshit started, that men didn't have a voice. And that's just because, there wasn't no TV shows geared towards men and, and their issues.
Towards men?
I don't know. That's what they're saying, but I don't care either way, man. All I'm saying is, look,
do some research. It's wrong. That's wrong.
Hold on, wait a minute. The Manosphere to me is a clown.
Reese, hold on, Reese. I want to push back on something you said. You said it's the young guys that are coming in with this, like, the nature of women rhetoric. I see a lot of old, dusty, retro degenerate black men talking about the pathology of black women and the nature. So it's not. This is not relegated to young men. If it were, I wouldn't give you this much static. But this is old, sometimes toothless, retro black men who've been around from the turn of the century. Like, it's a problem.
Yo, you're right.
Yo, phenotypically, you don't even look black. I mean, you're talking crazy right now.
I'm gonna stay on there.
Racially ambiguous.
Hang on, y'all.
You're talking crazy right now.
Like, nobody cares.
Hold on. Listen, I brought up the young boys because they're the ones that are more vicious and use the B word all the time, and they'll really have young boys out here probably being violent towards women when you listen to them. That's why I brought them in. But you do have some old clowns out there too.
Right, they're listening to the old clowns.
Hold on, listen. Before I sign off, when y'all hear me say Manosphere, I have to let y'all understand. I am not part of this YouTube fake ass Manosphere. I talk to young men and tell them how I bettered myself and try to encourage them to do the same thing. That's what Manosphere means to me. Yeah. Sphere means space. Space where men are. That's what it's about. Men bettering themselves.
To be honest, space where men can cry.
Listen, I had zero to do with what black women are doing. That's what I'm saying. This is the new Manosphere. Okay. Fuck all of them. I would line these pussies up and take a tour around this nation and go to their local boxing
real men with most real men don't care about them.
Reese, this is YouTube. It's being recorded. It's being recorded.
Except for a few. Hold up.
We love you.
Wait a minute. Except for a few that are kind of mild about it and are actually helping women. The rare few. You know who I'm talking about. I'm not calling no names or none of that. Manosphere is what the fuck I say it is. Okay. Bitch niggas don't get to make nothing. Real niggas put you in bitch nigga status. That's what we do. You understand what I'm saying? So I hung up the Targaryen batters for y'all three-headed dragons. You know what I'm saying?
Take charge, Reese.
There we go.
Take charge.
I'm gonna come back. Wanda Chica, I saw your last show. That shit was good. It was fire. And I'm gonna see y'all again, brothers on the panel. I love all of y'all.
Bye, Reese.
Peace,
all
bro.
Right, see y'all later, man.
Peace, love. Peace
Thank
and love,
you.
Reese.
So I want to say something really quickly before the other gentlemen jump in again. Daryl is up here. He has something to say to Juana. I wanted to say back to the manosphere becoming dangerous, because it's great that Reese exists, but he is not the majority, unfortunately. Now, all the toxic dudes are loud and wrong, and the channels are spreading like roaches. All these guys are logging on and doing these channels. And speaking about the youth, what worries me is that these older crusty dudes, these older crusty bitter dudes that you guys are talking about, are now leading the youth. So now if a guy, 16-year-old kid, gets rejected by a girl, which is normal, men get rejected, women get rejected, which is perfectly normal. Now, before, instead of going through it and growing from it, all they have to do is log on, and you got some 60-year-old bitter bastard telling him the nature of women, and this is what you should do, versus teaching a man to be desirable. Men are not teaching young boys to be desirable anymore. They're too busy teaching them about the nature of women and how not to get gotten by a woman, right? And that's
not true.
That is problematic. It is true. It is true.
Okay? Nah, they teach them on how to self-improvement.
Okay, okay, I'm gonna finish my statement, and then you're gonna speak, okay?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We're gonna learn how to do this. I promise, before the night is over. So that's really my worry about the manosphere, is that is what they're doing, and they're coining these phrases about the nature of women, and hypergamy is now, it's an evil word, right? When all women want security from way back in the days. I don't care if you were in a cave, the woman is going to want the man who's dragging in 2 buffalo, not one. The one dragging in 2 buffalo is always going to be more attractive than the one that can only bring 1 buffalo into the cave. That is the nature of woman. We want protection. We want someone to provide. That is it. But now they've made it dirty. Like, how dare these women want security? How dare they? That's not for Black women. That's not for brown women. How dare they? They have to take us as is. They have to be our struggle buddies.
They have standards.
Right? So, that's the issue I have with this new manosphere, because everybody's talking about the old manosphere. Everybody's talking about the Reeses of the manosphere, but Reese is nice. We have to talk about what's most prevalent and what's loud and wrong, because that is what women are dealing with. That is what young women are dealing with. That is what young men are dealing with. They are not being taught to deal with their emotions and rejection. They're being taught the nature of women and how women treat men, instead of teaching young boys to be desirable. Who's teaching them to be desirable? Who's teaching them generational wealth? Who's teaching them to dress good and smell good and take a shower every now and then and pry themselves from their PlayStations? Who's teaching them that? Nobody's teaching them that. But now all they got to log on and see, well, after the age of 20, she's not desirable anyway. It's dangerous. Like, we're skating on thin ice. Where are we going to end up? So now whoever wants to respond to anything that was said can respond.
Yeah, I'll respond real quick. Like, the manosphere and the red pill community are 2 different sets. I mean, a lot of people misunderstand. They assume that the red pill community is the same as MGTOW and manosphere. Nah, those are totally 3 different movements. I mean, the red pill, they basically inform males to edify themselves financially, physically, spiritually, and mentally. I mean, as far as hypergamy is a real thing. I mean, the female, she's naturally gonna seek the most powerful male to link up with, because, like Ms. Jen said, like, since the beginning of time, women always seek security. That's within your source code. You're designed to seek for something like that. I mean, because the male and female dynamic of their union has been perverted to the point where these women, they live a promiscuous lifestyle, and they seek an uneven exchange. That's why the disconnect is there between the male and female. I mean, these guys, they don't promote hate women. Nah, they're just getting them hip to the game or not to get played, because there's a lot of suckers out here that's getting played. I mean, ain't nothing wrong for a group of males to inform males to be careful from the snares of women, of the modern day female. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with that.
Listen, let me tell you what they're doing. You sound like a robot. You literally sound like a robot. Like the way y'all sound, it's literally the same.
What's up, NT?
What's going on, D. Darrell?
It is the same conversations. You guys regurgitate what they're telling you about women, and you say it over and over. It's like you're wishing on a star, or you're like rubbing a genie or something.
Hold on.
Let me finish my statement. The
reason why
I heard you talk. I know what you got to say.
This community.
Oh, can you mute him, please? Okay.
The reason why the community has done, the reason why they all sound the same is because y'all doing the same shit over and over.
I don't care. Mute. Thank you. We've heard what you had to say. I already know you're programmed by the Manosphere and you believe everything they tell you about women. But let me let you know that disconnection. That disconnection, you will never find a woman to truly connect with, because you really have you're operating from a place of like computerized, like a woman just has a program in her back, and that's just like how she's going to act. All women are going to behave this way, and that is just absolutely wrong. You're never going to meet a woman, I'm telling you. And if you do have one, she's miserable as hell right now. Miserable, because you don't even know how to connect with women. You're sitting here regurgitating some bullshit. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're not even trying to find out how to connect with a woman in real life. Y'all are like people I don't even want to get to know. It's just weird. That's all I'm saying.
That's what
do you even have a personality?
Can I talk?
Yes. Do you even have a personality? You're like so busy focused on what's wrong with women and how they hypergamous and trying to get the psychology down pat. You sound like a con artist, sir. You sound like a pickup artist.
I'm not a pickup artist. I'm telling you what the red pill community is.
The red pill is wrong. It's wrong.
If all of them are speaking about the same thing, clearly there's a pattern within your behavior.
I want to respond to something you said.
Fine.
It seems like I can't respond to you unless I mute you. Okay. So he said there's a difference between the MGTOWs, the red pill, the Manosphere. All three, I spoke about the divisions. They all use the same language, sir. They all argue about red pill, blue pill. They all argue about cucks, beta males, and alphas. They all have the same talking points. It's like football. Everybody has a different jersey on, but they're all throwing a football. So we cannot separate them from each other. Y'all are just different sets, like you say, but you all use the same talking points. I mean, verbatim, everything you said, I can hear on Kevin Samuels. I can hear on Donovan Sharp. I can hear red pill, blue pill. I can hear on the MGTOWs. It is all the same language. You cannot separate them. Respectfully, it is a bunch of rejected, bitter men who are not desirable.
It's not true.
Newsflash, desirable men are not online complaining about women. That's whether you like it or not. I can do a panel tomorrow of 10 men who have zero problem getting laid, getting married, and dating. Do you understand that? Can you receive that? That I know men who are truly high value and had no issues getting with women, getting laid, getting married, being head of household, being sole providers. Do you know that those men exist? But the Manosphere will have you believe that it's just a bunch of men who can't get women because women have a certain nature.
It's not true.
That is true.
You're spreading propaganda. That's not true.
No.
You're spreading propaganda. That's not true.
You were desirable.
You're spreading propaganda. That's not true.
About the nature of women. Can you come up, sir?
They so delusional.
Can you come up, sir?
Listen.
What's your dress size?
No, because that
All right.
picture says enough.
Can I say a little
Y'all
something?
funny. Yo, listen. If Midtown,
no, we want to see your face. No, we want to see your face.
I want to see your face.
I want to see if you're desirable, and then we can take it from there. Are you desirable? Do you walk in a room and women turn around like, I want that? Because it's a huge issue.
I want to see it.
That's a huge issue.
Listen.
What is your dress size? I mean,
the reason why all these sets is speaking about the same thing is because the behavior that women disperse on males when they interact with males is the same. It's the same pattern. So they're all speaking on the same thing.
Wait a minute, Anna. He's absolutely right with rejected males. That is how females treat rejected males, and the Manosphere is a support group for reject. So you are.
That's not true. You're spreading propaganda.
It is.
You're spreading propaganda.
Why are we on camera?
You're spreading propaganda. You know what I mean? You guys are sitting here.
Capitalize
you guys
on
are
your
sitting here dispersing the black male's character.
Wait, can I ask you a question?
I mean, Shorty's right.
Can the men come up? Can we know your height, your weight, and your tax bracket? Let's keep it 100.
I would love to hear it.
Let's keep it 100.
You triggered?
What's your pants size?
You sound triggered, man.
How tall are you?
You sound triggered, man.
You would all line up to listen to Kevin Samuels rate a woman. Let's rate you all. All of you are hiding behind your fucking screens. I told you we were gonna bring the smoke today.
No, I'm gonna rate them
100%, Rush.
I'm gonna rate you guys though.
The nature of women.
We can rate his picture.
Reject with men that are not desirable. You have to understand, until you make yourself desirable, society, which includes women, are not going to find you attractive or desirable. And the Manosphere will not help you. They're sinking you deeper and deeper and deeper. Make yourself desirable. And you won't be on YouTube complaining about women taking advantage of us.
And yo, I'm not complaining. I'm telling you what the red pill community is telling young men. I'm not complaining.
Sir, can I ask you a question? Okay, great. So you said that there's truth to it because basically our behavior is being tracked and everyone's coming around. Black men are coming around and they're clocking our behavior, right?
Yeah, y'all doing the same thing over and over.
Right. Okay, hold on. Let me ask you a question.
Get to the point.
So when white men clock your behavior,
calm down.
They called you super predators, and they had the birth of a nation. They got it right too because they all said it. They had clans based on the nature of black men to protect their communities. So I want to know: are the white men right about you guys? Low IQ and all.
That's not the premise of
Are they right?
That's not the premise of this show, man. Y'all talking about the Manosphere. I'm getting y'all hip with what it is.
Are they right?
I'm getting you hip with
the narrative.
I'm getting you hip with.
Yes or no? Are they right?
That's not the premise of the show, ma.
But the white man was saying you're the one going to jail at the highest clip. The white man saying you're out here raping white women. The white man saying you're out here leaving your children. The white man saying you have low IQs, you're not getting educated.
Listen.
I want to know if black men are right about black women,
my path,
are white men right about men?
Let's stay on the Manosphere real quick. Again,
they're
Rush, I agree with you, but you're not holding yourselves accountable in the sense that you are not desirable. That is what you're leaving out. You don't have to school me on the Manosphere. I am well versed. I know what it is. It's not an anomaly. It's not a mystery. It is not hard to comprehend. It is a reject support group. If you were a desirable man, you'd be on a date or married or smashing.
That's your perception.
No, that's the reality.
That's your perception, man.
That's the reality.
Yo, and you're entitled to
Antina's gonna make for good content for me.
Oh yeah, bro. This is about a week's worth at least.
Do you understand that? Just when y'all use my content,
well, y'all let me know when it's my turn.
Yeah, we'll let you know.
First of all, you can wait until your turn, and we're still talking to Mr. Blue Shirt.
Absolutely, ladies. Go ahead.
Okay.
My name is Rush.
Why is the woman in the middle so angry though?
Like what happened to you?
I don't care what you think. Okay,
I'm just saying, like, what happened to you that you're so angry?
Before we address Tawana anger,
so what?
like,
I'm angry. Oh, okay.
Tawana, can you hear
All
me?
right. What does that mean?
I'm saying just look upset. You look upset.
What do I care about a bunch of insults calling me angry? Why do I care? What does it matter?
Okay, so this is what we're doing.
Because that's undesirable.
I don't care.
I'm desirable. Are you desirable?
Who I'm with. I don't need you. I don't
just pulling up to show support to the show. I mean, you guys are acting crazy.
You don't have to ever desire me.
Is this what this is about?
Listen, the Holy Ghost. I don't know you. Okay, if you're up here to attack these women and insult them, just wait your turn to speak. You'll have your turn. Okay.
I mean, when is my turn?
When I say it is.
I'm just gonna take my turn right now then.
Okay, no, you're not. You're gonna wait.
I ain't waiting for shit. Fuck it, man.
Goodbye.
Hey, yo, 777 salute to you, man. What's good? What's good?
Can I say something? I'm gonna say something. This is my channel, okay? I want everybody to speak. That's why y'all are up here. I want everybody to speak. Even if I disagree with it, I want everybody to speak. Okay, this isn't the Manosphere. You're not going to tell me how to run this panel, and you're not going to come up here to attack the women on the panel. Take that shit to your other page. Okay? If you're going to use my content, because y'all are, this is going to be a week's worth of content, spell my motherfucking name right so they know where to look for me. Because I tell you right now, I don't give a fuck who uses my content. OnTheBlockWithJen, bitch. So they know where to find me. Now, I'm trying to be as diplomatic as I can be. All right? I want everybody to talk. Just take a turn. Is that so hard to ask? If I was on your platform, you'd want me to wait my fucking turn. It's not rocket science.
So masculine.
What I'm saying was to rush. It is not an anomaly. It is not a science. And I know that it hurts to hear, but the Manosphere Collective today, not at its conception, but today, is a huge collection of rejects, men that are not desirable.
It's not true.
It is true.
I am a
woman. I'm telling you.
Let's stop interrupting the ladies, please.
I am telling you. I don't care how many times you say it's not true. If 10 women are in a room, if 10 women are in a room and you walked in and those 10 women say you are undesirable, sir, you are undesirable. I don't care what Kevin Samuels made you believe.
Hey, Jen, can I say something real quick, please?
You are undesirable.
You mad funny. I like that. I like
the good thing is
I like your sense of humor.
You're not trying to get laid with Kevin Samuels. You're trying to get laid with women. So you have to hear what women are saying about what you look like, what you sound like, and who you are. That's what I'm talking about. So listen to women. Call me the auntie, the mama, the grandmama, the big sis. I am telling you, unless you are desirable, you're going to spend the rest of your life, okay, hanging out with other undesirables on YouTube.
That's right.
Hey, Jen, you mind if I cut in for a second?
Wait a minute, Daryl. Let me finish so we're not talking over each other.
Are you okay?
I'll throw it to you after this. There is hope for everybody. I don't care if you have a gut. I don't care if you're short. I don't care if you have a receding hairline. I don't care if somebody called you ugly back in the 5th grade and you never got over it.
That's a lie.
Okay. No, there is hope. I'm
and Alicia.
Okay.
There's hope for everybody. If you're ugly, you can dress nice.
No.
Okay. If you're short, you can improve your personality.
Okay. Yo, come on, man. Come on, man.
No, there's hope. I've seen it.
Okay.
I've seen it. But they're not going to get there listening to these losers online telling them it's okay because women have a certain nature.
I mean, because if you're ugly, you definitely need a better personality.
Whoever that was, that Holy Ghost dude, you don't run my shit. Sorry, I'm not your baby mama, your mama, whoever it is, whatever woman made you believe that you run the show there.
Who cares what he got to say?
Wait, but Jen, I want to say Sherelle said something so poignant, and I think we kind of glossed over it a little bit. she said something about they feel like because they have a penis.
Yeah.
That what really the Manosphere, what they have in common is this pervasive, it's entitlement. They are so entitled and they become enraged when they feel you're not giving something that they feel that they deserve. Like, they are a man. They deserve access to sex. How they look is inconsequential. How much money they have doesn't matter. Their pathology, psychopathic and narcissistic, doesn't matter. Nothing matters.
Oh Lord.
They are they're more entitled than white women, these men. More entitled than white women. I've never seen anything like it in my life. The reality is you're entitled, you're unselect, you're emotionally defective, your personality sucks. And you know what? You need Jesus for all of those things. Jesus Christ himself has to come down and he has to deal with you. Because that's a problem. You're entitled. You're entitled to nothing in this life. Least of all women. Least of all women. You're unselect.
I want to respond to Shay before we let one of the gentlemen speak on the panel. Shay, I don't know if you're a guy or a girl, whatever. I don't give a fuck.
He's a guy. He's a guy, girl.
Okay, well, rejects don't bother me. They don't. You know why they don't bother me? Because they're not in my dating pool. I'm not making money with them. I'm not breaking bread with them. They don't bother me. But because the subject today is Manosphere, that is what I'm addressing. But no, it doesn't bother me. There's no reason for it to bother me at all whatsoever. I'm actually here trying to help them. I'm saying, check your sexuality meter. Maybe you are a homosexual. And I don't mean that as an insult. I mean that scientifically. If you hate women so much, you may be interested in men. It is an option maybe you should visit.
They don't hate women.
Don't
say that.
Bro, you got to let her finish or else this isn't going to stop. Let her finish, man.
You can't tell us what to say.
So that can be a possibility. If you don't like your looks, you can improve. There are gym memberships. Some of them are very, very cheap. If you feel like you don't make enough money, get your ass up, get another job. That's what I would fucking do. When I feel like my money's not right, I hustle harder. So I'm actually here to help the fucking situation. Improve your fucking personality. Okay? Go to fucking museums. Open up a book. Get an interest. Get a hobby.
Get a therapist.
Get a therapist first and foremost. Move on from that trauma. That's what I'm here to say. So no, they don't bother me. We're here to address the Manosphere and how it can be better and how some of them have no hope. I know people that are 70 and 80 and they still fucking bitter about something that happened in their 20s. Some people you can't help.
It's a lost cause. It's a lost cause if you still.
Right. I believe that some people you could help. So I don't want to keep chatting. We have some gentlemen up here that have been waiting patiently. Rush, you already spoke.
I know Daryl.
Daryl, you already spoke. Daryl's up here and Aunt T is up here. They haven't spoken. So which one of you wants to go first? Aunt T
I can go real quick. So me and Tawana can have. Tawana, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Huh?
All right. So before I even get to you, when I was telling the men to let the women speak, somebody said the word simping.
Yeah.
No, it's you're not a real man if you can't have a conversation with a woman and just shut the fuck up and let her speak. And I don't need a response for that. But to Tawana's point, when
you sound like a fucking simp, man.
Yo, man, you gotta let the brother finish, bro.
Why you're never gonna have a girl? This is
hold up, man. Let the brother finish. Can y'all let the brother finish, man?
I'm not about to go back and forth. I came up here to say what I said. You know, I'm solid like that. At the end of the day, Tawana, me and you had a conversation yesterday that you addressed kind of today, and that's what I want to address. I did a video about Lauren Smith Fields, who was a Black woman who died in Bridgeport, Connecticut. And I said that day, I put out calls to action with the mayor's email, with the police chief email, et cetera, et cetera. Since then, I have spoken to Dr. Haran Gaston, who is a Black man who is the chief advisor to the mayor of Bridgeport, Connecticut. I will send emails to Jen right now for anybody who need proof. And I asked you then, and I ask the people now, because we get on these panels and say Black men aren't doing anything. Shout out to Haran Gaskin, again, a Black man who also was a member of Alpha Phi Alpha. We have been trying to figure out who killed this Black woman. And when I got on the panel, I said, Black women, have y'all ever reached out to these people because it seems like the only two people on that panel and probably this panel and chat who are trying to help this Black woman get justice in the Black family are two Black men, right? I haven't met a single Black woman or nobody else who've done anything since that day. And to furthermore to on the point I was making, Tawana, when it comes to political power, I also brought to you multiple facts. The white women are the most, they have, sorry, the NRA is filled with gun owners. The group that has the most of those is white women. And they protect white men and white power structures. I asked you then and I ask you now, why aren't Black women, instead of talking about the Manosphere, Kevin Samuels, Anton Daniels, people who I was reached out about, right? How many people came at me, and Jen was there to defend me against Guapo and all these different OGs in the Manosphere, that people go to them. And thank you, I think that's Tristan, who put, that's the exact picture I posted with all the cause of actions. And Black women haven't addressed it yet, but we addressed the Manosphere. And I said then, right then and there, I said, Tawana, we don't address the men like Dr. Haran Gaskin who are doing these things. We don't address all these different men who are out here doing these things. And I put them all in the chat that day, right? But nobody wanted to address it because why are we addressing men like Kevin Samuels, who is 2-time divorced and does nothing in the Black community? But most of these people don't even know who Dr. Haran Gaskins is, but they want justice for little Black Lawrence Smith Fields. But see, that's what we do in the Black community, right? Black men are trash. Black men are degenerates. Black men are not educated. But then when I point out actual people who are African-American men doing exactly what they say we are not doing, you don't know their name. You never supported their administrations, right? But you know Kevin Samuels. You know Anton Daniels, right? You know J.R. Lapief. We know all these the other people on the internet, right? And it's the one thing that I always hated when Anton would say it, but I started to believe that it's correct. In the Black culture, we promote shit that don't even fucking benefit us. In the Black culture, we're gonna sit up and talk about fucking Kevin Samuels and all these other motherfuckers. When I started my conversation about Anton, it was about Black health disparities. I had somebody tell me recently that Black women die more by Black men abuse. It's a simple Google search of Black women dying, and you'll figure out that it's all medical malpractices, not just pregnancies, but heart attacks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there are Black men like myself who continuously bring these things up. And exactly, I'm breaking up Black women dying in hospitals, which is a medical fact. I'm bringing up Lawrence Smith Fields, who Tristan has it right there on his screen. I posted that, but we're not talking about Black justice. And when I am a Black man talking about it, I get, come on, man. So this is why, Tawana, I suggest that Black men, like I told you that day, do the work vigilantly, because we're not going to get the credit that we deserve. Dr. Haran Gaskin is going to be talked about less than Kevin Samuels. Why? Because we want to promote and point out the men like Kevin Samuels instead of promoting and pointing out the men like Dr. Haran Gaskins, right? And rest in peace to Lawrence Smith Fields. That's the only thing I've got to say. And if you want to do something for Black people,
I just respond? I want to say something to you.
Deviating from the topic.
Because I wanted to say this because I do. When I support people, I'm very private about it. I don't even say anything when I cash out people or when I, support all these panels. And I know for a fact that I support the people who I know give the information that I support and I think is good for, to put out, right? But what I say about you, Daryl, is that everybody has a passion and things that they fight for. And I think that you just gotta, I understand that you have a passion and things that you fight for as well. But I do think that you have to respect other people's lane and what they fight for and their passion too. But I understand your overall point is that you're showing clear examples of how you love Black women, or you at least are showing a clear example of how you support Black women. And we don't highlight these cases. We tend to focus on the men in the Manosphere that's not doing the right thing. And I get your point and I understand completely. This show though is specifically about the Manosphere and attacking those talking points. So I know that that these are the type of panels that I'm on, where we're talking about these things over and over. But I also came on your channel to support you in talking about Lawrence Smith, right?
Yeah, you did. That's why I was just saying that.
I did, and I did share it, and I did ask people to come on. I did support you. And what I'm saying is that you know, sometimes you have to talk about the problem to get to the solution. And I know it's very frustrating, but I do think that we're hitting a breaking point, or at least getting people to see some of the hypocrisy in the Manosphere. I hope you see the larger issue or larger goal and what we're trying to accomplish here, because I think that it is I know that for you, it's like you hear these conversations all the time, but for us, it's like, we got to talk about this stuff. How else is people going to know, like, the hypocrisy that exists within the community, like, and hear bozos like the man who just called you a simp, right? Like, how
and I
they
agree
need to
with
hear
you
people
all.
like that. You know what I mean? Like, they need to hear how like mentally insane people are. Yeah.
Tawana,
I definitely agree with you.
Hold on, Juana. He just said, he literally, Daryl's coming on, and I understand the need for feeling like, you know what, give us our flowers, we're doing what we should be doing. The time will come.
No, that's not what I said.
The time will come. I don't. Hold on.
With all due respect, I told Jen that I came here to address one person, and we was having a dialogue.
Let me finish, Daryl. Hold on. I'm just speaking to what Juana's saying.
Because you don't like when other people.
Oh my God!
No, because you don't like when other people talk about your talking points.
Stop.
Then don't talk. I didn't come here to talk to you.
But I'm not talking to you.
You cut men off when they. You cut men off. You cut men off when they talk about your talking points. So now you're talking about mine.
Anyways, Juana, like I was saying,
talk to Tawana without addressing my talking points.
He wants to illustrate that there are good black men doing the work, but for every good black man, there's an unselect in the middle wearing blue, right? That will punch down and call you a simp when you're doing the right thing. So
you're not even black, so you ain't got no right to be talking crazy about black men.
If there was a clear consensus. If there was a clear consensus, you would see it on the panel, and you don't, because there's a problem. Like, stop. Enough with this. Like, there are good black men. We know. Thank you, Mr. Obvious.
I never said that it was not a problem. I said that we need to highlight these different people.
Stop being so
obtuse. I never said
like, stick to the subject of the conversation anyways.
Exactly. So look, we talking about a black woman dying. You see how she
didn't address that? No, we're talking about the Black Manosphere.
No, I'm talking about Lawrence Smithfield. The call to action is right there below you.
Your show.
So it's not your show either, and I was led on by the show host. I was led on by the show host.
Let me say this. I know these topics and conversations are gonna go every which way. I happen to appreciate what Daryl just shared, because it does lend strength to teaching these men these are not the people that they should be following. The men we're talking about in the Manosphere. I'm glad he added what he added, because this is what we're talking about. There is a plethora of men that men should be following and looking up to, and things that they should be concerned with, other than the nature of women. And they're trying to get you for dinner, and they're trying to get you to get them a cheeseburger on Tuesdays because they're using you for $5 guys. They're trying to get you pay $30 for a burger. So we have to have the balance of, look, these are some men and some stories that you should be looking into, right? So I appreciate the little diversion, because it's like, when we're talking about the problem, it's great, but what are the solutions? What are the alternatives? What are some men that you should be following? And what are some issues that you should be concerned with? So I'm not mad at the sidebar at all, because we can't do this, you know what I mean, pointing fingers, but what else can we do? And there are men, right, that are worthy of being followed, because these dudes are leading you into a tunnel long as you super chat them. With that said, super chat break. Square Biz, thank you for the super chat. I didn't catch it earlier because people left a lot of comments. Square Biz says, teach these young men how to get the money and stay out the penalty box, where American has a place for every black man, where America has a place for every black man. Everybody high value, show them. I totally fucking agree, right? And that's what we're talking about here today. So yeah, let's stay on topic about the Manosphere. Rush, that whole thing that you just said about somebody's ethnicity or identity or not being black, I'm not gonna have that. If you wanna continue adding something to the conversation that's not a personal attack, great. Know what I mean? Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
you haven't said anything. Welcome to the panel in the chaos.
Thank you, Daryl.
I'd like to
Jen, I might log off in a little bit.
Okay.
It's getting late. I got
Well, but before she goes, because look, I just want to thank Jen for having me up. I love your show. I check out Tawana's show from time to time too. Y'all have an excellent show. So I want to speak to a few points. First off, like men like myself, D. Durrell, that have spent time, like we're in the trenches when it comes to the manosphere. So I understand where you guys are coming from. You got a lot of incels, weirdos, men that just use that as a platform to attack women. Men such as myself, D. Durrell, and there are some others in the manosphere that we preach manhood first. Knowledge of self, understanding where you've been, understanding where you are, mapping out where you want to go. And you learn that from men that have been through things, men that are going through things, and then you learn how to avoid things. That was the original purpose of the space. I get it. Over time, that message has been skewed. It's kind of gone away to a lot of other things. But it seems like people use that as an excuse to attack the entire group as a whole. You still do have men in this space that are doing the best that we can to try to change that. Like, and I'm going to keep bringing up D. Durrell because myself, him, we're very few men that actually have real co-ed channels. And that's why I respect the platforms that you guys have, because you open up the conversation. That's what we like to do, is open up the conversation. You know what I'm saying? We don't allow woman bashing, but at the same time, we don't allow men bashing. We're not going to allow conversations like this to be an excuse to go in on black women. And I'm not going to, when I have a stream where I go in on incels for being socially awkward and being mad because the woman chose Pookie, she chose Ray Ray and didn't choose you, I don't let them use as an excuse to go at women. You know what I'm saying? I don't let them use that as an excuse to go at women, but at the same time, I don't let women use that as an excuse to go at all black men. So just because men are actually in this space and we're trying to give our knowledge back to other men, it doesn't mean that we're quote unquote undesirable, because a lot of us have been there, done that. We don't have those issues with women. It's not a problem. I know how to talk to you. Now, on the other side, I've kind of just seen, like, you guys seem like you're kind of using the manosphere and its talking points to go at every single man that's part of it. So I'm just saying, we're in the trenches. We understand what's going on. There are a lot of things that need to change. The space is on notice. That's what I put in your chat earlier. And that's pretty much all I got to say with that. Like, the space is on notice and the cream is going to rise to the top.
So let me respond to that really quickly, right? Because I don't know how long you've been watching, but I started in the beginning. First of all, I don't think any of us are going on everything, right? I said at the beginning of the show, we're going to speak generally. I usually have this sign. If you follow my page, you know I do this a lot. Not all, some, right? Because people feel comfortable, because these conversations are personalized so often. Like, we can't say black men, we can't say women, we can't say Asians, because black men will be like, hey, not all of us, or hey, not all of us, right? And I say, someone can say Puerto Rican women, blah, blah, blah. I don't personalize it. That's that person's curious. I don't give a fuck. If it doesn't apply, I let it fly. So too often we're on these panels and people come and defend the entire collective. It is not necessary. I use this. I'm facetious when I use this. I don't really care that people personalize. I'm being very facetious with it. So also what I want to say is, maybe y'all should change your name. When you say I'm in the trenches of the manosphere, unfortunately for you good guys, right? It's like when people say not all cops are bad. Doesn't matter, right? You are in the manosphere. If you are wearing the uniform, like I said about football, if you are in the cleats and the jersey and you have a football in your hand, I'm going to say that's a football player. So maybe you guys should start a whole new movement and change the fucking name, because
I'm presently doing that now.
D. Durrell is doing that, and then there are also a lot of us that understand what that space was originally created for.
I salute you and applaud you for that, because unfortunately for you good guys, the good cops, the good apples, the other guys are loud and wrong, and they're toxic, and they're leading these young boys to fucking hell.
But here's where I got to give you ladies the pushback, because what you were saying earlier is that a lot of these men are not desirable. And this is something that I want to say.
They're not.
Well, as men, our concern is not to be desirable. are concerned. That might be your concerns as women. I don't know what your concerns are because I'm not one.
Right,
our concerns are to be. Wait a moment. I'll let you go. I'm just saying, as men, to be better men, our concern should be to be better men. To bring knowledge, wisdom, understanding, structure, order to our own lives first, and that way we can spread that throughout the community. If our only concerns are to be desirable to women, we've already lost the battle and war as men. So those channels that sit there and talk about women all day, whether it's derogatory or they're the pickup artist or whatever, that's not conducive to manhood. That's not the message that should be spread.
Okay.
So, but also, I don't want the message being spread that, look, your only goal as a man is to be desirable toward women, because that's something that we'll never agree with.
Okay, so then don't date women. Let me respond.
No, we're gonna date women because it's a natural thing.
Right, but
it's natural. We like women.
Then you want to be desirable then.
Let me respond.
Being the best man that you can be automatically makes you desirable to women.
Okay, but let me respond to that. Let me respond to that. Okay? The message, the presentation, the narrative of the Manosphere is attacking women for not being desirable. Correct? It is about attacking women who are not desirable. The Manosphere, the collective, the loud guys, not your good guys. But the loud guys is about telling women how undesirable they are, how undateable they are, how unmarriageable they are, right? So no one is saying that men, your only goal is to be desirable. Because I agree with you. You're a dumb fuck if your only goal is to be desirable or a woman to get laid. You're a dumb fuck. You're lost already. I cannot help you. But I'm talking specifically about men that are complaining about women not wanting them. That is a problem of desire. Is it not?
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a big problem.
Right. When men say men don't, women are this and that, and they don't want me, and they're just trying to use me, that's a desire issue. That's not a betterment issue. That's a desire issue. So that's what I was addressing. And that's why I say, if you make yourself desirable, you won't have to worry about being rejected. So don't misconstrue what I said. I'm not saying, hey, man, you have to be desirable to us. If you are a heterosexual male who wants to marry a woman and date a woman, you have to be desirable. And in the Manosphere space, that is the emphasis, that women don't want you. So I'm saying make yourself desirable. Although, yes, the number one priority is for men to be fucking men, functioning, full, adult, grown, attractive, strong, providing men. That is the goal. But in these spaces, it's about being desirable and not desirable. So when you say, they're not desirable, the majority are undesirable. That is why they're angry. That is why they're attacking women, because men that are desirable are not online. I don't care who disagrees, are not online complaining about how women are trying to get them for their pockets. They're just not doing it. And I say the same thing of women. If you see a woman online constantly complaining about men ain't shit, men ain't shit, men ain't shit, men ain't shit, men, nobody wants me because I'm fat. Make yourself desirable. Make yourself desirable. It's the same thing on both ends. So I'm not saying that, men have to. The majority of these men who are bitter and angry are undesirable.
Can I say something?
I applaud you for starting your own movement. You're going to have if you want to succeed. If you want to succeed in this space and not be bunched up with the bad apples, you're going to have to.
Okay. But Jen, listen, I appreciate how nice Jen is. She's very nice.
She's so nice.
She has to come.
You're the cool today, Jen. You're the cool.
Signs, some, not all. You see, I'm not your mom. I'm not going to coddle and assuage your feelings, right? I'm going to say, men, you don't like it? It's served cold. I don't really care. I'm going to talk about Black men. You don't like it? Again, I don't care, right? If it does not resonate and it does not apply, you simply disengage and you let it fly. Like it's so simple. It's mind-blowing. But the irony of the Manosphere is they're unselect rejects, and in most cases they're physically unattractive. And I think we need to be honest about this, because I think people think that vanity is exclusive to women. No, men want to look good too, but in the manosphere, I have to be honest, you don't, like, most of the time. The ones with the loudest voices, the ones giving the dating advice are the most physically unattractive. They have the driest skin, they got the white on around their mouth, they got the ashy elbows, they're bleaching the skin and the lips are black.
Oh,
let me tell you something. They're physically unattractive. So when you add the bad personality, it compounds, right? It just compounds. So we're going to be honest. The manosphere is a collective of men who are so entitled. But the irony is they're accusing women of being entitled. You think because you're a woman that I should buy you dinner. You think because you have a womb, you're
There's
better
entitlement on both sides.
You think that because you look good, you should get a man who has a good job with benefits to take care of you. So there's the irony. It just doesn't go above my head, right?
Well, no, I mean, your point is it's going two ways.
Right, but let me finish.
Right.
That's the irony for me.
She sounds like the same men that say they don't like men. They don't like women with fake hair. They don't like women that are overweight. They don't like women with kids. They don't like women. Yo, like, I agree with you. I'm just saying you sound just like them.
She sounds exactly.
That's my only point. I agree with you, though.
Tawana, this is why I said 11.
I agree with you, Anna. I'm agreeing with you, Anna. You just sound just like these dudes.
They're not nice.
They
so here's the thing.
Every time. Let me finish talking, sir.
Yeah.
Let me finish talking, sir.
Yeah.
Because you've only exposed yourself. This is why
you sound just like these dudes that you're complaining about.
This is why.
And I agree with you. Just like they're a problem.
You were quiet the whole time.
Sound like I'm sitting a little bit.
We were quiet the whole time y'all spoke and let y'all speak. We just want to get our points across so y'all can respond. I mean, I don't understand. This is the very thing that y'all get upset with us about.
We listened to you, D, for like a millennia, and
just get it out, Anna. Anna, just get it out.
To every last point.
Anna, do you rehearse this?
Hey, everybody, breathe. Everybody, hey, woo! And I mean, let me do this super chat break. Thank you, Squareface, for the super chat. He says, teach these young men how to get to the money and stay out of penalty box. Okay, I already read
that one. I was going to say, I thought you read
Listen, Jen.
Jen, I wanted to say this. The whole
entire Let me finish. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
One second. I just want to finish. We just have to be honest, because I know Jen is like, listen, there's hope. We have to be a little bit more pragmatic, because Haran said it earlier. Some genes need to die out. Some men are not meant to procreate with. That is the reality. Okay, the ones on the manosphere with the largest platforms, with the biggest following, the most notoriety, are the most unattractive and therefore the most angry. That's the reality. So I love when people come up here and they say, hey, pick me, I'm the good black man, and then they proceed to be an effeminate degenerate. I love it. I just tell on yourself.
This lady is funny.
Yeah, that's an emasculation.
That lady is funny.
That's not going to work on me. I can't speak for everybody else.
I'm married, so I don't know what that's supposed to be.
I've been married. It makes me no difference.
I got shit. I've been married for 17 years. I don't know.
Wait a minute. Marriage doesn't disqualify you from being.
Right. I was like, does marriage? Yeah.
I mean, she just called. I mean, I don't know if she's talking about me and D. Darrell saying feminine and shit. I mean, come on.
No, I'm just
try
again. Come on, baby. Come on. You can do better than that.
I would never even give you the title of masculine because
y'all not hurt.
You couldn't do it on your best day.
They're effeminate. So if it applies, then I guess whatever makes you.
You got it, Anna.
Anna, you do a good job of rehearsing, baby. Every channel is the same thing. You do a great job.
It's God-given.
Let's cash app Anna.
It's God-given. It's God-given.
Let's give her a cash app for her.
Let me say this. Tonight. Let me say what is problematic about what you said. You came in here and you said that the manosphere, that men in the manosphere shouldn't care about being desirable, and like that's not the entire purpose, when the entire purpose of the whole manosphere was created to pick up women and be desirable to women. So
it wasn't.
it was.
No, it was not. That was not why the manosphere started.
I let you talk.
The manosphere came from
I let you talk. Let me
finish.
No, that's
just stop it. Y'all don't even know the history of the thing that you even following.
Yes, I do. I've done the history.
Stop it.
Let her finish. Do we really have to go through this again?
God.
Let her finish.
Like, let me just finish one time, because y'all sitting here, y'all want to talk about this. You haven't even done the research of the white man who started, and I'm not going to give you the history because I've already read it. Read it for yourself. He studies big pickup artistry. His whole entire purpose was to pick up women. And so what do you think that means? To be desirable. So the entire purpose of this manosphere that y'all don't even know the history about, and that you're following blindly, and calling it some type of different movement, and you don't even know that it was created by this man for this purpose, and then it branched off into whatever y'all want to call it now, and all these different components. Regardless, the premise of it is to pick up women and to be desirable for women. Like, that was what it was. Now you got these men who don't agree with this, and then they want to go their own way, and they want to branch off and do all these other things. But you need to read before you come on the panel and tell me about the history of the manosphere that you don't even know about. You're praising whiteness. That's what you're doing. Okay. It is Eurocentric ideologies, and you're following their ideologies and trying to recreate something that you don't even completely understand. That's what I'm saying.
Shouldn't manhood come from your father? Juana, shouldn't manhood come from your father?
Are you talking to the other guys?
Because I wasn't
talking to you because don't pick. I don't know what you're saying.
That's what I don't know, bro.
I don't know what your purpose
because
is
you
saying.
weren't even talking at the time. I was talking to the gentleman. You just want to jump in. It's
I was quiet for an hour. What are you talking about? I didn't say anything for an hour. Are you here?
This isn't
Jerry
Springer,
say
sir.
anything. For an hour.
Why
I listened to 6 people speaking. I didn't say one thing.
I understand, but I wasn't.
So every time I speak, you just don't want me to say nothing. I'll just not say nothing on the panel, because every time I say something, somebody has a problem.
Listen,
you're talking when you shouldn't be.
Every time I say something, somebody has a problem.
Every time you talk, you shouldn't talk.
I can't say a word.
You started the statement and said,
"No, I did.
I don't know who you talking
I'm
about."
muted.
I wasn't talking about
girl,
you.
Who you talking to, girl? I don't know if you're talking to
I don't
me,
know
girl.
who you talking about. I was not talking to you. I was talking to the gentleman over to the left, right. I don't know where it is. I'm like lost on this verse. It's been 5 hours. Okay. All I'm just saying is that that's not completely accurate, that men don't want to be desirable, and that is why a lot of those men go to those spaces, and so you can't say that. That's my whole entire point.
No, I agree that's why a lot of men go to those spaces, and that needs to change.
And part of building yourself up is desirability, is it not? The more you build yourself up, the more desirable you are.
No, building yourself up creates desirability.
Right. You can't separate.
But if your only goal is to be desired, you just become a mark.
Separate them though, sir.
Like you just become a mark.
That's the point.
Like that's it.
Separate desire. You can't separate desirability and the manosphere.
Because if you have knowledge, you have wisdom, you have rationale, you have structure, you have order, you have leadership capabilities, you have physical fitness, health, you have all of those things that a man is supposed to have. You become desirable naturally.
Manhood from your father? Doesn't your father teach you how to be a man?
Definitely.
So is the manosphere a surrogate?
Absolutely, as do your experiences in life. This is one of the reasons.
My father didn't teach me how to be a woman. Don't worry about my father.
But I think the she's not gonna let you speak, brother. You can
I'm familiar with what she does, but it's not funny to me.
I do have to leave, but I wanted to say that before I leave. I mean, I don't really get your point. I just think that desirability is a factor in it, and I know maybe not for you, but it's huge.
Yeah,
like
he doesn't want women.
Men that's what they're.
Oh, I love women.
Well, they don't love you.
What I'm saying,
believe it or not, hey.
What I'm saying is that you yourself may not be looking for that, but that is definitely what most of them.
That's what they are, and that's why they're not getting it, because that's their premise.
Right, but you came on kind of saying that that's not what they should, what they're doing, and that is what they're doing. I understand that you don't think they should be doing that, but that's what they're on there to do. That's my entire point. And then y'all want to jump in and say, like, it's nothing to argue. It's done. It's over. That's it. Go read about the manosphere before you try
go
read the book.
You may know what it was, and we understand what it is or where it should be.
I don't need to understand what it is. I don't care what
I mean, you guys are doing a stream about what it is.
I just want
you guys are doing a stream about what it is, not what it was.
My first debate.
I just want black women not to support it.
That's what I want them
was
to
about
see.
the
Jen, can you mute them for a second? They're derailing. Everybody's talking at the same time. Let's do it.
No, they're derailing. They're actually derailing.
Let's do a real super chat break. Thank you, Freezy, for the super chat. He says, no matter what, these conversations are needed, but respectfully.
Jen, Freezy, really? Freezy talking about like Freezy talking about respectfully.
Let me say something.
Freezy,
hold on,
but
Jen. I want us to, because now we've come full circle. In the beginning, we had Jabari come up here and say, why are you focusing on what it is now? Let's talk about what it used to be. And now you have this gentleman talking about, we don't care about what it was. We're talking about what it is now.
And what it will be. See, the reason why I came up here is because this actually, believe it or not, this panel turned into a Manosphere panel, which is what me and D. Darrell have been complaining about and what we've been trying to correct for a while. It's turned into what women want instead of what men are supposed to be doing with their lives. That was the reason why I even came up here.
Did you see the topic for tonight?
The comprehension.
The topic wasn't what you said.
Low. It's low.
No, I mean that's a problem.
The topic.
No comprehension is a problem.
The topic is the Manosphere pseudo-masculinity. That was the topic, sir.
Yo, see?
I mean, I don't even know what the hell that's supposed to mean.
Okay.
Pseudo-masculinity. There's only one type of masculinity I understand and know.
Fake masculinity.
Yeah, I mean, I know what she means. I'm just saying, when the conversations are about women all day, there's a problem with anything that's called the Manosphere. And even this panel turned into what women want and what men need to do to be desirable to women. It's just turned into a Manosphere panel, and you didn't even realize it, just like the dudes in the Manosphere.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you.
Go get desirable.
I think men get confused when they come on women's channels. I'm gonna mute you, and you can stay and wait, or you can leave. It's all the same to me. I've been on almost 5 fucking hours. What you're not gonna do is tell me what to say on my channel and what the topic was. If you don't understand what pseudo means, look it up. The topic for tonight, sir, is the Manosphere pseudo-masculinity. The entire topic was the Manosphere from the beginning to the end. Okay, now if that triggered you, if you're saying, I only know one type of masculinity, obviously there's all kinds of masculinity. All kinds of masculinity, sir. That is what we're talking about. Not one time did we sit up here and say, this is what we want men to do. This is not a panel of women saying what men should do. I even tried to help. But what are you confusing me with? And you know what the problem with these panels is? These men come triggered from other panels and shit that they've been through. And then they come here and they're like, you're attacking all men. I'm not attacking anybody.
Say one thing.
Like tried to help. What part of that don't you understand? What are you flashbacking to? What are you flashbacking to? This was about the men here.
She said no.
I gave suggestions. I am not up here saying what men should or shouldn't do. When I said you are undesirable, if men are online complaining about women all day, not wanting them, you are undesirable. Same thing as women do it.
Or gay.
I don't understand why people can't accept some of you motherfuckers are undesirable.
Or gay.
Like, where are you going with this? What are you flashbacking to? I'm not up here bashing men. We're talking about how toxic the Manosphere has gotten. It is not rocket science. Am I bugging?
No, they're crying.
Let me know when I can speak.
The MO is to come up here,
lie, cry, deny. It reminds me of every time a cop shoots somebody back, they're good cops. Who the fuck cares? Don't let some bad apples ruin the bunch. Are you kidding me? That's why I'm saying I even saluted you and applauded you for going your own way and creating something positive away from the Manosphere, because y'all are not more powerful and louder than the Manosphere that is toxic. You two guys and Reese aren't gonna make a fucking ripple.
It's more than that, baby.
It's good guy acts.
Y'all not.
It's more than
You're
that.
just not. You're just not.
I like Reese either though.
Neither one of you is going to make a ripple. The manosphere will run you over and spit you the fuck out. You will be simps in 24 hours. But they will destroy you. I'm always debating the manosphere. They will destroy you.
No,
so I applauded you for going your own way and starting something positive. Well, that's what, in case you didn't know, the topic.
I want to know why I'm not destroyed yet. How about you, D?
I've never been destroyed.
Okay, they're gonna talk over you, Jen.
How many followers do you have, sir? See how
I would suggest you watch some more videos and watch more.
How many followers do you have?
You need to watch more.
I mean, I've been in the space a fraction of the time that all of you have been in, and my channel has grown likely faster than any of yours has. So,
how many followers do you have?
That's irrelevant.
You can hear me. You can hear me. How many?
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant, Jen. It's irrelevant. He said.
How many?
It is irrelevant.
You have?
Of course.
It's irrelevant.
Of course.
That doesn't mean anything. I had a channel that had over 5,000 that got shut down by people in the Manosphere. And then I rebuilt another one that's almost
the Manosphere shut you down, right?
But my name is.
Why is it that, right? Someone can start a channel tomorrow and bash women and blow past you. You will get.
Actually, they can't. Because there's too many people doing that. That's what I'm saying. There's too many people doing that already.
No, Jen, he just
that's why you have a little bit of followers. You're getting run over. That is what I mean about getting run over. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about the
destroyed by the black
y'all are the good guys.
Kid, man. These kids. Do you know what you're saying?
Y'all, you know the Manosphere better than us. Okay.
We absolutely do because you're in denial.
When was the last time you were on a panel of this? I'm just saying. Look. That's why I love you. That's why I love your channel, Jen. Is because you actually have panels with men and women. I do not allow any man to come on my panel and talk shit about women without women being able to push back.
The host. Don't act like you have panel etiquette. Relax. You've been interrupting all night.
Anna, you never show decorum.
Jen,
Stop.
wait a minute. Mute them for a second, Jen. This guy just said.
I mean, I don't think Jen had a problem with me speaking. Did she?
No, wait, I did it. Wait a minute. Super chat break. Oh, Nixon, thank you. He says the voice of reason. You should come up here, Nixon. He's like, oh my God, I feel like apologizing for something I didn't do. Drinks on me. Let's take a shot. This getting
Jen,
serious.
listen.
It's not though. We're raising our voices, but it's not. I don't want you to think.
Like, I didn't think I was disrespectful.
Jen, hold on. Wait a minute. Jen, he just said he was 5,000 strongs and the Manosphere shut him down.
And I rebuilt myself back up, baby. I rebuilt it. That happens. That doesn't mean anything.
That's what I'm talking about.
That doesn't mean anything.
All you gotta do is
and because you said it doesn't mean anything.
I don't need YouTube to make money or anything. That means nothing.
Sir. Shut your channel down.
That means nothing.
Anyways. But they're in
live. And T, they don't understand. They don't understand.
I'm just trying to jump in.
The Manosphere is so complex. The Manosphere is so complicated. We don't understand.
No, I didn't come up here to defend the Manosphere. I really didn't.
Up there crying and doing all those.
I want to say bye to you. I want to say bye to you.
Act like a lady.
Say bye to Duro. Yeah, I'm leaving this channel.
They love to argue with women.
Act like a lady.
Hello.
Look, you're gonna have to get some new tricks, Anna. Like the old ones don't work anymore.
Exactly.
This is not a trick.
Anna, act like a lady.
You trying emasculation tactics? They don't work against grown men. Try again.
You're not a strong man, sir. But
I said grown men. Okay, you can't trigger me.
I think.
I don't have to talk over you.
Go back to the drawing board. Go back to the divestment community and get some more talking points. Oh my God,
sir, be quiet. I think we need to be careful. Like, we shouldn't prematurely label these men. Oh, he's good black man. He's up here actively arguing with women. He's just as vindictive. He's just as petty. He's over talking just as much.
I mean, I actually agreed with Jen on most of the things that she said.
Please.
A little pushback doesn't make it an argument.
Because they say they're good black men. Like,
Anna, because no black men are good men, right? Unless they kiss your ass, right?
You're too
ain't that right?
For my taste. I need more bass in the tone, in the voice.
Yeah.
You're too feminine for me.
Anna, I get it. It takes a masculine man to kiss your ass, right?
Anna, I want to ask Anna a question. Can I ask you a question, Anna?
You cannot. Access denied. We're going to move on. Access denied. We're going to move on.
Can I ask you a serious question?
Access denied. The answer is no.
The answer. So that means you don't want to answer a real question, but you just want to regurgitate things on and on. Okay, we get it.
I'm not interested in you. Don't ask me a question.
Nobody likes listening to you. That's why you do this.
Right, but
I get it. I get it.
So I'm still here.
This is the only way you can relieve yourself.
You must
I get it.
I'm just saying. Look, you called me feminine. I have not insulted a single woman up here.
You must like
which I wouldn't do.
You're still here,
guys. Wait a minute. Let me just say this. Juana is on her way back really quickly. I want to get her on the panel. I want us to do a cool down right now because I'm about to end the stream. I want to thank everyone who joined me today. I know we raised our voices. We are passionate about a lot of this shit. I'm really hoping that there could be some resolve, if not with each other, because some people will never get along, and that's okay. You know, I'm okay with that. Some people will never get along. I'm not the type of person that's like, oh, we need to come to resolve and y'all got to get along. I don't give a fuck about that. When I say resolve, I mean us moving forward and helping humanity and our communities how we deem fit, as long as it's positive and we're helping. That's what I mean by resolve. No one has to get along with anybody. Juana is back, and it is my desire to say good night to the gentlemen and thank you for joining the panel. But I would like to end with the ladies only. Subscribe, hit that like on your way out. I am done. Mama's been on for 5 hours and I got to go. We all got to go.
Well, thank you for having me up. I appreciate it.
All right, appreciate it, Anna.
Have a good night.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, fellas.
Have a good night, Jen, Tawana, Alicia.
Good night.
Bye, Daryl.
Okay, we made it.
We made it. Crazy, sexy, cool chicks.
We did it. We did it. I told everybody this show is gonna be fucking smoky, and it was smoky. We did it. ATJ, okay. We definitely brought the smoke. We held our own. We had some amazing points. I still, even though we didn't come, to some sort of agreement with the guys, I knew that was going to happen. That was the purpose of the show. I think we made a lot of good points about the Manosphere. If you guys are watching, rewind to the beginning. I broke down the 4 divisions of the Manosphere. And, again, it doesn't matter what it was. We have to deal with what it is and how dangerous it's getting for women. Think about that when you're thinking about the women in your life, your daughters, your mothers, your sisters, because like Juana said earlier, the collective is the issue. And when we go out in the world, related to us, or you're married to us, those men are out there. And those men are influencing other men in masses. And those masses are influencing our young men. Okay, so we have a bunch of violent, rejected, not knowing how to deal with women, youth out there growing into men. And that's really what is most important. Thank you to everybody for contributing, whether I thought you were full of shit or not. Thank you for coming up here, having the nerve to come up here and get attacked by us. Because as you can see, we're no joke. Okay, we are no fucking joke. We're not letting you get away with shit. What's up, Sherelle? Ill Doctrine, everybody, you already know. Mr. Rucker, Prenup, I know. Tristan, I love you. El Nixon, Womansphere, thank you for being here. So ladies, please take us out. I don't even have a voice left. I'm done. And I love y'all. You know I love y'all, and that's why I wanted to do this. And we have to do it again. And if y'all down with doing it again, I'll come up with a dope thumbnail. I'm not gonna say what it is, but I'll do it again.
Let's do it, Jen. That's all I wanted to say is like we got to do this over and over again because I just love being on a panel with y'all. This was a good, powerful conversation that needed to take place. People need to see women who will stick up for ourselves and not let men humiliate us and make us feel like we don't have value and we don't have a voice in this platform. And I think a lot of men try to come on here and mansplain to us. After we tell them we understand, they still want to mansplain to us. And so it's very clear the things that we go through in this space. And I hope people saw that. But my entire premise is to tell Black women to get some standards, boundaries, and expectations. You see the way we are treated in these spaces. You see how men are being groomed to treat us. I do not want my daughter to be dealing with men who think like this. So we need to start to tell us now how to raise our standards, expectations, and have boundaries with these people. And so if I do nothing else, I'm going to like make sure I reinforce that with every woman in my life. So that's what I love about this. I'm coming back, girl. The next flyer is going to be great. You know how I feel about you, Annalicia, on the Block with Jen. I'll be back.
Can we just tell Joe John, you damn fucking right?
Right. Yeah, you thought that was offensive. We're good with loud ass women. Great. I like that he used these too instead of S's. Like, that's great. Yeah.
Right, but that's really how he spells. Let's be honest. That's how he really spells.
That's what he didn't know, that it was 2 S's supposedly. Okay.
Right, yeah. That's the reality. Listen, I love this show. I thought that I don't think that I was planning on bringing any intensity. I thought it was going to be okay. But the one thing that intelligent women, we cannot abide by is criers, liars, and deniers. It's a problem. It troubles the soul. So if you want to engage in the dialogue, and it is meaningful, there are things always something to be learned. And I learned some things from Heron as well today. I learned some things from Reese today. So if you want to engage in the Discord, you have to really hold your nuts. Just hold them tight. Hold your nuts, 10 toes down, be a man. Thank you. We can't teach you how to do it, but we know when you're not doing it. Okay. So shout out to all of the Black men that know that I love them, that know that it's always love. Shout out to Juana, whom I love and whom I admire. And also, you look like, I'm going to send you the information, but you look like my good friend. She's from Harlem. I'm going to show you. You look exactly
your
like
good
her.
friend. I am your
No, but I'm going to show you. You could be related. Anyways, but Jen, always bringing the fire, a little bit too nice. I'm going to work on that. But I know how it works. But Black women, vet these Black men. They're not all good men because they come up here and say, pick me, I'm a good. They're not. Give them some time. They expose themselves. But I love you, Jen. I love you, Anna. Let's do it again.
Definitely. We're coming back, y'all.
We're a little trio now. We're a little trio.
Okay. This is what the Black YouTube need. Guys, hit that like on the way out. Subscribe, share this. If you're gonna use my talking points, get my fucking name right. Okay. I know. I hope you know they're gonna do reaction videos to this. Fuck them, right? Just hopefully they're
gonna have me on there like this, like
like
doing stuff like that. It's gonna be like,
you're gonna have the red eyes too. Don't forget that.
We're
evil. We're evil. But then they're gonna go home and cry. You can never get a girl like that. No. So it's okay.
This was dope. And if any ladies are watching and they want to join us next time on the panel, because the ladies were hanging back. It was not but men up here crying about shit. The ladies didn't come up, man. We need
that's how we need it. We need to show and expose them. So come on, just keep coming. I love it. I love the men.
That's true.
Come back, y'all.
So we'll do this again. I adore y'all. I knew this was gonna be bomb, but it went beyond my expectations. So thank you for joining me, ladies. I love you. Good night.
Good night.
We're out. All right, guys, that's it. Mama don't even got no voice no more. All right, guys, good night. Thank you for joining me. Hit that like on the way out. Subscribe, hit that notification bell, and we will see you next time. I got some juicy shows coming from you. It's going to get a little weird on the block. The subjects are going to get interesting. I'm going to bring someone I used to date on, and we're going to talk about a relationship a little bit. So stay tuned. Follow On The Block with Jen on Instagram, because I always promote what show I'm going to have next. Okay, so follow On The Block with Jen on Instagram. That way you can keep up with my next show. I love you all. Thank you so much for supporting me and rocking with me all these fucking hours. You could have been anywhere else, but you were here with me tonight. All right, guys, have an amazing, safe night. Love y'all. See y'all soon. Bye. Woo! Lord almighty.